느껴지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 각종을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라. 제발 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모두 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 각종을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내가 좋아지는 면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해. The weight of the both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 각종을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. fighting all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러. Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려, I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마, 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of both the worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 파도 믿어 내일까지 세계 운명
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. brightly shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate.
They can focus onto the tanks here because there's no more sustain. Now the feed is filled with versus Pro. The bears they're feasting. The timer slowly ticking. Will be able to touch. He goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 2 of Marvel Rivals Ignite here for EMEA. I hope you're excited. The games yesterday were really brilliant, and we have even more for you today. I am Tetcher, and I am joined by the magnificent Got Moxie. How are you doing today?
Oh, I am doing absolutely amazing, Tetris. Some could even say fantastic. We've got to get it right out of the way. We're going to be seeing a lot of Invis women, seeing that Loki and Luna are more than likely going to be getting permabanned out for all of these rounds. But no, like you talked about, we are incredibly lucky to get to see the meta developing on the fly, as all of these teams, all of these players are trying to figure out currently what is their identity in the new season, new map, new hero, and all new team-ups and changes.
The patch came in the day before the qualifying games for the second qualifier. So all these teams are still not just feeling each other out, but feeling out this new meta, like you said, dealing with the new map that has been introduced as well, which is a really interesting design of flowing between defender and attacker biased. But the teams will have to get used to it quickly because we are in these double elimination group stages where we will be seeing who can make their way in to the playoffs.
Yeah, there's obviously going to be some major favorites going in, right? But these group stages, like we've talked about, there's going to be a lot of flexibility. There's going to be a lot of adaptation. We've already got to see that all of the different regions very much have their own identities. Like, Asia's got conversations where they're trying to make solo vanguards work out. We've got Penny Parker actually getting played. It's so interesting to get to see the innovation that all of these teams are coming in with. And I mean, as we talked about, some of these teams are going to be favorites. Virtus Pro obviously invited off of their performances, not just the Marvel Rivals Championship, but also what they were able to do in the Invitational. All Business as well, an up-and-coming team that you are absolutely going to want to keep your eye out with some major talent. And then OG, who did really, really well in the Invitational and the Championship. And then a couple of their really big key players split off and went their separate ways. So a lot of these other teams now, like Berber, Patapim, have been able to pick up some really good players and get to work showing that Virtus Pro aren't the top dogs anymore, potentially.
We're absolutely seeing these big comparisons between the old guard. We've got teams like Schmungus, of course, who had to come through the qualifiers, but have been around since beta, playing in all these tournaments to fight their way to this. And then, of course, you already mentioned, the Kings, Virtus Pro, who were able to take their win yesterday as we move on to the bracket to get their first victory and get those points on the board. They are basically undefeated in a tournament, but it's going to be a while since before we see Virtus Pro versus some of these teams like Schmungus or Berber Patapim, as they are in Group A and will be facing each other in the coming days.
Yeah, Schmungus versus Berber Patapim is going to be a matchup that you do not want to miss. Schmungus have been running some amazing compositions where they've actually made Scarlet Witch and Doctor Strange with the Dark Sorcery team up viable. I never thought I would see Reality Eraser get 4 people, but Schmungus have been able to make it work, playing a very much Protect the Scarlet Witch playstyle. And then on the other hand, you've got Berber Patapim, who, as we've talked about, have been able to find some amazing pickups. One of the best ones being Tanuki coming over from OG after the Invitational, as we can have a look and see Group B, VP versus FRR Strays. Unfortunately, it was not as close as some people were anticipating, as VP started off incredibly dominantly, going to show that just because we've had a little bit of downtime, the Kings are very much not going to be giving up that crown anytime soon.
It really is this race of who can be the team to take down Virtus Pro. Will it be Rad Esports, who have been able to move in, the former Team 1, now coming in taking their 2-0 versus the Rising Stars of Alcancia, but they already, this early in the double elimination bracket, have their most difficult opponent. It's going to be Virtus Pro, but those are the games coming up in the next couple days. We've got plenty of time for that because we still have some round 1 games to get through, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, Peps versus Young Kanda, that's going to be one for me that's going to stand out. Peps, unfortunately, in the past couple of tournaments, haven't been able to have all that great in terms of podium finishes and placements, but they have changed the meta entirely. The close spawn hold composition strategies that everyone is using on the defense, where you take free fights on convoy, that originated with Peps, and that was actually the original map loss that Virtus Pro was dealt. So Peps have a lot of strategies behind them, some very clever players too, and Young Kanda, though, they've had a lot of performances and a lot of synergy as they've been around since day one.
You mentioned that with Team Peps, that you obviously covered them in MRI, and they were the first team to take a map off of Virtus Pro, one of only 2 teams to do so, with Fnatic being the other team to make it through to those last rounds, or OG, which one was it? I've forgotten which way round it was for that, because those 2 teams were so close. It was OG, the only other team that took a map off them in that tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the grand finals, VP versus OG, was so down to the wire. We really didn't expect it to be as close as it was in the Invitational, and Virtus Pro showed off some really good skills coming on through. We got to see a lot of the Rocket Raccoon coming on out, as that became a staple meta pick, with a lot of, obviously, the ammo, the infinite ammo. That's out of the game now. We're not going to be seeing that particular team up, but we are going to be having a look at the schedule that's going to be coming on through to see which of these teams we're going to be following around today, as it's going to be kicking things off with Dusty versus Insomnia.
We'll then be moving on to All Business versus Low 9. All Business, one of our other invited teams from MRC results. Then we have that match you were calling out earlier, Team Peps versus Young Kanda, and finishing off with what might be a really intense match between Zero Tenacity and Blood Cariudo.
I hope so. Yesterday, unfortunately, we got 2 zeros. It was just 2 zeros across the board. Sometimes when we went to domination, it felt like maybe we were going to get a free mapper, and then no, it just went down to a 2 and 0. But for a lot of these teams, we're hoping to see close ones, right? Team Peps versus Young Kanda, we want to see that one being a close one. But for these other teams, there's a lot on the line. They have to make immediate statements. If you came through from the qualifiers, there's a big question mark over how you're going to be able to keep up with the teams that already had their placements either off of their performances in the championship or in that invitational, and Dusty is one of those, because even though they came through off of one of those invites, their performances in that tournament was not off to the greatest of starts.
You mentioned it, it was from the Marvel Rivals Invitational, where Dusty, they're an Icelandic org who brought out some amazing talent from different games, but in the Marvel Rivals Invitational, they got 1 map out of 10. 6 in the Swiss, 4 in the lower bracket, and they took 1 map versus Twisted Minds. They are looking to make their own statement here, to show that they deserve to be here, and show that they've taken this time off to improve and try and make their place in this Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely the time to just put your name out there, right? A lot of these players, a lot of these teams are wanting to show themselves, and since we're in such a new season, such a new meta, a lot of these teams are going to be coming on through with compositions which are wholly to themselves. I think Dusty, if they've been able to engineer a composition that's entirely them, are going to be in a very strong position, as they're going to be matching up against Insomnia, a team who have a lot of camaraderie. Although they had a little bit of a tough time being able to get through, as they unfortunately weren't able to make it in the first wave of qualifications. It cost them. The entire qualification went down. It was a 1-2 on a domination map, and they lost to a Psylocke ultimate.
Which was, I believe, from Alcancia, who took their spot in qualifier number 1, and now they are back in Insomnia. A lot of players with some pedigree, though, in Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1. 4 of their players were from Ex-Oblivion, where they were able to perform extremely well, getting a top 8 finish, which is nothing to snip at. They have the pedigree, they have the experience, and then they've got a couple other players to fill out the drafts, including Seijiro from Cloud9. They also have the only Australian player in the Marvel Rivals Ignite in the form of Demon.
Yes, and Demon is a very, very strong player. Lots of flexibility to their hero pool. We might be able to see the flexibility over to things like the Hela, as a lot of these teams are still trying to figure out, you know, what is the best meta? Is there even a strongest meta? I think it's entirely situational currently in terms of what gets through the advanced picks and ban system, because you can say, well, Dive is going to be potentially really, really strong now that the infinite ammo with that Bucky has been removed. But if Emma is around and she gets to just shift into that diamond form and grab up whoever is trying to dive, be it a Venom, an Iron Fist, a Captain America, that dive is very quickly going to fall apart. Just the ways we've seen Fly is finding a lot of value, Ultron with his Iron Man nanotech team up coming on through as well. The fact that he builds that strategist ultimate incredibly quickly in comparison to others, but that hinges on you being able to get both of the heroes through this, the pick and ban phase, whereupon all of these teams, it's one-sided. So if they ban out a hero, it's for the enemy team and they still get to play it, which means that Insomnia instantly scoop up one-sided ammo.
And of course, if you protect something for yourself, your opponents can't ban it away. You cannot protect something after it has been banned. So getting in early here, getting that Emma Frost over to Forever is going to give them a lot of one-sided potential. But the counter from Dusty, they lead into Magneto and take away Loki, for making it so that Insomnia might have a little bit of a weakness to backline Dive.
Yes, no God of Mischief shenanigans coming on through, especially wanting to weaken out any potential copies onto that Luna ultimate, and no one is actually going to be able to get the Luna. The dance floor is fully put on pause. We have hit the mute button, and we've also hit the Punisher button, as Dusty are going to be able to protect that one, and potentially in terms of that duelist lineup, we get to see something like the Punisher and Storm come through instead.
Very potential. There's, of course, also the option for Punisher being the main sieging damage dealer, and then combined with someone on the flank like that Psylocke. You talked about it earlier. Maybe a little bit of a sticking point for Insomnia if Dusty choose to bring that out, as they will ban out the Penny. We've not seen much Penny coming in from most of the teams. We saw a little bit of an appearance in Asia in particular, but it is going to get banned away here, taking it away from Dusty to prevent anyone, you know, getting trapped in future maps. But on this map, Bit T'Challa, they also protect their own Punisher.
Yeah, it's very interesting that the Penny actually gets banned out of a domination map, because traditionally when we've seen the Penny come through, it's on Convoy. When everyone tries to go for those close spawn holes, and you all just situate yourself in a small room, have the Penny just park the nests alongside the Rocket team up with that armorized nest, and everyone starts stacking up those armors. There's no surprises in domination when you have this many picks and bans. Adam Warlock is taken off of the table just in case Dusty try and lean into a Guardian-style composition with the triple res now off the table.
The Thorn is being hovered by Dusty, potentially going a little bit more aggressive to combo with that Magneto, allowed to dive a little bit deeper and try and pressure the front lines, as Pasimo is going to lead on one of their top heroes here, the Captain America. They played it in the first qualifier and in the second qualifier, and they had an incredible matchup with it.
Yeah, Burnin' T'Challa is going to be coming on through as map number 1. Potentially, we're going to get to see a lot of these teams actually come out with a composition which is designed to just distract, right? You talked about the Captain America. Captain America on domination can be incredibly strong, as he's a very durable vanguard, but more importantly, he is disruptive. He gets to go into the enemy team's backline. He gets to occupy the strategist's attention entirely, and that allows the rest of your team core to get so much more aggressive with a lot of the damage sticking, as we are definitely in a damage heavy, a burst down meta currently, which is going to be aided by the Squirrel Girl shenanigans coming on through from Dusty Land.
Looks like they will move off the Squirrel Girl at the very last moment. Baiting has cast a curse, as always, as they have moved over to the Ultron for their second damage dealer / third strategist role, going for a little bit of air and assault, and to keep those frontliners up, as they didn't go for the Thor at the end, sticking with the more standard Groot.
Demon on that Hela is going to be absolutely crucial to being able to shut down Orion's flyer angle. The problem is that the Hela needs to develop that angle first. If Dusty can just keep rolling and keep the Hela's attention off of them, they're in a really good position with the triple strategists to just sustain out all of that dueling press. But this is what Insomnia want, right? Captain America, Patty were already anchoring onto that site, not allowing Dusty the free pickup, and is giving Forever and Demon so much more space to do what they want.
Fearless leaps into the diving strike to try and pressure onto that backline. Like you said, disruption, annoyance as Nocta will get sniped by Crazy here. And it looks like we're seeing Dusty creeping up onto the board, claiming space. It's a little bit slow, but they're starting to find some isolated targets. Trying to focus onto Forever, who takes cover behind the screens. Not able to get the finishing blow, and they will get healed up by Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, Orion just can't find the burst potential with the Encephalo Ray through that Dagger Dome. Now we've got the Rage of Ultron coming out. At the same time, his Demon goes in with his ultimate, keeping up a lot of that pressure, but that's going to be healed through with the Invis Boundary coming on out, and that gives Orion the means of bursting the Hela's ultimate down early. Demon gets dropped out of it. But Tetcha, no one's actually picked up this point just yet. It's a back and forth, and Dusty lose the group before Strangling Prison can be that kill confirm.
This is still fight number one. No one grabbing the point, getting the healing Media M to try and snipe onto that Cloak and Dagger. Targeted, able to take out Lurkin. And the Freedom Charge comes on in for Passivo to try and hold this. The bar is creeping up for Insomnia, but Dusty refusing to give it up, but they won't have a choice, as Insomnia will finally force them off the board.
Yeah, Insomnia now going to be actually stuck with that Strange, which would have been a little bit problematic in the past seasons, but now that he's been buffed with that Maelstrom, actually works pretty well for them. It's going to be the dance of the butterflies coming on through from Nocta, clearing out that point, making sure that Dusty can't try and stabilize themselves as the Eye of Agamotto comes and hits so many players from Dusty's end, and the Maelstrom follow-up. It's too impactful. The burst damage is there before Dusty can try and heal through.
And Insomnia get a full team wipe, claiming the board, and they're going to start getting that first percentage already up to a third of the way through the first point. You can see right now it's still a very low KO match with Crazy. Forever, both with two, kind of creeping out ahead here. The Vanguards are able to land some final hits of their own.
Yeah, the Vanguards are going to be in a really good position for Insomnia, given the fact that Dusty don't have anything which can really get through that shield damage. They're not running anything with full melee prowess, and that's going to allow Insomnia, especially now with this Captain America, to just keep the point permanently in play. It's going to be the final judgment attempted to come through from Frosty. They're trying to prop it up, keep the Punisher healed through with the Invis Boundary, but Insomnia still hold their ground as no one gets picked.
Eternal Bond comes on out to open up. Demon will get sniped. Passive Freedom Charge to delay to keep that point going. As long as they hold it, it keeps ticking up. Frosty is trying to clean through. Massive group up for the Dance of the Butterfly to try and clean on through. Stunning out the Punisher with the focus from Nocta to try and find a finishing shot, but they just can't get onto Frosty. Finally, Nocta will be the one to fall, as Orion is starting to turn this.
Yeah, Rage of Ultron keeps everyone from Dusty's end up, as Insomnia are still finding the picks. It's going to be a desperate play. 4-2-4 trying to swing the fight. They know that they're not going to be able to get another one afterwards with that Strangling Prison Hail Mary, but it is not to be, and no one on the side of Dusty is going to be able to swap onto the Strange and get that teleporter actually coming into play to try and swing a fight late. Insomnia 100-0, but it feels disingenuous to call it a 100-0 given that opening brawl that we saw at the beginning when no one had the point for well over a minute.
Dusty are showing some incredible resilience here on this point. Strangling Prisons coming out, getting some really solid value, but they just aren't able to clean people out fast enough is the issue. They're getting massive damage output, they're getting pickups, but then they'll get one pickup and then Insomnia will get three. Insomnia are able to chain a little bit further together, and that's allowing them point holds.
Yeah, there's just no wombo coming through from Dusty's end either. Yes, they had the Strangling Prison and it was getting multiple players on the side of Insomnia, but they weren't actually able to sync it up. In fact, you can see here the ultimate charge is coming on through. Normally when you have the Strangling Prison, it's the step one. It's not the thing that wins you the fight, right? Something has to come afterwards that does all of that damage to translate into picks. In this composition, you would expect it to be the final judgment trying to stay true to its name and actually being, well, final. But Frosty is never able to line it up with 4-2-4, as Insomnia doing such a good job of forcing the Punisher's hand.
Pushing on forward, 4-2-4. They're going to try and claim an early forward position to try and gain advantage. Stairs getting collapsed, but Insomnia creating quite the wraparound with Passivo is making it so that Dusty can't push up as aggressively as they would like because Cap is disrupting. We keep calling it, it keeps working.
Yeah, Crizzy's gonna have the Meteor M, but he's not gonna want to burn it until he either uses it to absorb the Howler ultimate or potentially tries to launch it through one of the strategists. Yet again, we see the Final Judgment being invested, overlapping with the Invis Boundary so that Frosty can try and live the duration of it. But even with that ultimate up, it's not enough. Insomnia burst through, and with the Freedom Charge, the Captain ultimate are gonna be able to hold on to the point, managing to find the fight win with a Final Judgment of their own.
Nocta showing them how it's done, swapping over to that Punisher and melting the side of Dusty as once again Insomnia will claim the first percentages on this point, but this time a little bit faster.
Yeah, Crizzy tried to utilize the Meteor M in that fight to break through the Punisher ultimate. Wasn't able to find the pick. Now that means that Lurk is going to have a free Eternal Bond to have everyone sustain plus Orion's Rage of Ultron and Demons on the Wolverine, which means bad times for 4-2-4 ahead.
You're trying to go for the straggling prison for the turnaround, but Lurkin, like you said, with the Eternal Bond is buying a lot of time. Ultron with the Rage of Ultron to try and force them back, to try and open up the board for Dusty, but they're just getting zoned so far. Demon is just a blender of pain, trying to keep everyone off the board, but Insomnia dropped low forever, is taken down as Dusty delayed as long as they could, but Final Judgment snipes on through with the final stand.
Oh my goodness, there's a different kind of rage. It's not Ultrons, it's Wolverine. Demon's getting to keep that at full maximum charge, as normally CMD would be the counter agent for that one, trying to utilize the force physics to counter grab when the Wolverine goes in, but Demon's not even going in aggressively to look for players to isolate and just pull behind the backline. He's just going in to keep up the pressure continually on the members of Dusty when they're stacked on up, and has bought Nocta a free Punisher ultimate again.
Playing a little bit further back, using the Strange for the protection as they wait for the opening. Wait for the trigger as Dusty are going to try and make an engagement unless Demon finds an isolation, but not this time. Group try to trap him, try to isolate. If you can zone someone away from their strategist, it can lead to a big pickup. Passivo dropping extremely low. Invisible boundary from both sides as they commit. Both sides with the Final Judgment, but it's going to be Frosty who picks up the first. It's a triple KO for Dusty, making a quintuple, and Passivo is picked up on the retreat, and Dusty are on the board.
But the investment, Tatcha. That was Punisher, Invis, and Magneto, all using their ultimates to play support for Frosty. The strategist was able to keep them up with the help of the Vanguard, and Insomnia are going to answer back immediately with a teleport play. This is going to be a TP into Aya Agamotto directly in the center of Dusty's entire team. It gets counter-played with the Strangling Prison, but I still catch this full. Luke's got a free Eternal Bond, and this is Insomnia swinging the fight back to their side immediately.
We're seeing Dusty clean off the board. It's a 99 for Insomnia, meaning unless Dusty can get that portal in, as 4-2-4 will swap over. They're going to try and delay it, but they've got to be fast if they want any hope of taking this round number 2 and getting themselves on the board with a map. CMD with the delay. Portal comes out. Body blocks from Passivo will hold.
One of the main criticisms about Punisher is how big his hitbox is, and I love that Insomnia heard that criticism and went, okay, bet, they're gonna TP and we're gonna have our Punisher just stand right in the center of it and body block like a Vanguard would. Oh my goodness, Insomnia had some amazing plays, and also just the understanding, we talked about it, right? When Dusty had to over-invest in one fight to guarantee that they would find value with Chrissy's Punisher ultimate, Insomnia saw that as just a golden ticket. They knew as long as they didn't overinvest and match every single ultimate for every ultimate that came through from the other side, all they had to do was TP back into the fight. It was already 99% on the board, which meant that no one on the side of Dusty could abandon that point for fear of a back cap coming on through. So everyone was in just perfect position for the Eye of Agamotto.
And being able to survive with that Eternal Bond to push on through the Rage of Ultron, the damage output. We have been seeing Ultron creeping on in, but they just did not have the sustain, like we already mentioned, or at least the burst damage wombo that you called earlier on. EMEA was attempting to counter main engages, and while they did find some shots, it just was never enough to wipe the team like this was forever, with massive engages repeatedly to set up for their team.
Yeah, Doctor Strange has been on like a sort of seesaw in terms of power of balance for a Vanguard, but when they buffed Maelstrom and they made it reach even further, he became so much more stronger. Like, he's an S-tier pick. Immediately, again, off of the back of that, he's always been with just what you can combine with the Strange, because you have that pick potential off of you yourself. Here we're getting to see the fight where Dusty had to just invest so much in this boundary Meteor M to be able to absorb the other Punisher ultimate coming in through from the side of Insomnia, where it's always a coin flip of, can you actually throw out the Meteor in time before it breaks with the overload of charge coming through from the Punisher side? If yes, you'll probably find a pick, but even then, in the current meta and just esports scene, with how coordinated all these teams are, there's so much to be able to block that connection of the Meteor impact that a lot of the time Meteor M is just like, it gives you time to be able to react. It doesn't actually find you the pick that you're looking for.
And while all this is happening, sometimes you can beat your M, but your team is still going to get punished. You talked about it right at the start of the game. Passimo on that Captain America being a massive nuisance. We saw in the replays the one time they got taken out that entire game, least amount of times getting eliminated of anyone, and they were still causing issues. They were able to use their shields to defend their team sometimes as well, while harassing the strategists and setting themselves up for what was a great game number one.
We're gonna have to see whether or not game number one is going to be the milestone, or if Dusty can turn things around. We'll be back with game number two after this break.
Welcome back. We are one game in, and Insomnia aren't giving Dusty any rest as they were able to take game number 1. And Dusty, that pressure is going to start to be piling on here.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like both of the teams were playing Punisher, but Insomnia were able to find so much more value with their final judgments in comparison to Dusty's side. We saw Dusty investing in Viz Boundary not to counterplay another team's offensive ultimate, but just using it to pocket that Punisher and try and make sure that he'd live the entire duration of his ultimate. Wasn't enough, then Crizzy unfortunately had to also get the benefit of Meteor M coming on through, and that was just a huge investment of ultimates in a fight that they just didn't have the percentage to be able to play around with. They didn't have anything that would delay the fight afterwards either, because sometimes you can make up for overinvesting your ultimate charge by delaying the other team, but Insomnia knew they could just TP and avoid that delay entirely, as round number 2, map number 2, is going to find us headed over to Yggdrasil Path for our convoy map, as no surprises, EMEA gets banned out on the beginning side of Insomnia and then picked immediately as they save, so they get the one-sided EMEA pick. Dusty going to be taking Magneto off of the table to try and better prop up their Punisher.
And you already talked about it, why they need to do some changes, and every change always starts with every game start with a draft. Where would you take Dusty's draft? Make any changes at all? Because so far it's just the same. What would you like to see them do differently?
So I really want to see if they're going to play the group. They need to take Wolverine off the board, and they need to have something that can follow up and act as a wombo. Like, the reason why their Punisher also are falling a little bit flat is because they're having to invest so much to make sure that he lives the entire duration of it. If it's off of the, say, Strangling Prison, suddenly you just need Groot to open up, Punisher hits Final Judgment, and everyone who's encapsulated inside that Strangling Prison is gone within seconds.
Low-key protection this time. Potential for double invisible boundaries or other ultimates if need be. And a second Penny Parker ban. We talked about it. We don't really know the idea behind this. This time at least this is a convoy map. Where
yeah, it makes more sense.
Can make a lot of sense.
It does make more sense. What doesn't make sense is the fact that Insomnia were able to save the Wolverine. Because that means now if 424 tries to go into the Groot at any point, either it's a wombo combo off of a Punisher Final Judgment or a Storms and make a Hurricane, the Groot just isn't going to have a fun time leading up to that ultimate coming out.
This time they ban out the Punisher, preventing the mirror of Nocta, bringing in the turnaround. But like you said, the Punisher is, sorry, the Wolverine is on the board. They're looking at that Magneto. Where does 2 go? 424 will go with their own Captain America here. And Insomnia are looking to potentially mix it up themselves as the Hulk is being hovered.
Yeah, there's 2 ways that you counterplay a Wolverine. Well, there's 3 ways. One, you poke him out when he's trying to actually find that engagement because he needs to be in the close quarters. So if you can scout him, deal enough damage, force his passive, he's going to bail on that fight really quickly. He won't have the confidence to take it. Then the 2 heroes that you would traditionally opt for, one of which is Invis Woman, so that when you see a Wolverine looking for that feral leap for the kidnap potential, then you literally just hit your force physics and you counter grab him back. That becomes harder if there's a Magneto on the other side, because that Magneto is going to bubble that Wolverine with the Bulwark, and then they're not actually going to be able to get grabbed by the force physics. And then the other way that you counterplay a Wolverine is that you run Magneto yourself and you bubble with your own Bulwark, whoever does end up getting grabbed. But all of the ways that you counterplay a Wolverine require a lot of coordination and a lot of cooldown management, so we're going to be seeing a real test come here from Dusty's end.
Tossing out the Wolverine here, as we did see a Hulk just for the initial engage. And the Wolverine did find the target. That's an immediate focus onto Orion. What a target to pick up early here, as Insomnia open up aggressively passive mode, creating space for Nocta to claim this center location and siege away at Dusty, who are being fully routed right now.
Yeah, that first pick has just blown this map wide open. Dusty now, without that Punisher, don't have any way of stalling out Insomnia, which is going to domino impact into the amount of time that Frosty has to be able to find a flank rotation. 424 is getting scouted out of the backline, immediately turned onto by Nocta, who comes in with the peel. Really good Terror Cape, comes through, hits Demon. The 28% damage reduction is going to make it very hard for that Wolverine to find any of the confidence, but the passive is still up, so he still goes for the feral grab, and that manages to force the bubble. The Bulwark already out to peel for 424, so Crizzy's now coming under fire, which forces the Loki regen domain. Dusty's resources are being forced. They have nothing in the pocket, and there goes the maximum pulse from Nocta. Maximum value found as Insomnia utilized the Eternal Bond to solidify their push into the A side.
Using both strategist ultimates there, as CMD was sniped out of that God of Mischief Eternal Bond, meaning they had to immediately use the other two for just one Media M, and it's still not enough, as Insomnia are just finding one by one all the members of Dusty and creeping those goats in towards the first gate on Yggdrasil path. Cap tries to delay, but is hunted down. 424 is taken out, and Insomnia claim point number 1.
Yeah, the Scream of the Goats will signal A being picked up and moving into B. The Scream of Misery is going to signal the fact that Frosty lost the Dance of the Butterflies. You're intangible normally when you hit the Sour ultimate, but you're still vulnerable before you go for that first dash, and Frosty was so low that they went down before the ult could come through, and now Dusty don't have it to hold Insomnia at bay or potentially force an ultimate from their side. It's going to be the final judgment from Orion to try and hit pause and force Insomnia back, but yet again, Insomnia are holding on to their ultimates. They're waiting for this to be over before they answer back in with the lion's share of their own.
Pushing on in, they waited out that final judgment. Orion goes down. Passimo is playing aggressive as both Captain Americas do the freedom charge. They melt on through here. They take out all the backline, and Cap is out of there. 424. They may get away, but no, tracked down at the last moment by Passimo as the car keeps on moving, and the doorway is being held by Insomnia. They have full control right now, Moxie.
Yeah, this freedom charge is just a red carpet, green light go sign for Demon to play as aggressive as he wants and just brawl fully through Dusty's forces. CMD is going to be coming in with a God of Mischief. They also have an Eternal Bond coming on through from the actual Cloak and Dagger, but it's going to have to be the Captain America who just jumps onto that payload, tries to stall it out. The one-shot potential is there. The protection is there as well, though. Maximum Pulse does not manage to nullify Eternal Bond.
And that could be big for Dusty to try and regain the position. They're just about to have that Dance of the Butterfly available. Media M to try and clear out. Sidestepped or up fly steps by Nocta, are able to dodge away from that as they're starting to delay. Orion off of the Punisher onto the Ultron for the extra stealing here. And it is keeping them alive. Dance of the Butterfly to try and push back in something. And finally they get Nocta. Lurkin, Passimo. Dusty are going to be able to hold. But they've still got 2 and 3/4 minutes to go.
True, but now they do have control of some more of the spacing. They're going to have as well the distance to be able to keep a better track of Demon. Nocta's actually going to be swapping onto the Bucky, which is a clear indicator that Insomnia want to deal with this Psylocke. If Frosty tries to go aggressively into the backline, it's going to be Hook, it's going to be Trooper's Fist, it's going to be good night Psylocke, say hello to your respawn room.
Trying to leave the opening here. Orion with the range of Ultron playing on the high ground as once again Wolverine finds another pickup. They have so much crowd control now between Winter Soldier and the Wolverine. Psionic seduction to melt on through Orion there with Nocta land the finishing blow, and Forever is taking back this space. Final stand! The last stand from Wolverine. Lurkin is trying to heal the team up. He's able to get Crizzy instead in that cloak form.
Oh, CMD tries to go, like you said, for the Eternal Bond copy. Freedom Charge comes through from both sides. It's going to be a little bit later, weighted towards Insomnia's end, though, so they are going to have the later sustain, and that is going to be the fight done, surely. Passimo is just going to keep harassing them, not allow them to reform. Finally, Insomnia will have been able to pick up B, but it was nowhere near as easy as A, and it's only going to get harder as we head into C, and that respawn point becomes so much closer for Dusty. As long as they can stall out the payload, they'll be able to regroup so much easier.
Pasimo is just harassing so much now. Even with those faster respawns, if you just keep getting run down by this incredibly aggressive man from Brooklyn, they really do need to make sure that they're grouped up. They can't afford to keep being sniped from behind.
Yeah, Frosty is just having to just duel out the Vanguards. There's the scout check on the Wolverine. Demon immediately forced to back out of that duel. And this is giving Dusty's Vanguards much more confidence to hold that position. The double dash gets them vested into the backline. We go. Dance of the Butterflies forces the Eternal Bomb. And Insomnia are going to have to get aggressive to try and take advantage of the window that the Strategist Ultimate has given them.
They're trying to push in Demon, looking for another isolation, trying to get onto Magneto. As it comes the Rage of Ultron. 424 is dropped low as they're able to snipe Demon. It's a 1-for-1, but they're forcing a little bit of a zone out here. They're able to get onto the cart, but immediately Insomnia start to move back in and try to reclaim the space. As Crazy is trying to just hold the corner, but Kraken Impact into the backline, looking for the reset onto the Loki clone. It's going to allow reset number 1, 2, and they are wiping the board right now, trying out to the right, preventing the fly, but they can't find the last reset.
Yeah, the Echo Chamber falls silent. Nocta runs out of the 7 seconds reset window. Really good pull comes through from Dusty's end, but it's Demon yet again with the Last Stand Wolverine Ultimate trying to cleave open a space for the attacking side to be able to make anything. Passy One looks for the jump, hasn't been able to find the in. Out comes the Freedom Charge in reaction to Dusty's players being split, and if they're split, they're not regrouping, which means that that payload is getting closer and closer to the finish line.
Chasing 424 back into base once again. Passimo is literally in their spawn right now. Rage of Ultron to try and clear an opening and hold the Vanguards on this point. Regeneration Domain to delay as well. Freedom Charge, it's all the abilities being burnt. Nocta will fall. This is an opening with only 50 seconds remaining. If Dusty can stagger some of these eliminations, this could be the hold they need.
Nocta is out. No Kraken Impact. He's going to have to walk all the way back from spawn. So now it falls to Insomnia's players still standing to keep this card in play for that Winter Soldier Ultimate to come on through, as Dusty are going to be lacking the tools potentially. They're going to have 5% of that Eternal Bomb. If ILO can build it in this overtime fight, we could well see Dusty hold on to that time bank. But the Psionic Seduction from Forever 774 is making it so much harder. ILO with that CC immunity from the Cloak and Dagger Ultimate will still be able to put it down though, and Dusty has the means of holding on a little bit longer.
Trying to melt Magneto, prevent that big burst protection, cleans out one, pushing on in, last stand, onto the point to melt through Captain America as Captain Canada of Demon wipes them off the board and they claim the triple cap. Insomnia are putting themselves in a great position to take this map number 2.
Yeah, we're going to be toasting the maple syrup bottles, I feel, at the end of this one, because Demon has just been an absolute demon. There's no other way to say it. This Wolverine has been so problematic. So problematic. It opened up with point A, just an immediate fastball throw coming on through with an unexpected Hulk pick, literally for the first fight, so they could have that team up ability to cannonball the Wolverine in and break what is one of the hardest corners for an attacking team to be able to take. Traditionally, on Yggdrasil path, there's no pick, there's no elimination until an ultimate is found, or the attacking side is able to come on through with a full pinch all the way into the backline of the defenders. But that just gets blown out of the water quite literally, because all of a sudden there's a Wolverine in your face.
We absolutely love these crazy rollout strats. Going all the way back a couple seasons ago, we of course had someone starting on the Scarlet Witch. If your team's going through a portal, to give Magneto his special sword to dive through a portal and then immediately swap onto a different character. We had the Rocket armoring up the team, now featuring Penny. And now we have the Wolverine launch, still comboed with Rocket, to isolate someone from across the map and then jump pack them into your team. It just keeps getting more scary.
Yeah, Spider Islands tends to be where that has the most impact. As we can see, Insomnia just breaking all of the map terrain so they can get that one just fully removed. No cover shenanigans for Dusty to be able to hide behind if they try and flank around the right side. Wolverine on the defense, though, is going to be a little bit harder to pull off, given the fact that Demon has to now traverse all of that distance, and Dusty are going to be looking for him. They've got the double flyer, Frosty and Orion, on the Iron Man and the Ultron, so they've got the team up. They're going to have the nanotech, and they have the means of trying to spam down the Wolverine, but Demon's already been able to find a grab, and out come the resource resources yet again. Bulwark, regeneration domain, it's all gone from the side of the attack.
Trying to push on in. The Groot is trying to create an opening, trying to zone as Demon will not find another isolation here. He's getting dropped low, but the important part is he's not getting taken out. So far, only Forever going down, but we're seeing Insomnia getting dropped low. Dusty are creating some space here down into the doorway to siege on down Groot wall above for that Thorn Lash Vines to get extra damage on anyone who tries to engage.
Oh, they haven't cleared the wolf. Oh no.
Ooh.
He's so close to 4-4. He almost got him through the portal. Again, he forces the Bulwark. And Demon has been able to force so many cooldowns and be able to find the pick onto the Groot. Rage of Ultron comes out, but it's not in time to save 4-2-4. The Groot goes down before Strangling Prison can come into play. And Insomnia hold on to A.
Demon pushes back up, looking for anyone to get out of position to isolate, as right now, Insomnia, they've got the Strange, they've already burned the portal. Dusty are holding on to it, but they do have some significant ult charges right now. Everything except for the Rage of Ultron. If they can force a group up from Insomnia, they may be able to get that opening and open up that first point. But it's a big if, and they need to be so careful because Demon is still on the prowl.
Maximum Pulse, potentially. Eye of Agamotto gets dodged by the Iron Man, but not by CMD and 4-2-4. The follow-up is there too. Nocta tries to go for the Kraken impact. It's mitigated by the Eternal Bond coming on out from Dusty's end. And there's the maximum pulse that we wanted. But the amount of ultimates that this attacking team invested, they're going to be bankrupt outside of the God of Mischief up for CMD in this next fight. And Insomnia are still holding on to playing cards.
Insomnia, they will not be able to get to the point though, so while they will have these cards, they will have to be used for point number 2, as Dusty will be able to open the gate and progress into this main doorway. You've got another very rough corner here with some flanking potential, especially for Emma from the high ground. Could get some great silent seductions, and Forever is building that charge up very quickly.
Frosty with the armor overdrive keeps up the pressure, manages to force a lot of those cooldowns early. However, Dusty also invested the regeneration domain. They wanted it taking the cooldown down in the middle of CMD's God of Mischief, and they're going to pay for that as CMD actually goes down in focus fire before he can get the first dash of the Eternal Bond copy off. And Insomnia now are going to be able to spawn hold. You might have 2 flyers, but you're not going to have the space to get them through, as it's just going to be continuous poke pressure before Dusty can even walk through the first door.
Insomnia just don't stop moving once they start counter-pushing. They get to the car and then they just wait there. But they refuse to give any inch here. Kraken impact at the ready. Last stand. It's Demon looking for anyone who steps out of position. That Iron Man's a little low. Finds it through the door. Targeting. Trying to burst on through, but Frosty is able to escape as Rage of Ultron was burned. Invisible Pulse Cannon deflected by the shield, but it will be counter-blocked by the Magneto.
Freedom Charge has the freedom of taking everyone from Insomnia into Dusty's back line. And this fight is still ongoing, as Dusty have not been able to gain a single inch of ground. And Insomnia, despite utilizing ultimates, have been able to build them back mid-fight. Psionic Seduction comes on through. Passy will get scooped up into the Strangling Prison. The follow-up is there. Crizzy utilizing the Meteor M to make sure that no one from Insomnia can peel the players grabbed on up by it. And finally, Dusty are going to be able to potentially send Insomnia packing, but no, a late pick from Nocta comes out onto ILO, and without a strategist, Dusty are looking a little bit too vulnerable. CMD with the God of Mischief goes for the copy, but that means the clones are still on the field, and Kraken Impact is still sounding off.
Nocta will get taken down finally as Frosty is being incredible right now with this damage output, giving space for their team, just focusing off, zoning away Passimo as Dusty finally win another fight. But they are winning these fights so far apart that these pushes are burning through all the time they have. 1 minute and 38 left, and they're not even halfway through point number 2.
Yeah, they've got 2 more fights at least, and Insomnia, with how aggressive they've been taking these fights in untraditional spaces, they're probably going to try and make it free, as Crizzy tries to go for a little bit of poke pressure, but that leaves him vulnerable to getting force physics off the high ground into the enemy team. He's got to burn all of his resources, keeping himself alive, and Insomnia, now that those resources have been depleted, can just wait out the fight and come in with their own afterwards. Maximum Pulse from Frosty is going to be able to hold him at bay a little bit longer, but that is that Demons had all of the opportunity to build up the rage on the Wolverine claws, but finally he gets taken down before the last time can find value.
They're pushing on in with the straggling prison. The walls are up and they melt on through the Invisible Woman. Forever gets the counter onto Ilo with the psionic seduction. Forever is trying to push them back to zone away, but they just can't seem to land a finishing blow. The Groot is tanking beautifully here. Freedom Charge comes out from Passivo to buy extra time to keep pressure on that backline.
There's so much invested in that fight, though. Dusty overlapped, God of Mischief and Rage of Ultron. Insomnia are going to have the only strategist ultimate at the beginning of this fight, and it's going to be Invis Boundary. You can see that Passivo is getting ready to just tap onto that card, keep it in play, try and let his team come back on through, but a beautiful wall from 4-4 prevents the return back, and now Invis Boundary has to be invested. Forever goes for the strange TP. The cloak face comes out from Luck to mitigate the maximum pulse, and Dusty don't find the Iron Man on value, but they have been able to find B.
The portal is delaying at least a little bit longer as people are rushing to the point, but this Iron Man is uncontested. Dusty get point number 2, and now with 1.5 minutes left, they can't afford to get wiped again because they've been taken out so many times, but they seem to have found their groove finally here.
Oh, I don't know if they've been able to hold on to that groove, though. Nocta with the tempo change-up is going to slow things down immediately. Insomnia are going to have been going from the most aggressive team you've ever seen to just playing for a pick now, coming out from this Hela. The slow burn pressure, the angle denial onto Frosty and Orion before they can utilize the Rage of Ultron and start snowballing C away from them. Insomnia have slammed the door down on any avalanche Dusty could find spiraling off of V.
3/4 of a minute remaining. Rage of Ultron to try and create an opening, pushing on through the door as here comes Wolverine, trying to find an isolation on the flank. Regeneration Domain is burned as 424 is pulled on in. That's a straggling prison off the board. It was used and found nothing as Demon even gets out there, and that forcing Dusty off the point with 30 seconds remaining. They need to commit hard here.
And they don't have the space. They've got the ultimates, but they don't have the time bank to be able to clear all of these angles. Insomnia are going to be able to hold the attacking side hostage as they have no choice but to run directly in the midst of the Goddess of Death, which is just getting full absorbed right now by Chrissy's Meteor M. Eternal Bomb from the God of Mischief comes on through from CMD side. ILO holds on to that urn to utilize it in the second stage of the fight, but there's another one to come after this. Dusty have so much more distance to cover, and Insomnia have waited. The ultimates are going to be done. It's their time to play, and Dusty are going to be out of win conditions.
44 brings in the portal for a last-ditch effort. It's desperate, but Frosty takes out Demon. They're trying to make space. Ilo is down. Passivo is in the backline, but Demon is finally caught out. Rage of Ultron to keep the Vanguards on the points alive so they can keep pushing on in, but no one is touching Passivo. Someone get this man as they're pushing on through, but Nocta is finding targets. Frosty goes down. They've lost Orion. The Vanguard's getting taken out. Loki's nowhere near the point, and that will be a hold. Insomnia take the win.
Oh my goodness. Tatcha, didn't you know Passivo and that Captain America, he can do that all day. All the time. Poor Team Dusty. I mean, being able to have like the target focus to take down a Captain America is already hard enough as it is in just default gameplay. But when it's overtime and you're also having to contest with all of the other angles that the other players from Insomnia have against you, while also making sure that someone is always anchoring that cart so that you don't just lose by default to time running out on you. It's so difficult to be able to burst through the survivability, the tankiness that one Vanguard brings to the table. And then you double it up on the fact that Lurkin on this Cloak and Dagger, the 34 assists, by the way, were Terror Capes. That Cloak and Dagger, the Terror Cape synergy coming through from Insomnia's end, every single time one of Dusty's players goes purple as a hitbox, they're taking 28% increased damage from all sources Insomnia's end, and Insomnia are able to utilize that to absolute textbook style of being able to take players down really, really quickly in manners that Dusty just weren't ready for.
And we also saw Forever, with that extra damage. The Emma Frost does really solid damage output as well. Got 40 KOs in that game. Had the second highest final hit, the highest damage taken. They were dominating. They even caught Orion mid-air with a Carbon Crush in that game. Forever was making the most space that we've ever seen on both this Doctor Strange when they portaled in, but on this Emma, they just cleaned out everyone.
Yeah, and Dusty, it was looking really good for them at some points, right? The problem for them was this point here. The B-hold. The close B-hold too. Because normally we see the defenders, they'll like to play not immediately that where Insomnia were holding. They like to play around that first corner. But they knew that Dusty had heroes that require space to be able to use, right? Orion and Frosty, if you're playing around first corner, all of a sudden those two flying units have a lot of cover to be able to play around with. They've also got access to a right-hand peak, which means that they're going to be able to keep up the pressure on you with the AoE splash damage that Iron Man can do, while obscuring a massive amount of their hitbox so that you're not going to be able to return fire and keep up that same pressure onto them. So they actually go for a really close hold to just deny anything that the Iron Man and Ultron can do in the neutral, which forces Dusty's hand. They have to burn their ultimate bank to actually brute force past B, and because you're fighting that early on into B, you're still gonna have to go 2 more fights at least, and that's the domino impact, right? You might win the fight before, but do you have enough resources to keep winning the fights as they get chained together? And that time bank dwindles down and down and down until you run out of time entirely.
And we saw exactly that. Even though they did get point number 2, they were so low on time that they had a minute and a half to try and push towards point 3 with that much pressure, with ultimates already available for Insomnia. Insomnia just played the long game, and while we did see Dusty with some moments of brilliance to keep themselves in the game at these key moments, it's the slow elimination by 1,000 cuts here to lose this game and allow Insomnia to move on in the bracket.
Yeah, even like Nocta going for the swap onto the Hela, understanding that with 1.5 minutes, they're going to start getting desperate. They're going to be trying to take fights as quickly as possible to shore up their ultimate resources, which means that they're not going to be going down that checklist of, can we push? Have we cleared XYZ angles and taken that space away from any particular hit scan coming on through from the other side? Because Hela is a hit scan. She is horribly detrimental to flying units if she has the space to be able to play around with. And she was untouchable because if you put resources into trying to take the Hela down, even though she didn't have the traditional pocket of a Guardian Shield from an Invis woman, they had to put so much into being able to deal with Demon on the Wolverine that those resources simply weren't there. If they moved the resources onto dealing with the Hela, the Wolverine's value would be able to skyrocket. So even though we weren't on Clintar, the symbiotic relationship between the Hela and the Wolverine worked out perfectly.
And also Demon, you talked about them earlier, just how many isolations they did find, how much they were able to melt. We tried the Groot, got melted. We tried the Magneto, got melted. They just kept trying to say, even caught Cap multiple times, locking them down and preventing them from getting value. It is just so scary. You talked about it in the draft when you're looking at potentially running this Groot. Then that Wolverine is one of the main counters, along with Punisher for melting the walls and Winter Soldier for potentially pulling them away from their own walls so you can punish them that way. But you left up the biggest one, which is that Wolverine. Demon showed why that can be a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, even if Wolf does come into play, you can still play around him, but you have to have the time and the space to be able to do so. You're Inviswoman. The second that Wolverine comes out onto the enemy team, you change up how you play Inviswoman, because if there's a Wolverine not in the lobby, you can use force physics to go aggressive, right? You can use it in the nature of things like the Bucky hooks to be able to put pressure on the enemy team's vanguards and try and put them into spaces where you can then look to isolate. But they weren't able to do that, as we're going to be talking to Demon, and I cannot wait to hear from the Wolverine player's perspective how playing Wolverine felt, because it looked like you were having an absolute field day on that map.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, I mean, the Wolverine, something I sort of one day just said, oh, I can play Wolf when we were playing as a group player, and we just started picking it up, and it's been good for us.
So Were you expecting the Wolverine to have like that much value? Because obviously they were getting to run some of those traditional Wolverine counters, but it didn't really feel like the force physics coming on through from their end was ever a problem for you to have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Invis can be quite a big counter to Wolverine with the pull, but in most of the teams we play, they don't really hit the pulls. Like, there's been like one team we play that hit the pulls consistently, other than VP, of course. Yeah. And we got to ban it out here anyway and play it for free. But, I mean, this map at the end, it felt like I wasn't doing much and my team was just carrying me, so... Yeah. It's been a struggle the last week or so. I've been ill and haven't really been able to play as much with the team, so... Kind of just got out of bed here, had a shower and took a bunch of medicine, got ready to play.
You mentioned you have your team to help carry you through this, to help work together as a group and make it through. You, speaking of being carried, you were literally thrown in on the initial engage, bringing out the Hulk combo for that early engage. Whose idea was that?
Yeah, it's something we started doing like every, like it's just, you just get pack, you throw the wolf in, you get a freak pick. Like, there's a bunch of cool strats we've come up with at the start of games, which you'll get to see soon.
So talking then about those strategies, because a question that both myself and Tetcha had was the Penny Parker ban on Domination. We were very surprised that it came through on Domination and not somewhere like Convoy for a spawn hold. Can you give us a little bit more information, or is that still a secret that you can't leak?
Well, we know 424 is pretty much a Penny OTP, so we just banned them out. That's pretty much it.
Straight targeted, get
Just
rid of it.
straight up, you can't play a signature hero.
We noticed on the first map that when we banned Penny, it went Brute, so it's kind of free if I just get to play Wolf.
Gotcha. So last question, you were moving on in the bracket. It's the top 8 teams, 4 from each group, that go through to the playoffs. Who are you most excited to play against, and who are you potentially most nervous to play against?
Well, our next game, obviously, probably the most important. Like, we get guaranteed top 4, I think, if we win that one. And then we play VP after that. If he wins, probably, obviously, the most challenging game we could have. With this group's just quite a lot of good teams, it seems. So, but I think we're pretty lucky with the bracket because we have a good chance.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Steven. It's been wonderful having you here. Congratulations on your win, and best of luck in your future matches.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, we got a 2-0.
We got a 2-0.
We got a 2-0. One of these days we'll be able to see a Dusty win. But you definitely can see like the picks and bans, the strategies that a lot of these teams have when they know the opponent that they're up against is going to be very targeted.
We have the bracket update coming in, but like you said, the fact is, Dusty got better each round they played. They were able to get 0% on the first game, as they will be heading into that lower bracket. But in map number 2, round number 2, they were able to get some ascension on the board. In round number 3, map number 2, they were able to get to point 2 almost all the way through before Insomnia were able to stop them. We'll have to see if this record of improvement keeps going. And they will be playing against either Peps or Yoinkanda, and the winner of that will be moving on to play against Insomnia.
I still don't know who to call in terms of that Peps versus Yoinkanda. I really do hope that it's going to be close. I'm saying all of this, I'm bigging this matchup, and it's probably going to end up just being a 2-0. One of the fastest matches we ever see. But no, I'm sure like we're going to be seeing a lot of targeting coming on from the sides of both of those two teams. As for all of the other teams left, as that advanced ban rate, it's meaty in terms of how much analysis you have to be able to do. It's really going to give a lot of the coaches and analysts the side of players and those involved in these teams that we don't get to see actually performing in the game, but are undeniably a major part of the reason why these teams are able to find the successes that they do. That's the true test for that side of a team when it comes to understanding the ban phase.
We do have many more games to come up for you today, but we also have exciting stuff happening in-game outside of these drafts. Your fan favorite skins are coming back in with some of the best bundles with the 616 Vault. They are back for a limited time, so don't miss your chance to grab these iconic looks. They're available starting today all the way until June 20th. So make sure you jump in game and get some of your favorites. If you want to be like Virtus Pro, then this is the magic skin that was used for the majority of Season 0 into Season 1, where they absolutely dominated. So maybe do a little bit of roleplay.
I mean, it feels a little bit weird to advocate for a snowboarding skin for Magic in the middle of the summer. But then again, Tetcha, we're both Brits. We're no stranger to seeing snow within June. But looking out of the window today, very sunny, very strange territory that both you and I find ourselves in terms of that weather. Hopefully we'll be out of the 2-0 map scoreline territories as we head into the later part of the day. We'll be back with game number 2 to see if that's true right after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, dark
Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite for EMEA. And unfortunately, the 2-0s have continued, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, Dusty, like you said, they were showing significant improvements. It was really lovely to get to see like some really good innovation too. The fact that they're just immediately picking up the Ultron, immediately picking up the Iron Man instead of just trying to ban it out and work around it. But this has been a match that I've been looking forward to, because this is all business that we're going to be able to get to see going up against L9. And All Business are a team that are coming into this stage with a lot of expectations on their shoulders after some standout performances in MRC earlier this year.
One of the invite teams, but we haven't seen too much of them, which is where a lot of these expectations are coming in. Outside of that third place MRC performance, we've only really seen them in Fight Night, where they lost in a 3-1 to fellow Ignite team Alcacia. So we're going to be looking at All Business to see if they're going to meet these expectations. And then against them, we have Low 9. But starting with All Business, we have some insane talent. Toot to Toot, one of my favorite dive tanks in the game, even though his fave tag is Magneto.
Yes, I love getting to see the toot Venom coming on through. And I think having Venom in your back pocket too is going to be able to do a lot of really good work in terms of the picks and bans. It's going to be something that you're constantly having to have in the back of your minds, whether you burn a ban phase on the Venom, especially if Emma gets taken off of the table immediately. Tuzi as well is a play that we'll talk about a little bit more in a minute, because he is one of those players that is being built up. EMEA is starting to really get known for having some standout duelist players, and Tuzi is very much in the same standings as the likes of Fi, Sparker, Tanuki, as we can see that this was Tuzi's performance between rounds 8 and 12 of MRC, and All Business were one of the teams that took one map away from Virtus Pro, with Tuzi actually being the MVP. He came out of that one. It was a Raw Palace map. He had 35 picks and only 6 deaths coming on from his side, with 9 MVPs and SVPs picked up total. That is a lot of very good statistics coming on through, primarily known for his Psylocke, but has an absolute stellar Star-Lord as well.
With an average, like you mentioned here, of 19 knockouts, almost 20. That is an insanely high ratio. Just keeping pressure on everyone. It's going to be very difficult for Low 9 to be able to compete against this. Is it worth banning out? You've got to ask, because Psylocke does not enter the bans too often, as we're going to have a look at Low 9. A lot of very proficient players. We've got a load of players from previous teams and a load of ranked kings as well. Jerky being someone who used to be a little bit of a Jeff menace on the ranked leaderboards, has since picked up heroes like Torch, Ultron, Iron Man. But we were talking about menacing duelists. We also have menacing Captain America players, with Saint Amoto being a huge pain.
Yes, Captain America, even though he's been hit with a couple of nerfs in terms of overall survivability, he is still a menace to backlines everywhere. And I would know, I'm a strategist, man, so I'm used to Captain America's coming on through and not being able to hit your CCs because of that shield being able to deflect projectiles. So the picks and bans, there's definitely going to be a couple of weighted counter plays coming on for against these teams. I can already tell. I think whether or not L9 decide to take away the Psylocke, or if they want to just remove the Luna, as removing the Luna removes the potential idle aura to go alongside that Psylocke, with the Snowflake giving the trickle heal effect and allowing the Luna essentially to not have to do anything with the Psylocke and just lock on to one of those Vanguards in play. And speaking about Vanguards, 2 of them are going to be taken off of the table immediately. Low 9 going to be removing the Emma, and All Business going to be getting to pick up the one-sided Magneto.
Just on the subject of the cap, to jump back for just a moment, as someone who plays a lot of it, I'm only a little sorry, as we will also see Loki with that potential backline dive from Saint Amoto. You want to remove that regeneration domain that can keep your backliners alive for when that captain, or potentially, if you're looking at some of the hovers here, that Black Panther from diving in.
Yeah, it being Hell's Heaven as well, this is one of the maps that we don't typically get to see the Ultron finding all that much value, so I don't think we'll see a target come through onto him. But we could well see the removal of Adam, or one of those heroes that prop up the Guardian's composition, removing the triple res, given the stall prowess that you have with Domination. Now, speaking about stall prowess, Lone 9 are going to be able to have the Captain America stall. They're going to be able to save Saint Tomoto's staple pick before All Business ban it out. All Business prioritized having the one-side Magneto, and now they're going to be able to take away the EMEA from Lone 9's Vanguard lineup as well.
And with so many bans before they get to protect, there is a chance that Lone 9 could try and take away Toot's Venom, which is being hovered as well. In fact, full Spider Team is being hovered. I doubt we'll see that make it out the doors, but it is there as an option. We do know how proficient Toot is on this. There is going to be that one-sided Loki protection, just in case we see some of that backline dive.
Yeah, there's that expected ban onto either the Psylocke or the Luna as well coming through from Lone 9. So Tuzi is going to be deterred from picking up his staple hero and is potentially going to have to go on to something like that Star-Lord, as we're waiting to see what All Business are going to decide to target. Looks like Vanguards have been removed. They've been able to force Lone 9's Vanguard lineup. Now they're going to start really starting to eat into the strategists that they have available. Both the Luna and the Cloak and Dagger have been removed, so even when Saint Tomoto on that Captain America does decide to hit into All Business, the Terror Cape is not going to be there to have that 28% increased damage from all sources to guarantee that the diver finds more value.
One-sided Luna for All Business. That is a huge snipe. Looks like we are going to see Lone 9 with a potential counter ban here to try and take out the Cloak and Dagger to really, like you said, both these teams focusing onto a lot of these backline characters, a lot of these strategists, and they will finish off with Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, that's going to be Luna Invis then going to be forced for the side of All Business. Closer is probably pretty happy with getting that one though, especially if Lone 9 want any element of dive coming on through. Having the force physics to just instantly punch away the Captain America and whatever follow-up decides to come through from the Captain America, be it a Iron Fist or as it looks like we're actually going to be seeing a Psylocke coming out. EMEA has been removed, so we're not going to be able to see the team-up ability, so there's going to be no double Psylocke's hitting into that backline, but Psylocke on her own is still going to have a lot of pick potential if you're able to couple it with the Captain America slamming into the backline at the same time. But that does hinge on the fact that you have the space and time to be able to set those rotations up. Any composition with any elements of dive needs to have the space to be able to use it, so it is absolutely paramount that Lone 9 win this first fight.
Both teams going to be armoring up here with the Penny Rocket team-up. That Penny team-up, of course, giving 50 armor, a huge boost. Even though you would have two characters in this case, without the armor, it still makes it worth it for the rescue team to be very topped up as we head on into round number 1 of Game 1 in our second series of the day.
Yeah, Lone 9, it looks like for the Vanguard lineup, opting for Wolver on the Strange. Slowpoke anticipates that he's on the Wolverine. It's going to be up to Pinclone to be able to hit the Force Physics and keep the Strange intact. Otherwise, the Wolverine, just like in the previous game, is going to be having an absolute field day.
And there it is, immediate pickup. Can they get out of there? Wolver with the Cloak of Levitation is going to be backing away, but will get isolated and picked off by Clostar. A massive early pickup for the side of All Business.
Oh. Deja vu! We've been here before. Well, Slowpoke's been here before. It's not going to be the same value as... No, never mind. He does, at the tail end of the Feral Grab, find the connection and disrupts the Captain America before he can hit the backline. Lone 9 have just been entirely derailed in terms of fight plan. They wanted the Cap, they wanted the Psylocke to set up and hit the backline, and All Business just went first and took all of the tempo away from them.
Now they're going to back up a little bit here, look for corners, look for anybody who steps out a little bit early, but Lone 9 going to take their time, regroup and make their way in. 17% on the board for All Business as they just try to set themselves up, as once again it's a high ground rotation from Lone 9 that we do see. Slowpoke will spot, will back away to not get caught out and tries to dive in for an isolation, but is a little bit alone. Will still manage to get onto that Doctor Strange, but not enough for a finishing blow with the culling turret sieging from the low ground.
True, but they've been able to just take away all the space that Lone9 were looking for on this high ground. No poke pressure, no potential opportunity to utilize this Kraken Impact until all business already. Kraken Impact comes through, but it's at the same time as Sloper is able to find a Wolverine grab, and it's a lot closer to board into the Invis boundary, which at the epicenter of it has the Punisher Final Judgment sounding off. Both of the Lunas going to be utilizing the fate of both wards to survive all the way through it, but as the fight swings into the second staging, All Business still has all of the damage to punch through Lone9, and that's going to be another fight to the side of All Business.
Gonski using the Loki clone to steal the Lunar Snow ultimate from All Business, and it still was not enough to survive through that hyper damage engage. There are 0 eliminations so far from the side of Lone9, but they still have time for one more push to try and turn this round. In comes Seitamoto with that freedom charge to try and hold the line into the backline, to try and deal with them. Gets one, gets two, and suddenly Lone9 are cleaning house. They're on the board and they have momentum, and they didn't use that many ultimates for it. Only the freedom charge.
Just the one. The freedom charge from Seitamoto gives them the in, and crucially, they're still holding on to the Eye of Agamotto, which is going to play into All Business and how they position into this next fight. Keep your eye on closer though, because if that Strange is too telegraphed by the ultimate, Force Physics is going to be able to come on through and knock the Strange away immediately if he tries to utilize the Cape of Levitation to instigate the Eye of Agamotto setup.
82% on that Kraken Impact, ready for follow-up. Jerky, 73% with that Dance of the Butterfly, but it's getting targeted a little bit as Welsh is in the backline, causing issues. Another Wolverine pickup, but not enough for a finishing blow. High ground with the culling turret. All Business trying to just get some attrition pickups here. Force out the regeneration domain, but it will be the pickup onto Sloppo there. Punish the Wolverine divers. Dance of the Butterfly in a tight this space. Jerky with the surprise engage is getting a huge pickup.
Yeah, not enough bodies to be able to soak all of the absorbs. Normally you can live the Dance of the Butterflies if you have enough dance partners to fill out your card, but when there's only 2 of you and one of them is not a Vanguard to be able to sustain all of those dash damages, you're not going to be able to live for long, as immediately we've seen Lone9 just swing right back in. Not quite final fight territory, but they're still holding on to a lot of these win conditions as All Business have slowly but surely been banking up ultimates. This is the swing fight. This is the one where everyone invests all or nothing. First out comes the Final Judgment. Invis Boundary from Pink Clone is going to be able to try and keep everyone sustained through it, but they have to overlap the Loki regeneration domain at the same time just to keep the players alive through the Final Judgment pressure, and All Business have been able to drain away the resources and take Lone9 down before Seitamoto got the freedom to utilize his ultimate and give Lone9 another sustainability tool.
Wolf has tried a portal in, but they will not make it in time. They tried to rush it. That is going to be round number 1 for All Business, but Lone9 are showing some signs of some very deadly moves hidden below the surface, where they might try and turn this round here on Super Soldier Factory.
Yeah, it would have been so different. That round would have gone entirely different if Lone9 had been able to win the first fight.
Yeah.
Then the Captain America and the Psylocke would have had all of the setup that they wanted, because they found the turnaround once they won a single fight, and then the dive can go for it and pick you apart and just hit you with that disruption timing before you're ready to go in. The Wolverine is the engagement for All Business. They're having to use so much to get Slowpoke into position. Tuzi, literally the Punisher turret, a lot of the time is being used to just try and suppressing fire the Wolverine engagement safely into Lone9's team, and obviously that becomes far easier to do if you're in control of the space. So again, for Lone9 coming into this next fight, it being domination, ultimate charges carrying over, they're in a really good position to win this first fight and set themselves up to take the round.
So now here's the point. Don't get picked again by this Wolverine. See if you can claim the position this time, as both teams going to try and fight over this high ground. Welsh Mania looking for a flank, see if they can find someone. But where is Slobber? Where is that Wolverine? Hovering off to the side to look for an opening, to look for anyone who steps out of position. There's a freedom charge from Seitamoto, comes on in, and see you sent to the ground to remove that ult from play.
Yeah, freedom charge only applies if you're running in the flag animation. The Wolverine grab has has meant that no one from Low9's been able to get any of that sustainability, but they do have mobility, and they can play split and fragmented, and Slowpo taking the Captain America out of the fight also to remove the Wolverine from the fight too. So All Business lost a lot of their threat level that was stopping Low9 from just committing with the Psylocke and the Winter Soldier.
No one was there for the follow-up. Sadamoto so fast they were able to rejoin the fight quickly as Low9, like you said, claim control at this first point, and Woolstock can never finish on the board. Now they are set up. How long are they going to be able to hold as Sadamoto cruises on past, being irritating? Oh, it's a cat fight.
It's the cat fight, but it's not worth it. You know, these teams, it's just a distraction because there's Slowpoke coming through with the actual pick potential. It was a magician's trick, smoke and mirrors. The sleight of hand was masterful, and All Business have been able to find themselves onto the point to force out so much resources. Gonspie's God of Mischief has already come into the mix closer with the Invis Badger was later, so they've got that second level of sustain, and now Low9 are forced onto the point to stop it from swinging. They're forced to walk into a Wolverine as the Psylocke hits the dance of the butterflies, forcing the fate of both worlds, and it's going to be Low9 having to invest so much into trying to lift the final judgment from All Business, but is finding all of the picks it needs.
Tuzi is melting them here, cleaning out the defenders, and it's immediately into the lava. Don't get staggered, just get yourself taken out so you can rejoin your team and look for the counter push as All Business are starting to catch up on the board. They also blew quite a few ultimates in that fight, especially with the fate of both worlds, but they now have the point, they now have control, and they've shown just how hard it is to kick them off once they're locked in.
They have to worry though. Slowpoke's going to have that last stand. 2-2-2 can also avoid the CC of Wolver's Eye of Agamotto with the Meteor Arm. Tuzi's going to be able to slow them down yet again, buying more time for Slowpoke to get into position and potentially try and grab out one of these players. As Sadamoto actually goes onto the point, trying to force All Business into giving up a position on the high ground and contest him. And now he can come in from behind them and pressure the Magneto to force the ultimate out early, clearing the way for him to finally hit the back line.
Last stand onto the Invisible Woman, taking them out so fast. Closter is down, and Wolver is cleaning up. Oh, that is unfortunate. Sent off the edge, but Slowpoke will still get taken down, even at the cost of Crisis. That is still worth it, as Low9 are back on the board. 71-50 in favor of All Business, but Low9 in control.
Very much in favor of their ultimates too. They knew that there's a couple of fights afterwards, and they had to hold on to resources to win them out. Cherokee on the Psylocke is going to put pressure onto the Captain America, yet again stalling them out long enough for the Eye of Agamotto setup to come on into the mix. It hits so many on the side of All Business, and the cleanup is there. Maelstrom of madness with Low9's players just piling on top of the concussed players from the side of All Business, and that was fight one at the cost of one ultimate. We're now in last fight territory, and Low9 have multiple ultimates that can win the fight for them.
They are really staggering these ultimates perfectly, and it's going to be rough for All Business to find the opening, but Final Judgment and Invisible Boundary are on the board. They can go for the big, hefty engagement. Slowpoke trying to find the isolation, and will get a stagger on the Sadamoto, but Dance of the Butterfly and the Kraken Impact both being burned. Not by the Tugs, they get one Kraken Impact, but Tuzi is cleaning up once again. This Final Judgment living up to its name, as at 97% All Business reclaim control, and they still have Invisible Boundary. Low9, they have Portal, they can regroup when they're ready. Tuzi, run!
The Wolverine is off the map. Low9 now can come on through. Sadamoto having all of the confidence to keep his position on that point. Crisis trying to keep up the pressure. Both of the players popping that Luna ultimate. Everyone trying to live for the next 12 seconds. But Closer with the force physics says jerky off of the map, and suddenly All Business and numbers up.
They're trying to push on in. Portal is available, but they're in the fight. They can't use it for the reinforcements, and no one can swap to it because it's still here. Wolver is dropped so low. Has an Eye of Agamotto going to be healed up, and Sadamoto with the freedom charge. Fornit into counter. 2-2. Force physics with the counter push. And now Wolver with the timing, trying to get onto the back line. And it's Low9 cleaning house in overtime. 99 and 100. We are heading to a round 3 in this first map.
Okay, so when Low9 win the first fight on these rounds, it's close, but they still win the round. Because they're able to play around their ultimate resources, they're able to play around the spacing, and they're able to punish the fact that both the Psylocke and the Wolverine need space and time to be able to set on up. So if you win the fight previously, you're already in position to kick off the fight, as opposed to the team that's rotating into you who've lost. They're going to be actually split. They're not going to be able to stack up. Both of those players are going to be hitting the engagement window at differing times. The Wolverine and the Psylocke a little bit behind. And that means that Slowpoke's value on the Wolverine was getting less and less the more fights that All Business lost. And now that we head into this third round, now we're off Super Soldier Factory. We don't have a lava pit right next to the point itself. So Slowpoke's value with the Wolverine base grab has now diminished even more.
But they're still going to be running it. They're still going to try it. And Toot is going to stay on the Doctor Strange here to try and match the pressure. The Wolver has been delivering here with Welsh Mania off of the cap. Now bringing out the Magneto. They're going a little bit more defensive here.
Yeah, full double shield is going to be able to make it much harder for Chrysalis to be able to hit these Bucky hooks as well. He's got Kraken Impact, but he's not going to be able to use it in this space. All Business taking the high ground rotation so that the Bucky can't use his ultimate, getting countered not by an ultimate from the other team, but a ceiling. It's still going to be enough, though, for Low9 to keep up this pressure. Saint Tomoto on that soldier is just absolutely incorrigible for All Business to deal with, and that opens up the fight entirely for Jerky and Crisis to do whatever they want.
Point number one, once again, first fight won by Low9, and if any, it's to go. The statistics are anything to go by. This is good news for them, but they still need to keep a hold of the side, especially with Final Judgment, which has proven to be a little bit of a difficulty for them to deal with so far. Is already at the ready, as All Business are trying to find an opening and creep on in.
Yeah, Low9 though, they're not going to let All9 utilize those ultimates on the point itself. It's an early hit coming on through. Dance of the Butterflies, opening everything up. Tuesday with the Final Judgment comes on through in the middle of his strategist ultimates to keep himself alive as well as potentially give over that 40% damage boost. Just zip lines over the heads of everyone from Low9 and finds the back cap catching them out as they try and disengage. And Saint Tomoto is just going to chuck themselves off of the map yet again to make sure that the cap does not get staggered and stalled out from their team so they can hit in fast when All Business are down resources.
07's in chat for the Captain America, Saint Tomoto, proving to be a Saint so that he can move in with the team together as they're going to try and create an opening. Wolver, the main bulwark for this setup, as Saint Tomoto begins the flank, looking for an opening. You can hear that culling turret, trying to weaken them as they open up, but so many ultimates are available for Low9 as in comes the Freedom Charge, immediately getting snowballed. Meteor M for the blow-up onto the backline, but everyone tanks on through as they move on in. Snooze taken out, Tuzi is down, Crisis is finding every shot right now. Wolverine's able to get out with that bonus health, but everyone else is melted, and Low9 back on the board.
Yeah, Slowpoke held on to that last stand as well. He's holding on to it to counterplay Pinclone's invis boundary to pick everyone up outside of the healing area of effect. Wolver, though, Aya Agamotto followed up potentially either just by the base Maelstrom or potentially that Dance of the Butterflies as Saint Tomoto goes in, puts a little bit of pressure on the backline, tries to get an information readout to when he can hit, and there it is! The Captain America fearlessly slams into the back, setting up the silence to come up through with the ultimate, and it catches All Business before they're ready to peel, and the team gets caught.
They are literally being held at their own door right now as Low9 clean up one more time. They're immediately going to pull back. They don't want to get Khalid out too far. They're going to try and hold in this doorway. But right now, Toot back on the Strange, has Aya Agamotto. They could try and portal in because that timer is ticking down. Tuzi with 15 eliminations so far.
Ooh, it is going to be a portal play. Low9 don't have the Luna to be able to utilize the Absolute Zero and potentially cancel it out. As All Business have the ultimates, Low9 wants to go for a close hold and force those ultimates before we saw the fight move over to the point itself, but the portal is going to be able to stop that entirely. Aya Agamotto comes on through, catches both of the strategists on the side of Low9, but Pinclone is still able to set up the invis boundary in time. It's not going to be enough to save Gonski, though, who was able to find the copy of the Luna with the God of Mischief, but doesn't manage to complete the animation of the fate of both worlds, and Low9 now down a low number of that sustainability are at danger if this fight goes on too long. Freedom Charge as that default third strategist ultimate coming on through, trying to give them the potential of finding these picks, but All Business have the numbers, have the Punisher, and have so much pressure as it's now down to Wolver on the Strange and Saint Emoto on the Captain America to keep Low9 in play. They've been able to deal with the individual players of All Business. The Freedom Charge comes through. Welshmania tries to hold on long enough for his team to regroup. Is it going to be enough? Because Jerky can be the one that just shuts this fight down entirely.
Drops low, Welshmania forced to retreat. Saint Emoto is keeping this on the overtime, 99% for Low9. Dance at the butterfly into the backline. 1, 2, 3, quadruple with the Star-Lord to join in. Slowpo is nowhere near. They're on the Iron Man, but they're in the sky. And Low9 from behind take the 2-1 on map 1 and take the lead in this series.
Oh my goodness, just like such good synergy. The timings that they had, the tempo change-ups as well that they had were All Business, thought that they had a little bit longer to organize themselves as they were going through those chokes to make sure that everyone was set up, because, you know, when you're walking back into these fights, there's a number of things that you have to do, right? You have to ult track your opponents, you have to look at the ultimates that you yourselves have, you then have to look at both of those two informations that you've gathered and come up with a fight plan. But the thing about Disruption is that it doesn't care about the timings you want to stick to. It plays entirely to the beat of its own drum, and a lot of the time it plays interruptive to make sure that it hits at the worst possible moment for you to deal with. And Saint Emoto on that Captain America was doing such a good job of just scouting, of reading when All Business were mid regroup, of when one of their players went a little bit too far forward, a little bit too near or further away from their own spawn, too far away from the backline, and that opened up the fight for the Psylocke to be able to come on through. And Jerky had just such excellent timings to pair up with Saint Emoto that I would be very surprised if the Captain America makes it into the next map.
I would completely agree. That was so scary, so hard to deal with. But another character who we kind of do got to point out here, while Tozy did, unsurprisingly, because we've seen just how insane they are, get the most final hits, they were tied by Wolver on this Doctor Strange. They were constantly in the right place at the right time. They were really patient with their ultimate and knew exactly when to use it for maximum effect. Maelstrom of Madnesses on cooldown to make sure they got the big blow-ups. And it's tough to deal with when you have that bigger pressure and also a reinforcement with the portal when it is needed.
I mean, it's really tough to play Doctor Strange when the enemy team have a Wolverine.
Yup.
So you can again see, like, it was so paramount for Low9 to cut off that opening phase, that mid-rotation stage coming on through from All Business's end, because if they're rotating, Slowpoke and the Wolverine isn't in position to already look for a grab onto one of those Vanguards. They had such a good read of the timings that they had to come in with, even here in the mid-fight, where everyone is just looking, having to deal with the Captain America diving in. Crisis is utilizing it as an opportunity to come on through with the Kraken Impact, and the Kraken Impact doesn't find the picks that it's looking for, but it does the damage. Captain America on his own doesn't do enough damage to translate into finding the picks, but you layer on top of that Kraken Impact and then just the overall damage numbers that Winter Soldier can do in the neutral, where you're able to get those auto reloads if you're landing your abilities, and no one's even really looking his way, so no one's anticipating things like that hook coming in, which is going to be able to connect onto multiple bodies, pull them out of positions multiple times. It was just continuous pressure on every single angle from every potential space, and All Business had a composition that just was not able to hold out. They could not fortify through the siege that they were put under every single time they had to rotate into a retake.
The Punisher did some really good damage. We talked about it. We talked about how good Tozy is, but you, with the overwhelming damage output of that Winter Soldier, not being able to take them out, and then Jerky sneaking into the backline, Dance at the Butterfly to just finish everyone off. You're talking about it. They time it well. They had the engages, and once they got past that initial Wolverine issue, they were able to turn it round. How will All Business adjust? Will Low9 be able to clean this up and take the win? We'll be finding out, but first, we're heading to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with map number 2.
This This is my unnatural selection. Extermination!
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 제발 딱 봐도 스파스타 딱 보면 모두 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지.
Welcome back, everybody, to Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA, where Techa and I have the absolute pleasure of getting to bring you the closest series so far that this region has seen. As Techa, Low 9 and All Business were the favorites touted headed into this matchup, but Low 9, with a turnaround, being able to deal and dispatch with the Wolverine strategies, were able to find the comeback on Hell's Heaven and head into Game 2 one map up.
The invited team of All Business, like you say, starting off with the momentum, but Low 9 turning it round, bringing it back, and were able to claim that first lead. And Low 9, they are the team that had to come through in qualifier number 2 in order to find their spot. They got here by beating Schmungus, one of the favourites in the tournament, and now they're already staking their claim versus the third place MRC Season 1 team.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to be seeing a couple of adaptations coming on through from the side of All Business in terms of those bans. If you're Low 9, though, you're happy. You've shown that you can let the Wolverine through. You can adapt around it, and you can win around it. Even the Punisher coming out from the side of All Business, Punisher being a very staple pick that we're seeing in the duelist role, but all of the damage that he brings to the table. If Magneto gets banned out as well in the advanced ban pick system, then you don't have to worry about Meteor M just fully shutting down the Final Judgment and also turning it around on your team if you're all clustered under the Punisher to try and let him live. The problem about the Punisher, though, is that he's really, really strong when you have control of that space. And that was the narrative that we had threaded throughout Hell's Heaven. When the Wolverine and the Punisher had the space, they were winning. But the second that Low 9 were able to start taking chunks of that space away, even when they played into retake, utilizing the Captain America and the Psylocke to slowly chip away at all of the corners and angles and fully monopolize the full aspect of the map, they were really able to overwhelm All Business. So headed into game number 2, I'm hoping that we're going to get to see the Captain America and the Psylocke, if not removed entirely, at least significantly weakened.
And to go back to some of the statistics in their qualifying match that we talked about with Humongous, just to show how scary this Captain America from Satomoto is, they went down one time in the first game. It was then immediately banned, and they swapped to Mag and won anyway. It is terrifying. It's resulted in bans before. Will All Business be following that trend?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an adaptation game between these two teams, as there were some really major highlights coming on from Hell's Heaven, right? Every single person on every single team had some insane moments. We got some amazing Eye of Agamotto plays coming on through from Wolver. We got to see the Force Physics as well, the knockback coming on through from that Invis woman that was talked about in the interview, where it was essentially said, like, yeah, sometimes the Invis woman doesn't really hit the Force Physics, so we don't have to worry about that traditional counter coming on out, but we did indeed get to see things like the Force Physics being able to knock back the Eye of Agamotto, to shave down and nullify some of its impact, as well as Slopo at the beginning, right, where he was able to come on through with that first fight win, finding some amazing feral grabs onto the Vanguard line from Low 9. It was just a matter of Low 9 being able to adapt to everything that was happening and throw out so many different solutions, All Business being a little bit further behind in that department. Going to have to see a little bit more flexibility in speed as well come through from their side as the series progresses.
And we'll see exactly how they do decide to adjust, how they do decide to change it up if they need to, as we're heading into map number 2. Let's see where we are heading for this next matchup and what the bans will be. I'm excited.
Yeah, I am so excited to see like these ban changes coming out into the mix. Like surely the Captain America or the Psylocke is going to just get removed from the table. I mean, Luna is a given. You have to remove Idol Aura. That Snowflake has to go to just give that Psylocke a little bit more survivability when she hits the back line. But given the fact that All Business immediately takes Satomoto's Captain America out, yeah, that's the change-up that we expected to see.
Yeah, immediately banned out 07s in chat for Cap, and immediately a protection onto the Magneto with the Emma Frost taken away. They don't want that extra protection that Bulwark can offer. As Loki, it was extremely effective for Low 9. They want to again deny it from All Business and get their own hands on the Emma. One-sided Emma.
Yeah, one-sided Emma, so a lot of just peel potential if there is any form of dive is going to be on the side of Low 9, plus aggressive plays. If you have charge, you're going to be able to play incredibly aggressive in terms of burst windows and maneuvering forward. No surprises. All Business target ban one specific player. Low 9 show that anything you can do, we can do it just the same. 2Z Psylocke gets taken off of the table yet again as Low 9 managed to secure Luna Snow as a save. Can All Business manage to lock her in too, or is it going to be a one-sided strategist pick as well?
Counterban onto the Psylocke. While we do have that Luna, we will not have the double fate of both worlds with the God of Mischief from Loki, as it was stolen away. And yeah, it sneaks all the way through. We will see All Business lock in the Luna as you predicted, leaving one last ban for Low 9. What else is scary?
Ooh.
That is a reasonable ban.
That is a very reasonable ban coming out into the mix. The Wolverine is taken off of the table too. Wondered whether or not we were going to see a target ban go out onto the strategists. The problem is that Cloak and Dagger and Invis Woman are both incredibly viable. So you kind of want to target the duelist, which is potentially going to be causing you some issues. Taking Wolverine out as well as that Psylocke is going to be very, very strong. You're not going to have to worry about a lot of those flank plays coming on through, even if you don't manage to secure the Emma yourself.
The torch being hovered for Tuzi. It's a scary character. It did, of course, get nerfed in this season, but it still has extreme levels of effectiveness for damage output and for a little bit of crowd control as well with that knockback of the Flaming Meteor as we head in to Yggdrasil Path for our second map.
Well, even more important for the Torch is the fact that they were able to get the Invis Woman through the picks and bans. So they will have the Guardian Shield, and more importantly, they will have the Fantastic Force team up, which is going to be able to give that Torch an extra level of survivability if they decide to play into it, as we're going to be seeing. Everyone just armoring up there with the Penny and Rocket team up. It's going to be Saint Moto on the Venom, a pick that we very much expected to see, and a major reason behind that EMEA ban coming on out from the side of All Business. No Diamond Form to be able to grab when the Venom decides to hit the dive.
We will see All Business on the attack here, pushing back Crisis already on that Punisher, as Slowpoke going to be mirroring from the other side, is trying to just focus down onto Wolver, who is leading the front line for this defense, and Sainamoto has to back away. What a swing! Finds Cap in the backline, tries to punish him.
Yeah, but the Pyro Prison from Tuzi is just shutting down space entirely. A single pick hasn't come through from either side until just now. It's going to be on the side of All Business, but look at the amount of space that the attackers have already been able to secure, denying any follow-up of the dive, forcing Saint Moto into having to back off to just get so much stabilizing from his backline, and it means that the space for the duelist as well as Jerky on this Ultron was so minimal that Slowpoke had so much to work with. He's already got a final judgment after first fight.
And they are going to try and hold one more time. As you can see, Saint Moto trying to make their way through the door, which is currently being held by Tuzi on this opening in the close-knit area. Saint Moto diving in, gets melted. No super resilience here, but it will not even buy time for Portal on the reinforce.
Yeah, that Terror Cape coming on through from Nost was insane. Just immediately nails onto Saint Moto. 28% increased damage from all sources. The Venom is the only one. Lone9 expected him to live long enough for Wolver's Strange Portal to come on first, and now they've burned that cooldown as well. As Saint Moto understands, Venom's not going to be able to work. You can't do anything into the Torch. You can't do anything into the Terror Cape. It's time to swap, and out comes the Emma instead.
Making their way forward, Wolver back on this. Doctor Strange trying to get that charge up, as here comes that final judgment into the rage of Ultra. Juggy playing low so they can get the protection from that fate of both worlds from Gonski, but it's not going to be enough to protect Pinklow, who is taken down as Supernova to try and punish him on being grouped up. Meteor trying to dive onto the backline will be enough to take out Crisis, and it does look like All Business are once again going to find the opening.
Yeah, and All Business with the snowball potential, still having the space to keep Tuzi in the air as well. Lone9, since they didn't have that fight to begin with, haven't been able to put pressure onto the Flyers before the fight starts, and All Business have so much momentum behind them. Lone9 do have the ultimates though, as the Terror Cape is going to make it a little bit harder. They have to wait out the duration of it before they commit into this retake. It's going to be off of the back of Fate of Beaufort's final judgment, also going to be invested, but there's no opportunity to go for the damage boost. Not needed. Finally, Lone9 answer back All Business, stalling out the card and giving themselves the poke space that they desperately need to take the Torch down.
3.5 minutes remain for All Business to try and create an opening. They have Welsh Mania on that Captain America on the flanks, trying to create anything they can. Jerky in the sky is keeping everyone topped up, and they have Psionic Seduction and the Eye of Okamoto. They, in theory, have all the tools needed for a hold here, but All Business are flanking. They're sieging in from above, but here's the trigger getting pulled. Psionic Seduction to try and pull them back in with the rage of Ultron will be enough to melt through to
Wait a minute. There's a cat amongst the pigeons. Welsh Mania. I saw you. There's a Captain America all the way behind. Oh, this is going to be horrible for Lone9. Their attention is about to be divided in half, as there's going to be a cap with Freedom Charge threatening a back cap when everyone from the side of All Business want to walk forward. In fact, you can see the silhouette just there as Welsh Mania just puts a little bit of pressure in. All Business is going to be committing to this fight. Eternal Bond going to be carpeting their way forward so they can survive that potential pressure. Wolver had been set up for an Eye of Agamotto, doesn't get the opportunity to use it, and Slowpoke with the final judgment is going to be the thing that All Business have to just brute force their way through B.
And Welshmania putting themselves at risk with this backline dive with the Freedom Charge, but the point is to keep everyone here, prevent portals, prevent anyone from stopping that point number 2 from being captured, as we will see a hold, not a hold here for Low 9, All Business pushing on through, grab the second point, and they've got plenty of time left. A reset on the timer, back to 3.5 minutes.
Supernova in the hands of 2Z2, no Magneto, no pesky Meteor M to be able to absorb 75% of it. They do have to be wary though, as Low 9 with triple strategists are going to have a lot of defensive utilities coming tonight into the mix. Ivagamoto from Wolver connects onto Free. Nost is not able to phase it with the cape, and that is going to result in All Business losing all of their backline. Back to the drawing board, back to respawn they go, and now they've lost all of the snowball momentum for 2Z to use the Supernova.
Now look at the ultimate economy here. We've got Gonski, Crisis, and Pineclone already ready with those ultimates, whereas All Business, they're only just charging up now. Supernova going to get burned early for a setup. They know Slowpo will have their own ultimate to push on in if they can find the opening to capitalize. Crisis trying to bet on through, but it's just a simple strategy of walking around the corner for the counter.
2Z doing a very good job of utilizing that Supernova just to put pause on the momentum that Low 9 wanted to take away from that attacker side. Now they get to answer back in with their own final judgment. Fate of Both Worlds is going to try and get everyone from Low 9 safely disengaged away from that Punisher ultimate. Once it's done, they will still have sustain. It lasts longer than the Punishers, and now they can answer back. The Closer was holding on to theirs. Rage of Ultron matches up against the dance floor. Jerky will be able to keep everyone alive, but All Business have been able to put themselves onto the card, and it's going to force Low 9 into burning a lot more of their ultimates than they would rather.
Ivagamoto to try and capitalize. Down goes Closers. Nost is down. That's all of the healing. And while Welshmania is putting some pressure on the backline, the rest of their team is getting taken down one by one. Welshmania getting chased all the way back. Tozy was able to escape, but the point is held. Low 9 being very patient there. They waited out for the end of that Fate of Both Worlds to drop the Psionic Seduction, pulling everyone in and shutting down this push once again.
This next fight is a coin flip. It's the rock, paper, scissors game. Final judgment, Meteor M. Can Crisis manage to overcome and overload the Meteor before 2-2 finds a position to throw it? Supernova is going to open up from 2Z. All Business getting into position. Already Eternal Bomb gets forced. Crisis wants to take advantage of that sustainability. Goes in with the final judgment. 2-2's got the Meteor, but he's not able to throw it in time. And Crisis gets 1, gets 2, and Low 9 will be able to hold on to the space yet again.
With less than a minute to go, All Business may have one, maybe two of their fast more pushes left in them. Jerky has that Rage of Ultron, Fate of Both Worlds available for Pinclone. They have the tools they need to hold a main engage, but it's up to Slowpo to time this ultimate well. If they can force any of these defensive ultimates out early, as they're going for a Rage of Ultron aggressively to try and stagger them, to try and prevent them from pushing on to the point.
Yeah, this is an incredibly aggressive Rage of Ultron, which has been able to deny All Business from pushing temporarily. Once it's done, though, All Business get down to business. Out comes the Freedom Charge onto the point. Fate of Both Worlds from Pinklone's end, as everyone from Low 9 tries to just match the sustainability available for both teams, but All Business have more ultimates to just push in with, and it's going to be that Invis boundary coming on for cementing the health pools, making sure that 2Z, Slowpo, and 2-2 can hold their positions, finally get the damage to be able to break through this defender's line. They've got another fight, another 2 potentially if the stall is good from Low 9 though.
Ultimate's not very charged yet. Wolver just about to have Ivagamoto. Gonski just a bit around the corner. That'll charge during the fight as Supernova to try and close off the entrances. The card moving forward. Saitamoto having to lead the charge. Media M to try and burst on through, prevent that Fate of Both Worlds, that Eternal Bond from getting the burst. Ivagamoto pushed back there as they can't land the stuns. So it's all about who can take this fight. Saitamoto has tried once again to time this Psionic Seduction well to hold the line, give time for their team to respawn, get any delays they can, as All Business, no one's going down, and they are staggering Low 9 one by one, cleaning out Crisis pushed back, and no one to touch the card. That is going to be the triple cap for All Business.
Yeah, Crisis crucially does not manage to get that last little bit of percentage needed to get the final judgment. before anyone from the side of All Business has not got any strategist ultimates to come on through. There's a very small window of opportunity, and All Business find the means of just slamming it immediately shut. Really good target focus comes on through to just take down Gonski before the fight can properly spiral away from them, as that cloak and dagger surviving would have meant everyone from low 9 anchoring onto that point, trying to stall it out for the Punisher to build the ultimate, would have been receiving not just the primary heal, because there's an 8-meter AoE radius attached to those light force daggers. If you'd also had the damage amplifier, or rather the heal amplifier, coming on off from the Eternal Veil, everyone would have been far tankier as well.
It would have been so hard to take them out, but like you say, they isolate the target, they find exactly who they need to do, identified and picked off. In the stats, Tuzi is showing it with 12 final hits so far on this Human Torch, showing that even with the nerfs, it is still viable and incredibly scary. And Welsh Mania has been doing a good job trying to put the fear into Saint Emoto and show that they are not the only cap on the block.
Yeah, Toot to Toot as well with this Magneto is really putting the pressure into Crisis, utilizing these final judgments. A lot of the time we're seeing the Punisher invest the ultimate, trying to take advantage of the survivability that is afforded to him off of the back of Eternal Bond coming on through from Gonski, but it's read perfectly by the Magneto a lot of the time, and it's going to be a little bit of poke pressure just coming on through. Low 9 trying to close up the distance to that first corner, but you can see the amount of damage that Wolverine the Strange is taking, just immediately going down to half with the poke pressure coming out from this torch.
Welsh Mania is punished for trying to dive the backline this time. We can see that Jerky has moved to the Wolverine. He's trying to find an isolation. Wolver is sniped, but they're trying to even snipe Tuzi out of the sky here. They're really putting pressure onto this torch because it is proving to be one of the bigger problems.
Yeah, and the Punisher too is just melting down that Guardian shield before it can give that healing radius over to the torch, as Jerky on this Wolverine has been incredibly problematic. Low 9, yet again, just the way we saw in Series 1, throw a Wolverine into the mix, and All Business, when one person gets grabbed, they're just not ready for it. They all back off, and without that space, they don't have the attention diversion to keep the torch safely in play from that pressure coming out from this Punisher, and off of the back of that portal block too. That's not going to be a recontest coming on out from the side of All Business.
That was clean from Low 9, pushing it on in so quickly, and now they're making their way on towards point number 2. You can see the Pirate Prison coming out from Tuzi, again trying to open up any kind of opportunity, as we do see Slowpoke with that final judgment once again, ready to see if they can get a quick blow-up as Jerky tries to find them, but will get punished for it, pun intended.
Yeah, Mag Cannon comes on out from the end of Toot to Toot, and the Wolverine gets taken down. Slowpoke just sounds off the primary against the Diamond Form coming on out from the Emma, as Low 9 have to just disengage entirely. Without that Wolverine up for grabs, they don't have any level of threat to keep the Vanguards from All Business from getting aggressive and holding their positions, as we're going to be seeing a lot of ultimates invested. All Business know that the engagement's going to primarily come from the Strange. They want to keep Wolverine as low as possible, as it's going to be the Punisher just taken down immediately from the opposing final judgment.
Slowpoke pushing on in, capitalizing off the media rev to burst through the initial defenses and then aiming them down, cleaning out all of the defenders here. Jerky is trying to chase them, but the kiting is insane, and they're gonna stagger. That's huge.
Oh no, it's so far away from the map as well. All the way you have to go. And Low 9 are relying on the Eye of Agamotto to open up this next fight, to be able to find the pick even through the invis boundary off of the back of that Maelstrom of Madness coming on through. And because you're waiting for your Strange to regroup, Jerky on the Wolverine is not getting any of the space to maneuver around. You can even actually see Tuzi on that torch is just leaving AoE markers to try and get the accuracy tick to keep a track of where the Wolverine is deciding to just try and flank out.
Sieging in from above Pyro Prison once again to zone them out on the assault. You can see Welsh Mania is getting tracked by Crisis, but Saint Demono taking a lot of damage. In comes Welsh Mania into the backline. They turn around, freeze them. Is enough for the blow, but they're very split. What is happening? Demono gets frozen. Invisible boundary has to be burned, and here comes the counter engage from All Business.
Yeah, the invis boundary would have potentially been burst through with that run, but the freeze from closer off of Absolute Zero stops the Strange from following up, and Low9 have to rely on Jerky on this Wolverine instead. Last Stand comes into play, grabs everyone outside of that Invis ultimate, and finally, Low9 have been able to punch for that early hold from All Business. They still have to deal with another fight though, as Welshmania gets ready, dives into the back line. At the same time, Tuzi commits the Supernova. It's going to be a turn bomb from Gonski, keeping everyone from the side of Low9 up and alive, as Crisis with the final judgment dispatches the individual members from All Business as they throw themselves onto point.
And they just don't have enough damage to burst through the protection that Slowpo is getting. And once again, when the Punishers trade ult, it is Slowpo who comes out on top. That's going to be another hold with 2 minutes to go. Saitomono tries to delay, tries to get someone, and they will get close door, but it is still going to be a one fight for All Business as they move back into the defensive positions up to the high ground, making sure that they can get the right angles. As Low9, they got staggered a bit. They have to regroup, re-wait, and it looks like they might be going for a re-strat with that portal hit.
Yeah, they can't give All Business poke window. They're coming in with ultimate advantage, but that goes out of the window if they just get stalled out by Tuzi pressuring them before they can walk through the doorway. Gonski with the Terror Cape is going to be able to apply the vulnerability to the members of All Business, forcing out that invis boundary onto the point itself, and Tuzi's still able to find the pick. Gonski goes down before Eternal Bond can come through. It was a fast push from Low9, but All Business have the turnaround.
Jerky tried to get the block, got a double elimination here, but is just zoned away. No one can get onto Tuzi as it's another hold with 1 minute to go. All Business are locked in right now, and Low9 with no more portal. It is a run it in and try to burst in the last minute of the game. 72% on that Fate of Both Worlds, 82 on that Eternal Bond. These are the tools they need.
The gauntlet is being put into Low9 having to run it right now. The Guardian Shield out onto the Punisher turret just to slow down the approach. And it's going to have to be an aggressive play yet again. Welshmania already a quarter HP, but stalls Low9's push, forces Eternal Bond out before we hit overtime. One strategist ultimate burned out, and All Business are still holding onto the ultimates. They disengage, they wait it out, and they answer back into the fight with Supernova to force the second. Low9 need to win the fight immediately, because if it goes too long, All Business are the ones in the driver's seat.
That's through the Fate of Both Worlds. Low9 have lost all of their healing. Jerky is melted. Saitomono is trying to delay with Wolver, but they have no portal, no healing, and they are going to be melted. All Business are going to even up the score in this game number 2. There is nothing that Low9 can do.
We've seen that Tuzi, even if you take the Psylocke away from him, that torch is still problematic, and this is what we expect to see at this level, right? These teams, they come in with a strategy at the beginning. They think this is going to be our fight plan. Their opponent is able to read it out and adapt around it, and they win that map, and then we go to another map afterwards, and they come in with something entirely different, and now you have to figure out an entirely new solution. And it looked for a little bit of time, especially on A, that the solution would be Crisis on that Punisher being able to keep up the pressure onto Tuzi. But the second that we bled into B, and everyone on the side of All Business had so much more cover to be able to play around with and could take advantage of the poke angles that they had before the fight opened up, just burning away those resources, making it that Crisis did not have the confidence of holding his angle, of challenging the torch. Well, you're going to see it here from the replay. Tuzi MVP, and a lot of this is just going to be torch gameplay.
24 final hits, 14k more damage than literally anyone else on the opposing team. This was Tuzi's game. They had control, and Low9, while I did enjoy the swap to Wolverine and it did almost save them a couple times, they just weren't able to deal with Johnny Storm in the sky. And All Business are taking us to our first game number 3 of EMEA.
Yeah, I love the Wolverine pick just to be able to crack through A, because A is notoriously difficult. It's time consuming. You have to approach as an attacking team that first corner very, very carefully. It's a right-hand peek. It's going to be defenders favored. If they've got a torch as well as a Punisher, they've got a really good crossfire set up, as they can play either on the left high ground or they can play on the right side around the cover, and they're going to have continuous pressure to just chip you down before the fight even begins. Even at the beginning, before before Jerky found that opportunity to go in on the Wolverine, we were following along with Wolver on the Strange, and we saw him, and literally under 2 seconds later, his HP is practically into the floor. He's on 25%, and he's just having to disengage entirely because there's nothing that the Strange can do into a torch, into a puncher. Your shield is going to break immediately. So I think it's really, really smart to utilize the Wolverine to take away the space for the torch, for the Punisher to burn you out of time bank on A. But when we head into B and the defenders have the opportunity of winning a singular fight, and again drawing out that distance between yourselves and the attacking team, and also scouting out where the Wolverine is coming from, or potentially, as we saw from All Business, sending Welsh Mania on the Captain America to hit into that backline first before the Wolverine was set up. Jerky never got that opportunity to look for the engagement, to divert resources away, and the Wolverine fell a little bit flat.
This was a little bit of a less aggressive Captain America than we saw in game number 1, because they were choosing these moments, like you say, on the scouting missions, on the harass missions, the second the trigger was pulled every single time, just constantly harassing, but only when appropriate. And using that torch, like you said, for scouting is a stroke of genius. You're already in the air, you've got a great view, you've already got that tick damage to try and isolate them. It is fantastic. Will Lo9 be able to adjust to deal with this? We'll have to find out as we are heading into our break. When we come back, it will be time for map number 3, and we will find out who moves on to play in the next round. We got a map 3! We are heading in. I am still Tetra. This is still Got Moxie. And we are preparing for the third map between All Business and Low 9. All Business getting themselves back into it.
Yeah, Tuzi's Torch performance, oh my goodness, what a masterclass coming on through from him, and I'm sure we're going to now be seeing the adaptations as we head into game number 3, because, you know, game 1 went the way of Low 9, so it was All Business's turn to have to adapt, just instantly banning out the Captain America. The problem for Low 9 is what hero do you try and ban Tuzi out of? We've seen that they need to ban the Psylocke. They've banned the Psylocke out by both games, so they want nothing to do with that particular hero pick. But do they try and take the Torch out of the equation? Because if you then have to spend 2 bans on 1 player, it opens up the field of another role, so you lose control of having maybe the better Vanguard lineup or the potential better strategist lineup.
They could go for any strategist lineup they want if they keep burning all of those bads, or they start, sorry, burning all of those bads onto the Tuzi damage dealer here. As we are 1-1, we have 1 map to go. It is a best of 3. Winner keeps going in the upper bracket. Loser will be down in the lower bracket, which means they still have a shot at earning their spot in the playoffs. But the pressure is on. This is where we separate the wheat from the chaff, and we find out who has what it takes to play in these high-tension games.
Yeah, this is a big surprise as well, given the fact that All Business are here off of their performance. Low 9 was one of our teams that had to push through the qualifying rounds, as it's going to be Captain America. Okay, Captain America is still instantly banned for All Business. They do not want Saint Tomoto on that pick, and yet again, Low 9 are going to be taking the Magneto out of the mix as well as that Loki. So it does look like this is the traditional ban cycle coming on through from this team. Where do they take this save though? What are they going to prioritize thinking is having the most issue? Is it going to be a one-sided Magneto play that they go for to potentially try and shut down the Torch coming on out from Tuzi so that you can utilize that Meteor M and absorb a chunk of that Supernova? We didn't get to see it in the last round, but this time around, Low 9 are going to be saving the mag so they can set it up instead.
We're seeing so many times that these teams go for the one-sided Emma versus the one-sided Magneto. As we see, Loki's on both sides getting taken away, and Low 9, they do still ban out, as you predicted, that Psylocke, but that still leaves the Torch up.
Yes, Torch is still going to be around, and as we've talked about, I feel like Low 9, with the Magneto in play, probably think that they're going to be better equipped to deal with it, as it is going to be, you know, a flying character as long as there isn't cover to play around, and also the amount of resources that All Business are going to have to put in is going to deplete resources from the other side. Punisher being taken off of the table, though, for Low 9's availability is going to be very problematic indeed, because the Punisher, when we followed their POV of Crisis on point A for that Yggdrasil attack, was the main unit that was dealing with the Torch in the neutral.
And while the Torch is available, they're looking at banning out the Wolverine instead. There are some great spots on this map where Wolverine can flank, and that will be the ban. Torch is open. Punisher, now one of the big counters to Groot plays, one of the big counters to the Torch, being a hit scan character, is taken away, meaning Crisis is kind of forced here to move onto the Winter Soldier. Can at least use the Tainted Voltage to try and take the Torch out of the sky. It's a pretty good shot in general, and just trying to target people down, and Jerky is allowed once again back onto Psylocke.
Yeah, and it's going to be a Psylocke with a Lunar Snow for Gonski. So they are going to be able to have the idle aura of that snowflake going down onto the Psylocke, and they're also not really running another hero that would potentially take that away. Sometimes when we see Ultron being played, he's the one that actually receives the aura. Other times, in terms of like dive units, you would have maybe your Magic would be receiving it. Panther, if you had it into play, and I mean, we do have to say Panther because there's a potential that we see Panther, not in this match, but maybe a little bit later when Tanuki is playing in some of his rounds. Keep your eye on that one. He is known for picking up that hero. As no surprises, it is going to be All Business on the attack. Out comes the Overdrive and the Armor Nests for that Penny and Rocket team up. This is not going to actually see gameplay. This is just so everyone can pack their lunches and make sure that their health pool is as extended as possible, as Tuesday on that torch is going to be the main target of focus if everyone on the side of Low 9 remembers what went down on Yggdrasil before.
And watch this, they're portaling in. Slowpoke did not get their armor. They're not portaling for the hard engage here. They're portaling for Slowpoke to set up an artillery here from above to try and punish them from behind with the culling turret. And with Strange through the portal to zone away to make sure the Punisher gets free reign. And that is opening up the point extremely. 2 people on there, and it's starting to charge up for All Business, taking out Satamoto. They have claimed all the space here.
Oh, huge read comes out from All Business. They anticipate Low 9 being pushed up to put as much pressure on the torch as possible when he's coming out of spawn. And like you said, go for the TP turret gameplay, which opens up the fight, allows Tuesday to close up the distance, and Low 9 now get just shoved into these tiny little hallways where they have to just stack out, and it opens them into having so much spread damage coming through from both the Punisher and the torch even before ultimates come into play. Since that last fight was so one-sided, everyone having to back on off, no one getting to trade damages, they weren't able to build a strategist ultimate in that teleport play game time, which meant that they didn't have one to play into the retake. And now headed into B, All Business are the ones with all of the tools in the belt and all of the space. Crisis is going to have to opt for the Hela, so now he's going to have to get the picks, and this time around Tuesday is going to be starting to get that Guardian Shield now that there's a hit scan in play that can potentially take the torch down.
Final Judgment, the Invisible Boundary going to be burned by All Business very early. Pinclone with the immediate Invisible Boundary to make sure that they can try and sustain on through. Fate of Both Worlds has to be used. Gonski would have been blown up otherwise. That is a huge tool to stagger at the same time as that Invisible Boundary, which means Supernova is about to be completely uncontested once that Fate of Both Worlds expires. Crisis already down. Jerky looking for the turnaround. Satamoto will get close to, and somehow through the Supernova they lose Crisis and Pinclone. Gonski is down, but they're still picking up at least a couple eliminations. Can Jerky get onto the point? Though they're being targeted down by Tuesday, but they will not be able to hold this car.
Yeah, Tuesday still up, still running, and getting to play the one-way angle above the tour frame too, so he can keep up that pressure before anyone on the side of Low 9 can see him. Look at poor Wolverine this Strange. All he can do is hold up the shield, and the second that it breaks, that torch pressure is just absolutely immense. And off of the back of that one, Welshmania just gets a free light into the entire team, as they've just been able to get so much space by denying Low 9 the ability to take a single fight.
Tuzi is doing so much right now. We wanted to see how Low 9 adjusted, and so far they do seem to be struggling. The Hela is trying to land the shots, but they just don't seem to be touched right now. Jerky's on the flank trying to get the flops, but the cart keeps moving. They just can't find the space right now.
Yeah, Jerky has to be the one to step up to the plate since the Hela is getting just continuously picked, but the Psylocke is getting immediately focused down the second that she shows up, trying to take that torch out of the mix. And in the meantime, Tuesday's just getting every single resource in the world. He is yet to go down a single time on this map so far, as Crisis has to swap onto the Winter Soldier, but Low 9 are down to the last fight. All Business have all of the ultimates, and none of the space for the defenders to even be able to touch. That was one of the fastest central pucks we've ever seen. That was not multiple fights. That was the one fight at the finish line of B, and then it was just continuous pressure turned up more and more and more by Tuzi and Welshmania, just forcing Low 9 to back away until eventually they ran out of space to give.
That car barely stopped moving at all. It seemed to stop maybe during the door animations. It's hard to tell. They were going so fast. As right now, we are seeing the adjustment. Jerky is like, nope, I'm done with this. Let's fight fire with fire. As they are looking at the Human Torch of their own. Satamoto's on the Venom. You want to dive us that hard in the backline? It is time for revenge, because that's what was happening so many times. We saw Gonski and Pinclone and Jerky just get taken out. Crisis getting taken out. It was always just the Human Torch just being able to shoot over the front line, and Welshmania being a menace on cap as well, just diving constantly.
Yeah, I don't know how impactful this Venom is going to be against the Amber, though, as Toot has been able to secure that one. What it will do is give another avenue of approach for the side of Low9, which does not get tied to the teleporter cooldown. As Venom, you can actually go to the right side and swing through. So just the way that we saw All Business try and open up the space with a teleport, forcing the swivel of attention from the defenders, which then opened up the space for the frontline core to walk forward. We could well see Saintomoto try and do the same, but it looks like they're going for a little bit of a slower burn. Saintomoto's not going all the way to the right, it's all the way to the left instead to be able to cut across and take away the high ground.
Jerky trying to siege the lower ground people, but will look to duel Tuzi if they find the opening, especially if they can zone away Snotst. They pushing on in. Tuzi diving deep, flaming media into the backline. They get them. Jerky is down by Closar, and Tuzi is once again asserting dominance on this Johnny Storm. They're zoning them out, sending them right back through that gate.
Yeah, this Venom, they're trying to have the burst damage potential, sending the torch alongside it, but the Psylocke wasn't able to commit at the same time. And also, this is something that we talked about, right? That Lunar resource, the Idol Aura, is being split right now between the Psylocke and the torch, which is eating in, is cannibalizing their sustainability when the dive essentially decides to go for that full commitment. Tuzi, in the meantime, he's the only one that needs the Idol Aura. He's getting all of these resources, and he gets all of the confidence to hold his space.
They're still going to try it once again, though. Saintomoto looking for an opening for the backline. Tozy sieging everyone who steps up. Look at that Pyro Prison covering so much space here. As once again, this doorway, it's very hard to play into a Human Torch with that, but Crisis is already taken down again. Saintomoto is focused down, will escape, but the presence on the board is gone.
Low9 are building up ultimates. They're not committing ultimates as of yet, so they will be coming to this next fight with all of their team having them. The problem is that they're not forcing ultimates from All Business either. These fights have been just shut down immediately. The defenders have had no reason to overcommit, and with the picks coming over onto the Vanguard line, All Business are just going to drive this fight even further.
Jerky trying to read into the duel, but Tuzi isn't taking a single hit. Here comes the Supernova from Jerky to try and create an opening as they push on, sieging with those fire tornadoes, but their team is a little bit further behind. Saintomoto looking for the dive freedom charge to hold them at the line, fade of both worlds. It's such a staggered push right now from the side of Low9, but they're still trying to make it happen. Crisis is sniped again during the opening animation for that dance of the butterflies. All Business pushing them back. Meteoram will take them. It's a double. Is this the opportunity for Low9?
This should be, but Tuzi is still up, and so is Toot. Psionic Seduction comes on through. It doesn't matter if Low9 can look at the torch. They're silenced, they're taunted, they're forced to run towards the ammo, and no one looks at Tuzi. He doesn't need a supernova, he's a supernova of his own.
Portal coming back in for the reset to give Low9 another chance with a minute left to go. Jerky swapping up to that, so they're triple Vanguard right now, and they finally get Tuzi with Jerky calling the levitation to get up to that high ground and take them down. Counter Portal to try and re-engage from 2-2 and also blocking off the spawn room here.
Saintomoto is going to try to just push on through. They're able to take down the Strange. Welsh Mania on the Captain America could potentially play the stall game and disrupt Low9 picking up this point. But the teleporter has been removed from play, and finally Low9 will be able to pick up A. But my goodness, what a difference between two teams in comparison of ease of picking it up.
But we have seen Low9 be in a position before where it looked like they were getting outplayed by All Business, and they brought it back in that first map. Can they repeat the success? They've got the dive. If they can find angles, if they can find targets and avoid getting picked up by that Emma, they may be able to try and push on in, but time is not on their side, because even if they do push in, the overtime is going to be extremely in favor of All Business.
Yeah, Saintomoto can't commit this Venom ultimate either until Gonski has the Fate of both worlds to give it that extra little bit of oomph with the 40% damage boost. Now that it's in play, but the Venoms are ready for us to burn that shield, and he doesn't want to commit the dive until the Psylocke's ready to come on through. The Dance of the Butterflies gets lined up with the Venom ultimate, and All Business are losing players in the back line.
Crisis has finally activated like a sleeper agent in the backline with Saitomoto. They clean out all business. It's a team wipe, and they are pushing on towards point number 2. They just need to try and hold these doors.
It's not going to be a clean sweep, though. Invis Boundary can still get pressured out, as all business have tried to have the damage to punch through it, layering both the Punisher and the Torch ultimates at the same time. Jerky is going to try and cut off all business's angles in the recontest, forces out the Freedom Charge from the side of Washmania. There's the Invis Boundary. There's the final judgment. Everyone from Low 9 playing outside of that Invis Boundary is potentially vulnerable, but they're able to just push themselves right into the center of it and have the sustainability to survive the Punisher and take Tuzi down before he can commit the Supernova to have the damage to punch through.
Low 9 are starting to believe. They push on through. The cart keeps moving. Tuzi's on their way back, but does not want to step out before their team arrives. Nos has realized that this is not going to go in their favor. They're going to back up, understanding point 2 belongs to Low 9. There's a huge time difference, but you need to be in it to win it. Low 9 need this 3rd spot, and they're now pushing in.
Time isn't the only thing that's different between these two teams, though. The ultimates are heavily in favor of all business, as is the poke positions. Low 9 are going to have to rely on Crisis yet again, jumping into the backline with Saitomoto on that Venom to open things up, forces the Invis Boundary. Everyone from all business is now going to have to play inside this AoE, or else they lose the healing effect, as Tuzi understands the space that Low 9 could pick up from the back of it and goes in with the Supernova, forcing so much space away from Low 9's players. The next time the fight begins, Crisis is going to have the ultimate, but are his team going to be in position to actually follow him up?
Crisis on the flank, consistently trying to be annoying onto Tuzi. Dance and a butterfly on the Venom, but they don't find the target, having to turn their attention onto the Emma. And while it's still elimination, that was a big ultimate to burn, as we do see Jerky trying to zone away with their own Supernova, chasing onto Welshmania, which they will pick up. They're starting to stagger all business, creeping up towards that final room. Final judgment at the ready for Slowpoke with the Psionic Seduction. Wolver needs to make sure that they are not taken down, and they're going to be the main counter tool to this.
2-2 has the Psionic Seduction. If you can manage to commit it and connect onto the strategist, it doesn't matter if they've got defensive ultimates. Slowpoke can still find the pick potential as Crisis goes for the dive. No dance of the butterflies. It's just distraction tactics to get Saitomoto into play. Invis Boundary has been able to bolt up and onto the point it goes. Slowpoke trying to find the damage for it, won't be able to find anything, but Invis Boundary falls, and all business still have ultimates to play with. Washmania with the Freedom Charge utilizes it to peel for his backline as the full dive is committed from the side of Low 9, and it's a matter of sustainability, a war of attrition. All business's respawn is right there, though, as are the numbers, and it looks like at the very last finish line, Low 9 will fall, and all business will hold on.
24 seconds left. There is time for a portal, but they need Saitomoto to be on that point, to be up. If preferably, being in the fight would be a preference, but they're getting targeted by Welshmania, buying time. With 10 seconds remaining, Welshmania will back up. They realize that they're going to be needed back on the point as Dracula's Castles. The last fight comes down to this. Crisis in the backline for overtime. Onto the point, Portal comes in, and it's going to be an immediate double while Welshmania does go down to the dance of the butterfly, and Jerky takes out 2-2, but there's no strategists available for Low 9. Everyone got blown up so quickly, meaning it's down to the Vanguards.
Tuzi on the Torch. No one can look at him. The Vanguard's just having to hold their defensives and live a little bit longer. And the Torch is on absolute top notch. Tuzi just gets so much value. It is going to be a couple of staggers coming on through, but the damage has been done. All business will be able to cement Central Park in their favor, and they'll be able to win the series 2-1.
So close down there at the end. 2-2 even swapping over to the Venom. Like you said, the spawn door being right there. Fast rollouts reinforced to hold the line. But it was the targeting of Tuzi, even using their body to hold the point, but more importantly, focusing down those strategists, keeping everyone off the point, and even changing their focus from the person who's on the cart to the arriving strategist as Luna, using their fast movement speed to rush back in. Gonski tried to reinforce in time, but with no ultimate, they just got burst down by that Human Torch. 14 final hits and only getting taken down 4 times.
Yeah, insane plays coming on through from Tuzi. Something else to note as well is that TP, the recontest that everyone on the side of Low9 tried to regroup around, that got disrupted entirely because Tuzi threw a supernova into the mix. Everyone came through the strange portal, immediately into Torch Ultimate. Like, there was so much you can see here in the replays. Just the forward thinking of Tuzi to be able to punish things like the Invis boundary and how static it is in comparison to a Fate of Both Worlds. We would see that he would literally, every single time Invis boundary came out, Supernova would just cover the entire area of effect of it, and it meant that Low9 just didn't get to utilize what should be a defensive, allowing them to survive and try and turn the fight within the next 8 seconds. Here you go, you can see right here. Invis boundary, Supernova, just fully cutting on off the disengagement angle. No opportunity for Low9 to live in the Invis boundary, hold on to their resources, and then plan in those 8 seconds into the next stage of the fight. It was just constant pressure, overwhelming pressure that they were just never able to eclipse.
They staggered effectively, they pressured effectively, and you can see the attention was swapped. They did try to turn onto this Human Torch, and while it must have been extremely satisfying for Jerky to use the Cape of Levitation to get up and just literally hit Tuzi in the face as Doctor Strange, there's only so much pressure you can put on when you're using 2 to 3 people every time to try and target a character who already gets bonus help from Flaming Meteor and has basically the pocket healing of Snost, always keeping them up. Tuzi, once again, showing how strong this torch can be in the right hands.
Yeah, there was a little bit of target focus difference as well coming through from Low9. They tried to target the torch, and then they started trying to focus down the backline, understanding that the torch was only so strong because of the amount of resources that were being put into him. That was those moments where we saw in terms of like point B, both the Psylocke and the Venom overlapping their ultimates, instantly hitting both of the strategists, making sure that there's no Invis woman. They can't just keep using Guardian Shield to give Tuzi not just cover to play around, but also healing effect that the Guardian Shield provides in its radius, which is absolutely insane. The amount of value, the synergy that you have. There's no surprise that those two are siblings because the gameplay and the kits of the Fantastic Four very much designed to prop each other up. So when Torch is in play, Invis Woman makes him that much stronger, and it did work on B. The problem was when you got to C, Respawn's being right there, ultimates having been burned out already, and then also the fact that there's an inside room that Tuzi is able to play around with, where you have to hard commit your players into just to be able to see even a little pixel of that Torch's hitbox in comparison to the Torch who just gets to play, even when we were looking at Tuzi's positioning on C, super high, pressed into that corner between a Guardian Shield as well. Nothing is touching him in that position.
And Crisis was attempting to adjust to this. They were sneaking through with the Psionic Stealth, attempting to get into the backline, but we mentioned it. We're just going to keep going on about it because it is so important. The pocket support of that Invisible Woman, just constantly keeping them up, having that fantastic force to keep you sustained if there's no one there at the time, which meant that Crisis did have to focus on other people for a lot. Like you said, they were trying to focus onto that Invisible Woman, but they're right at the spawn. They can back away, they can reset, they can regroup. It just did not find the stuff that they actually needed once you were into that point number 3.
Yeah, and even when you take out the strategists, the thing about Torch and Ultron is that they're incredibly hard to actually hit because they just like start strafing and their hitbox changes entirely. So the chances of you actually being able to take that Torch down before the strategist comes right back up, chances are you might find the pick, but Tuzi would be able to make it a trade. And at that point, the attacking team are so far away from their respawns. Every single trade is so much worse in terms of a currency exchange in comparison to the defenders because of the amount of time it takes for an attacking player to traipse all the way back from their spawn into the fight, however close you are to the finish line.
It's not over for these teams, obviously, all business. They are moving on in the upper bracket, so they are in for much better chance of qualifying for those playoffs. Low9, though, they are in the lower bracket. They still have an opportunity to try and earn their spot back here, and they just took a game off of a team like All Business, the MRC-invited team that just played that well. Low9 should be commended for that, but the victory is a well-deserved one for All Business, just because they did play better, they drafted effectively, and they were able to control that map so beautifully.
Yeah, I would definitely expect, though, that a lot of these teams, whoever does end up matching against Low9, Captain America first ban. 100%. 100% is going to be Captain America. If you have Captain America in your pocket, take a map away from all business. You don't want to have to deal with that Captain America. And I think for Low9 now, they get a little bit of an opportunity to go back to the drawing board and sort of look at that composition and think, okay, if the Captain America does get taken away from us because of the ban system, what is the go-to composition afterwards? Like, what do we still win with? Because relying on one specific hero when there are so many bans that come into play in this tournament format is never going to let you go far. Like, you have to be so versatile in terms of hero pool.
They tried to adjust it as they went on. They brought out their own torch. They were trying to deal with it, but like you already mentioned with Saint Tomoto, they were putting on a lot of pressure with this Venom, but it felt less impactful than the Captain America. Even though they were able to dive in, get out without getting taken out a lot of times, they weren't as sticky. They weren't as consistent. It was very much an in, wait, out, as opposed to a I'm here and I'm going to stay here until I get bored.
Yeah, I mean, the second that the Venom shows up, if Cloak and Dagger is in play, you're just going to get blinded, you're going to get vulnerable, and you're going to go down immediately. A lot of the time, too, one of the problems that was starting to occur on Central Park was that the shield, the E on the Venom, was actually being forced before the dive could be committed. So that's also going to be able to eat into the amount of time that you can commit to that dive, plus the fact that All Business were doing a very good job of just pulling their backline further and further back, so that when the Venom committed in, even if you had Jerky on that torch, go for the commitment at the same time, they wouldn't find the picks, and a lot of the time they would actually lose one of the players because Torch having to go for that aggressive a play where he literally dives into the backline puts himself in a very vulnerable position, because all of a sudden you go from a hero who likes to play super far away from the action where you can get poked down, but as long as you play around cover and Guardian Shield, relatively hard to take down, suddenly you're in melee range, and that becomes really problematic when you have things like EMEA, and she just hits Diamond Form, grabs you, throws you into the wall, and wipes her hands off you.
We're just waiting to see if we can get an interview right now, ladies and gentlemen, before we jump into our next series, which is going to be Team Peps versus Yoinkanda, so make sure that you stick around for that. We're very excited for it. But in this case, the question is, how would you have adjusted in draft? That is the first stage. We saw the Wolverine ban at the end. Is that still the choice? How do you deal with this torch? Is that the target they should have banned here?
I feel you probably want to either take the torch away or take the invis away, because we saw that torch was problematic on his own. It was being run without the invis on Yggdrasil at certain points before, but it became so much stronger when invis was coming into the mix.
And we do, in fact, have an interview. We have Toot Toot here from the side of All Business. For starters, incredible play. The aggression that you were able to put onto that backline was consistently terrifying.
It's actually not Toot Toot, by the way.
Oh no!
It's lost.
No.
We had some issues, so I had to jump in last second.
I apologize, we've been deceived. Well, who do we have the pleasure of?
Zinost or Znost, I don't really care how it's pronounced. The support player.
Okay.
The one who played Invis.
Lovely to meet you. And actually, it's wonderful that we get to talk to the strategist lineup, because we were talking about Tuzi and how much resources he was getting from the backline. Talk us through a little bit in terms of the resource management. Like, what does it take as a strategist player to be able to keep a torch alive and doing that well?
With our specific team comp where we had Luna and Invis, it wasn't that difficult because he would have the Snowflake and he would have the Invis team up, and I would just have to give him a shield every once in a while, and he calls out for us if he gets focused or if he wants to go into a fight. So we actually had a comp that allowed him to do what he does, and he's really good at what he does.
It really was, and it did show. But let's jump back to the first game where you guys got a huge amount of momentum early on, but then immediately after that started banning out the Captain America. Were you guys prepared for it? Saint Tomoto is quite a well-known cap, and it did slip through the ban phase.
We were actually prepared for it. We've been saying the whole week that we want to get rid of the captain, but then they first saved it. And then our second plan was supposed to be to get rid of the Psylocke so they don't have Captain Psylocke and can divers as much. But we kind of got lost in the draft at the end. We were a bit nervous in the first game. So then we messed up our draft. And then second game we realized that he was really that good as captain, so we decided to give him the respect ban.
So that was looking at you approaching the bans. In terms of that second game and then the third game as well, were you anticipating the bans that came through from their end? Did you think that the torch would be taken off of the table and potentially TZ would be able to play something like either the Star-Lord or the Psylocke instead?
We did expect the torch ban. We're kind of surprised that they did ban the Wolverine instead again. I guess Lockwood did traumatize him in the first game we played.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure every single Vanguard player, like, they get beaten by Wolverine once, and just immediately after every single ban phase, they're telling their team, ban Wolverine.
Yeah. That is something that I can very much understand.
So my question for you is, obviously you guys came third in the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 1, but after that, you were one of the teams that entered a little less tournament-wise compared to some of the others. What is your practice schedule like leading into Ignite once you had that invite?
We did around 3 to 2 hours of scrims for 5 days a week, and then this last week we upped that to 4 hours of scrims a day because it is the week leading up towards the tournament. And we tried out a lot in the previous couple of weeks, and then this last week we kind of brought everything together and had our draft ready, and now we're confident that we can do well.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win. Absolutely love getting to see All Business back in the driver's seat, and best of luck with your next couple of matches.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are getting set up for our next series, which, as we already mentioned, is going to be Team Peps versus Yoinkanda. That is a heck of a match. This is another one where it could go very excitedly if Team Peps have been in the hyperbolic time chamber.
I mean, this is one that I'm not going to lie. If it doesn't go 3 maps, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed. Peps have changed how esports and Marvel Rivals gets played, so I cannot wait to see what they're working on, and we'll be seeing it in just a little bit as we can have a look and see how that last game is going to be impacting those standings, as we now know that All Business were able to take the win 2 versus 1 against Low 9. We get to see that last game of the day is going to determine who they're facing up against next.
Zero Tenacity versus Blood Karyudo, a game that so many people are looking forward to, but it's the other side of the bracket where we'll be finding the result for first. Who will be the opponents for Insomnia is what we will be deciding between Team Peps and Yoinkanda.
Yes, and we will be determining that with the next game, which we will have for you right after this break.
Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss.
기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 이 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래 그래 승리 완명해 The fate of the birth the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 이 세계 운명 한도 믿어 날 때까지 세계 운명
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA region. I am Got Moxie. I am joined by Tetcha, and we just had the first free map series of the EMEA region. Hopefully, though, not the last.
I very much expect it not to be the last. We have two of what might be the closest games coming up right now. We're heading into our third series of the day. It will be Rachel Baguettes and his Team Peps versus Yoinkanda.
Yes, all arms indeed. This is going to be, I hope, a very, very close one. Yoinkanda, a very storied team in the Marvel Rivals esports scene. They've been around since the very beginning. The roster has changed somewhat, and then it's changed back to more closer aligned to what it was originally, though we still do have a couple of pickups coming on through from different teams here and there. Team Pep's also going through a couple of changes since we last saw them, as we can have a look and see of the Team Peps roster as they lost some of their key players like Ken and Alex. Sure, DRP, Leaf, Hardest, Aura, and Larry now going to be forming that backline strategist role.
Leaf and Hardest are two legendary players in both tournaments and on the ranked ladder. But I want to call it back to something you mentioned before the break. You said that Team Peps were a team that changed how Rivals is played, and we need to hear about it.
Yes, so Team Peps were the original team that determined how to play the spawn hold. It originated on Spider Islands, and it was best seen against the team Virtus Pro. Team Peps were the first team to be able to take a map against Virtus Pro, who were yet to drop a map in 6 months of game time, and it's all around taking free fights on the defense. You play incredibly close to the attacker spawn, and then when you lose that first fight around spawn, you throw yourselves onto the cart and just manage to make sure it doesn't push any further. One of your players, normally a duelist who died early in that fight, would then swap onto the range and teleport everyone back directly onto the cart, and you would guarantee have 2 fights afterwards. But one of the teams that they did match wits with in the past has been Yoinkanda. So Yoinkanda very much aware of those shenanigan strategies coming on through.
Legendary roster. We're talking 3rd in MRI with players under Fnatic, 7th to 8th in MRC. They lost to the team that came 2nd. The former OG players have had an insane run of Etsu and Snays, 4th in MRC Season 1. They are a legendary roster, but there is one player I definitely want to talk about, and a character that I want to talk about. We've seen them in almost every single game today. We've been seeing the Punisher, who has had a rise to prominence throughout this Season 2.5. And here is why. We, of course, did have the infinite ammo. We used to see that almost exclusively as a counter, sometimes to fires or against the Groot, as Punisher with infinite ammo cleans up the walls. But with the infinite ammo being retired, the Punisher received a little buff, getting a little bit of a Final Judgment movement speed buff, making him a little bit more rapid, an increased magazine size, and a little bit of increased damage with some spread reduction. This means with the Punisher being able to beam targets from a distance more accurately, having more ammo to break group walls on their own, and the rise of the flyer meta being a hit scan hero makes him insanely valuable in these big matchups. And there are very few players who can play him as well as Monk Mura from Yoinkanda, who has a sordid history in their own right. 2nd with Yoinkanda in Season 0, 3rd in Fnatic for the Marvel Rivals Invitational, and then 7th to 8th with 0% in Season 1, before finally coming full circle, right as you said at the beginning, back to Yoinkanda for Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Yes, there's been a sort of like development of 2 teams essentially forming into Yoinkanda. We had all of the original cores, and then we had players separate off into likes of Fnatic, also a little bit of time done on XO, but a lot of the time they would still be working with other players. So every single time that they left Yoinkanda, they would actually be moving away with another player who then returned back to the team. So the synergy between these players was still developing on a personal level, if not a full team level, which means the trust, the timing, the coordination is all going to be very, very fluid, even though this roster, this iteration of it, is a little bit younger in comparison to some of our other teams who are unchanged if you take the likes of Virtus Pro.
So we have the innovators versus some old hands, experienced, varied and spread experience. You already mentioned Fnatic, XO, OG, even in the form of Etsu and Snays. This team is, I think, the best possible definition of a super team, and they are coming in right now.
Yeah, Vanguard's going to be taken right off of the rip in terms of those ban slots. Magneto taken off for both of these teams. Yoinkanda going to be able to secure the ammo pick coming on through. Peps not going to be able to ban that one out, but now Peps get the opportunity to insta-ban into insta-save. So if they want to go for a one-sided Lunar Snow, they absolutely can have the forecast Blizzard for them, but it looks like they're going to actually secure the mirror ammo pick instead.
No snow, but yes, frost, locking in Emma on both sides as we start to move into some backline protection. And of course, if there is the potential for a Peps Lunar protection, you do not want it to be double with the possibility of Loki cloning the fate of both worlds. And we will see the mirror for Team Peps taking it away from Yoinkanda.
Yes, a lot of the strategist backline has definitely been hit by these picks and bans. Peps might want to try and secure the Wolverine. The Wolverine is one of those duelists that they are known for. but it looks like it might actually be a little bit of debate there. They decide to swing for the Punisher instead, as Young Kanda now are going to be able to have a ban to take away something that Peps have not yet saved. We've already seen the Luna and the Loki get targeted. Magneto has also been targeted. They can't go for the Emma because Peps have already protected it. Is it going to be a hit onto a duelist, or do they further diminish the strategists? They take the Wolverine that Peps were thinking about protecting, so a very good ban on the side of Young Kanda.
We know that Blacksaw is one of the most legendary Groot players in the game. So not only have they removed some of the counters for that, they have also opened themselves up with their own Punisher for Monk Murder. It's a classic combo that they love to run, but we did see Peps. They did protect their own Punisher, so they do have at least something to take care of the walls. Now time for
they just ban Groot?
ban. I think they should, honestly, legitimately. It's so strong. They're going to get rid of Storm, though. Very sensible. Storm plus Punisher means you're being hit from 2 angles, can snipe the backline very effectively. This is going to allow Etsu, though, to move on to the Wolverine of their own.
Yes, Etsu does like playing the Storm, and also if you have a one-sided Storm, then you get to be so much more aggressive. Just like when you have one-sided Adam, when you have one-sided Soul Bond, any cooldown that either gives you speed boost or damage boost or damage reduction allows you to just play first. If it's into a mirror, you want to use a second, but if it's into a non-mirror, then you can go immediately into the mix and out-tempo your team, and that's exactly what Peps are going to be looking to secure. My worry is that Storm has suffered into the Psylocke in the past, but then again, with the Luna also having been targeted on the strategist lineup, that Psylocke has been significantly weakened, as Idle Aura is not going to be around to babysit her health bar when she goes out of LOS of her backline and aggressively tries to play into either the backline or take down the duelist in question.
It's a party in the spawn room as everyone is getting armored up. We are, in fact, seeing Blacks on that Groot. There is a Storm being hovered for Leaf, so they're going to try and bring it, and they're even bringing a Groot of their own.
Oh, a Mega Hurricane combined with Strangling Prison is not going to be a fun one for everyone on Young Kanda to deal with, as it's going to be Groot for both sides. My eye is going to be on Vertigo, a little bit less proven in terms of experience coming over from these players in this lobby, as Beetle throws in the first of those seeds, just trying to buy a little bit of poke percentage before we move to the actual fight taking place on the low ground. As everyone from Pep scouts out the Wolverine, and everyone bundles up to make sure if he tries to look for a grab, they're going to be able to peel.
Found it with the jump pad from the rocket onto the flyer. Goodbye, Leaf, as they clean up the first pickup of this game. And Young Kanda going to attempt to capitalize, zoning away, trying to use that percentage damage to punish the Emma, to get onto the Groot through the wall. Not able to isolate them too much, but it's still enough for Monk Murder to get the elimination.
Etsu, full rage as well. Etsu and Snaze can play as aggressively as they want here too. Whenever the Emma has that charge, the Wolverine with the rage, you're going to be able to melt down these players. Pep's immediately spotting that they lost the first fight. They don't want to play the Storm into the retake, especially if the Wolverine's in play, given the fact that healthful and a higher healthful for a Mega Hurricane is going to make this one much easier to target down in the ultimate, as it's going to be up to Beetle to open up the fight, going on first with the Captain America, in part with Leaf on that Psylocke, giving the space for Hard to come through with the final judgment before Etsu has had the opportunity to grab and play out early.
The Groot walls plus that Mind's Aegis, they are shutting down everything, completely zoning away as they're going to push into that backline. The counter from Monk Murder returning from spawn, trying to get on through, but the internal bond is making it much more difficult. Takes out Leaf mid-animation again as Etsu finds another pickup onto Harness, and they are in control right now. Silent Seduction for the turnaround, and Cap in the backline. Beetle is going to try and hold this and force Young Kanda off the point.
Etsu, though, full rage, is just gonna be able to use those Savage Claws and act like the Vanguards are a scratching post right now. This Wolverine is entirely unstoppable. It could well be a 100-0, as even though Peps are going to have the Invis boundary to place onto the point, whether they'll actually get to use it on the point is another matter entirely, as Black Star can utilize the Strangling Prison and just catch them before they even hit the point to stop OT.
Prowling turret up on the high ground. This is how they got taken out last time. Leaf was able to get the flank and get the quick blow up. This time will not be so lucky as Monk Buddha out of the turret already. Will be backing up. Blacks is taking a lot of damage here. Going to get healed up. Looks for the re-engage. They have that strangling prison. Trying to put some punishment onto the EMEA process. Hardest once again with the final judgment and the invisible boundary for the counter. And this time with the carbon crush, they lock down Blacks and get the elimination, forcing Yonkanda off the point.
Yeah, Yonkanda tried to survive it with Invis Boundary. Rather than Eternal Bond, they will have Eternal Bond for the next fight, crucially against the Psylocke, and potentially if DRP wants to throw in Psionic Seduction to better lay up Leaf's ultimate. Having that CC block from Vertigo's Eternal Bond is going to be very good for overall survivability. As Yonkanda still holding on as well to the Strangling Prison, playing up onto the high ground. They don't have to worry about clearing off a Wolverine. They want to clear off the Punisher turret first, but that's giving time for Leaf to wrap all the way around. If they play to split, if the backline hovers backwards rather than going aggressively with the front line, this Psylocke ultimate is going to get maximum value.
Leaf going to be backing away, gets pulled in with the force physics, but will not be picked up here. There's a lot of hypermobility there. Larry able to just get away from Monk Buddha, who was going in for the full blow-up, as Etsu will get sniped by Beetle Dance in the butterfly. Once again shut down. Leaf just cannot get this off.
That's so unfortunate. He starts the ultimate so incredibly low. Peps, though, were able to utilize its silver lining as a distraction. Yonkanda had to mobilize to take the Psylocke down before the ultimate came through, and it allowed Peps to just keep holding on with this Punisher, as well as the double Vanguard, the Anna and the Captain America, just too stalwart for Yonkanda to remove. They still haven't burned their ultimates, though. Strangling Prison from Blacks hasn't had an opportunity to use it. Peps doing a very good job of cutting the grid down before these fights begin, as they've been able to scout out Etsy's location and already force the Wolverine back.
Trying to creep their way in from the flank side. Introduction from Snaze. There's a big ultimate advantage in favor of Yonkanda, as DRP is going to match 1-for-1, trying to pull them in as they drop to the low ground. Yonkanda, they need to creep in as it's 94%. They have to touch the point, but Leaf is on the backline with the cap. Straggling Prison comes on out. Monk Buddha just makes it into the invisible boundary to get that follow-up damage, as DRP will be taken out by Snaze. Black Suit pushing on through the invisible boundaries, preventing the follow-up as they will get melted by Hardest, who held on to the final judgment. Beetles in the backline, but if Etsu can find the isolation, this could be big in overtime. Yonkanda trying to hold this. DRP is going to teleport back in.
DRP goes for the range, like you said, for that teleport play. Dance of the Butterflies from Leaf catches all of the players from Yonkanda off of that point. And that's Peps managing to shore up their numbers. They're trying to body block. Flax has gone for a strange teleport of his own, and it allows Vertigo to come on through with the Eternal Bond. Yonkanda suddenly have all of the sustainability. Peps are going to have to just absorb the ultimate and try and come back with the picks afterwards, but they're not given the opportunity to do so. Monk Buddha comes out with the final judgment, and Peps are ripped apart.
The immediate counter, Larry with the triple on the cloak in the backline, trying to clean them up. Leaf one more time. Hardest takes out Etsu, and Peps got the first round. They got the turnaround. They just got that Eternal Bond in time to sustain through the last part of that fight, allowing the turnaround with the Terror Cape, with the burst. What a counter from Peps.
Cloak and Dagger. I don't want anyone saying Cloak and Dagger is weak. These Cloak and Daggers have been healing 22,837 from Larry in one round, and crucially, only visited respawn once. Like, it's so important and impactful, the AoE heal that is attached to the primary, the Light Force Dagger for the C&D, because it means that your strategist ultimate, it builds up so incredibly quickly in those overtime fights, where so many bodies are stacked one on top of the other, and one Light Force Dagger is going to be bouncing out onto multiple players and just rocket charging up the Eternal Bond.
They got the Eternal Bond, they got the wraparound from behind into the Terror Cape, into the burst. He is literally 4-1 right now. He is in the backline causing problems. What a huge save from Larry. Hardest speed boots the team out with that Jeff, swaps to the Punisher, as they can of course zip line back into their team.
Etsu, this time around, not on the Wolverine, gonna be on the Psylocke. trying to just put up a little bit of pressure, potentially also trying to just poke down some of these vanguards before the fight properly picks on off. Yoinkanda getting into position, but Beetle is already in the back line. Snaze opens up the fight though, finds the pick onto DRP. Without that Emma, there's no diamond form. There's nothing to just stop Yoinkanda from getting aggressive and walking forward, and they will be able to pick up the first fight.
Beetle in full retreat, being chased down by Etsu. Yoinkanda, they are full of rage. They are back to reclaim point number 1. They want these points. They want to move on, but they're going to have to wait for the re-engage of Peps.
Leaf goes over to the Winter Soldier, so we are going to have counter dive play coming on for new variants of CC, as well as potential pressure for Blacks to try and force some of these walls defensively rather than aggressively, as Beetle is just the epitome of aggression right now. In he goes, making sure that he gets to play his full life, as Etsu on the side lane keeps up the pressure. Hard is forced to go in with the final judgment, trying to chunk down the Emma before Psionic Seduction can just spell the undoing of the team.
The Dart of the Butterfly into the straggling prison for the attempted burst. Yoinkanda trading 2 for 1 as Beetle with the freedom charges keeping everyone off the point. DRP with the Psionic Seduction to shut down the remaining people who have pushed up here. Nice catch onto Etsu for Hardest to pick up the elimination, leaving just Blacks to get zoned out by the map transforming, and they're going to get a little trapped here if they're not careful, but they will be able to escape.
This is potentially dangerous for Yoinkanda, although they're holding on to this point, they're not giving it up. Larry is going to have the Eternal Bond, but he's not going to get the opportunity to use it. DRP goes down, split away from the players of Peps before the CD can ult to save the Vanguard, and now with final fight approaching, DRP is forced to go for the strange teleport.
Hardest is sieging in, making it seem like they're pushing down the main route, but it's all about this portal up to the high ground for the re-engage. They get a little bit stuck on themselves here, but it's going to be the final engage. Nice force physics to try and put the team in 2 as Larry is forced immediately to drop the Eternal Bond. Final judgment to once again focus Gru, who gets melted.
Huge melt on the group before Blacks could come on through with that strangling prison. Yoinkanda could potentially have played for second swing of that fight, given the fact that, like you said, force physics forced out the Eternal Bond so early into that engagement. But with the hit onto the group, Yoinkanda were not able to play for second, and now they're going to have to play into the retake. Yes, they're on 99%, but it is a scenario that we have seen multiple times. Teams 99% down on domination have been able to find the turnaround all the way from 0 to 100, and Leaf still holding on to Kraken Impact could very well be the meal ticket that begins Peps' approach.
Holding on, they have the invisible boundary as well, so they can try and capitalize all the way through it. Eternal Bond dropped extremely early. Here's the dive, straggling prison to push on through. Etsu melts 2, 3, Montbunner onto DRP, and Yoinkanda clean up off the board, and they got them all so close together that I don't think a portal can come out in time. Yoinkanda are going to even up the score here.
1-1. We're going to go another round, and now it's so important that both of those teams in that last fight didn't just take a match and torch their ultimate economy, because in domination you carry that ultimate charge over. So these teams are still going to have ultimates to kick off this first fight. It's not neutral. It's not even at all. Leaf has not been able to utilize his Kraken Impact a singular time. By the way, he's been holding on to this for 3 fights in a row.
Had the similar problem with the Darts of the Butterfly earlier on. Yoinkanda are just so locked in on Leaf, just making their job as difficult as possible. Right now, Monkmudder and Etsu both with 8 final hits themselves, but it's not too far behind for Peps, Hardest and Leaf, both with 6. They're creeping up, and the fact is, this is even so far, but with ultimates 3-3.
Vertigo, having burned their ultimate in the last fight, actually swaps over to the Penny to give everybody the armor packs. So Yoinkanda are going to have a little bit of a lead in terms of the overall sustainability when it comes to the size of health bars. This Black's out, back on that group now. Peps going to have to think very hard about how they want to commit against a group. You can't go into side lane. Not playing inside those small claustrophobic spaces, you have to play a little bit more out in the open, and that's going to lengthen out the poke phase, allowing Yoinkanda to actually creep towards some of the strategy's ultimates.
Mokubuda dropping the final judgment extremely early. Eye of Agamotto comes on out, gets 3 members, Etsu, Vertigo, and Sylvie, but they're still tagging on through as Mokubuda is picking off DRP right now. Leaf finally got the Kraken impact, taking out Mokubuda. That's most of the damage done onto the Emma, pushing through the smoke bomb. They can't find the target right now, and Leaf unable to get the reset, is going to get zoned out, but the healing output is insane, finding Blacks.
I mean, Leaf was utilizing Kraken Impact, yes, to try and find picks, but also to take advantage of the CC immunity, and then he gets to survive. One of the really critical things about Winter Soldier is that even if you don't hit your abilities, it still gives you shielding. So he's receiving that shield from his invis, but he's also, every single time he uses one of those cooldowns, getting shielding himself, which allows Peps to hold on, live. The burst damage is coming through from Yoinkanda, and now they're in control of this point. They can put so much more pressure onto Blacks, who's going to have to burn a lot of these glue walls just to guarantee the team's safe engagement as the dance of the butterflies comes through. But everyone from Peps are so stacked, they're able to just spread the damage amongst them. Invis boundary comes out, but Hardest even through it goes down.
Gets targeted completely by the Emma. Everyone moves in while Blacks wasn't able to find the straggling prison. They are able to drop a huge amount of damage output. Leaf and DRP go down as well. And Yoinkanda are dominating this fight. Spore Bomb impact elimination there. Aura is picked off. And we are seeing Yoinkanda claiming some points back, but it's almost 50% already for Peps.
Beetle is going to have Psionic Seduction, however, Monk Muda comes on through with that final judgment, also gives you CC immunity. So the Emma ultimate is not going to have the same level of pressure. It's going to be a race between these two teams to try and deny the win conditions. As Punisher turret comes out from Hardest, ripping into all of the defenses, coming on through from Yoinkanda, allowing his teammates to start moving on forward, taking away these group walls, getting Beetle into a forward enough position that Psionic Seduction can potentially be used. And Monk Mother wants to slam that door immediately shut. Out comes the final judgment before Peps can get on point.
Trying to focus onto that cloak and dagger as they dash on through. The Eye of Agamotto finds nothing as DRP is wiped off the board. Leaf gets caught in the Carbon Crush, but the extra healing from that Eternal Bond is giving them a lot of extra time. Etsu Dance to the Butterfly finds no one else. DRP can pull them back in if they need to, but I expect they'll probably try and wait this one out. Snaze with that Psionic Seduction expiring. Leaf is targeting them this time.
Leaf on that side lane is about to get pressured out by Etsu, as Hardest is actually going to utilize this final judgment. Yoinkanda's play is a little bit split. Peps think that they have the advantage. They're going to be able to shred through the Garou walls. Might as well be putting them in a paper shredder right now, as Hardest is able to round the corner and take down the stragglers, and Peps will be able to find the flip, but it comes at the cost of a strange portal.
They are completely ulted out. Vertigo has that Eternal Bond here. We're at 77 for Yoinkanda to 60 for Vive Peps. They have their opportunity to try and make their way back in. But Yoinkanda, they do have almost that Dance of the Butterfly. Invisible Boundary is almost here, but that's a pickup with the Bionic Hook. Leaf takes out Etsu and Blacks.
Oh, that was such a crucial pick too. Etsu was so close to Dance of the Butterflies. Peps now have got a window of grace to build up the strategist ultimates, and they're just going to keep pressuring. They're going to force Yoinkanda into potentially investing in ultimate before the fight goes over to point, draining their resources away. They think better of it, however, as Leaf backs up a little bit further, waits until he has the Kraken impacts in play, but all the while Larry and Auracil are building their defenses. They're going to have ultimates by the time that Yoinkanda brawls.
A lot of damage coming out. Trying to push on in hardest with the culling turret. The walls will block them out a little bit here as here comes final judgment from Mukmuna. Eternal Bond to keep them topped up as they're trying to push on in. Larry is trying to counteract as Mukmuna comes in one more time. Again finds them, and Kraken impact will come in. Leaf taking out Snaze. Etsu gets hardest with the Dance of the Butterfly as Mukmuna is cleaning up right now. This could be it for Yoinkanda to get themselves back in as Beetle, the last remaining person on the point, is wiped, but Yoinkanda used everything.
Yeah, Peps weren't able to use two of their ultimates. One last fight. Peps have a very small opportunity. DRP has got to go onto the Venom just to guarantee that one of them has the touch, as the Strange TP is still on cooldown. If Yoinkanda can find the Venom and deny the potential tap with the Emma Diamond Form, it's all over.
Leaf is creeping in from the side as well. Here comes Hardest to create an opening with the final judgment. Trying to get onto Blacks. They've touched overtime, ticking down, but they're not finding any elimination. Snays will finally get picked up as they run them down here. Claiming on the point as overtime ticks down. Peps reclaiming control. Yoikanda, they have to pull the trigger. They have to step up. Blacks using the wall to buy a little bit of extra time here, but everyone else is getting picked up off to the side. There's no one left to touch.
It was the ultimates. Peps just had the ultimates for that last fight. And they do such a good job, too, of organizing who goes for the touch. It's really risky if you send DRP into touch first. So they actually put it to Hardest so that he comes in with the final judgment, that CC immunity. Even if they're playing into an Emma who has Diamond Form up and available, she can't grab him out of his ultimate. And then we saw the amount of pocket that Punisher was getting. Aura Stealer donates the Guardian Shield and actually staggers it out. For every single step that Hardest takes, the Guardian Shield gets repositioned so that the Punisher gets that shield block, gets that heal, has the means of rounding the corner, of denying the players on the side of Yoinkanda who heard the Punisher voice line and scattered off into the far corners of that point, trying to hide out and live. They were denied that window of hiding as the Punisher was just free to go wherever they pleased.
The damage output was insane. It was even being boosted by Larry, who not only did the highest healing with 57k, they were even able to get eliminations, do some good damage output of their own, and boost Hardest damage output on that Punisher. This was just a well-executed comp by Peps, timed well with those ultimates, like you said, and making it so much harder to get onto the targets they needed.
Yeah, I mean, Peps' coordination, no matter the iteration of roster, has always been on point. It's always been absolutely stellar. And getting to see them just work off of cloak cooldowns, getting to be incredibly aggressive for those points when everyone is vulnerable on the side of Yoinkanda, and then also making sure that everyone is stacked on top of each other so that Larry builds that ultimate super quickly. When Veil of Light Force is up, everyone is stacked on top of each other so they're all getting the 15% healing boost while sitting inside the dagger dome. You can even see here, Hardest's health bar barely plummets because he's getting to play inside so much strategist utility coming on through from the side of his backline.
And with that, Peps take the lead in this best of 3. We already talked that we thought this game would be close, and we are right. Team Peps, they've been away as opposed to being a full roster. They've been playing individually on different teams. They've come back, reunited, and shown that they are here to stay.
It's surely going to be now. Game number 2, adaptation has to come out. Instantly, my question is, do you take out the Cloak and Dagger? Because Luna, incredibly strong. Loki also incredibly strong. But Cloak and Dagger, as we've seen, like Peps, their game plan just revolving timings around that particular strategist and the utility that comes alongside it is probably next to none we've seen so far. But we'll see with game number 2 after this break.
Today, the age of Ultron begins. Termination. Challenge me, you animals. Emperor's protection. You would have failed without me. The virus takes hold. Extermination! All targets eliminated.
And welcome back with Team Peps taking game number 1. We need to see how Yoinkanda adjust. We were talking in the break about how do you deal with this Cloak and Dagger, because if you ban it, you leave Luna, you leave Loki, you leave Invis. There are too many options, and we did come up with a couple options, didn't we, Moxie?
Just one-shots, like anything that one-shots is honestly the answer to Cloak and Dagger. It's always been like a push and pull between Cloak and Dagger and Magneto, where everyone would just Meteor M the Cloak dash in the middle of Eternal Bond, and then Cloak and Dagger players actually started getting around that. The tech would be that you would start your Eternal Bond animation in Cloak form rather than Dagger, so that the second that you got out of the animation lock, you could go in with your iframe in anticipation of the Meteor M coming your way, or you would make sure that one of your dashes was either into cover to be able to block the Meteor M impact, or underneath one of your Vanguards who would be able to shield you. Then obviously Magneto on the allied Cloak and Dagger play would also be able to provide bubble. But one of the other things that we've been seeing from time to time is Iron Man utilizing his maximum pulse to be able to one-shot, or as we saw yesterday, Namor with Luna getting the damage boosted Horn of Proteus, so that you can have that maximum one-shot value inside the inner circle and time it as the Cloak is mid-dash.
And these might have to be the options, as we've been seeing consistently all day. The Magneto that we just went into all that analysis about is banned so consistently that it's not really an option that can be considered, at least at this stage. But, of course, it does allow the EMEA to make it through, who can catch the Cloak, but it's extremely difficult.
Yes, you have to be able to get your diamond form off, and then you have to be able to kick them out of the AoE strips of Eternal Bond. I'm not sure if we are going to see the Cloak and Dagger being removed from play, because Cloak and Dagger is strong, but Luna and Loki make other things in the team giga stronger and are also immensely strong strategist lineups. So no surprises that Yoinkanda are still going to be prioritizing taking the Loki, taking the Luna out of play. They do, however, have another ban slot, and Peps have not protected the Cloak and Dagger. Do Yoinkanda pivot into denying the CD from Peps' end now?
Punisher makes it onto the board once again. We just know that Black loves playing that Groot, so they're making sure they have that tool, Wolverine, removed to kind of telegraph that that might be what they're trying to do. And they do not ban out the Cloak and Dagger, keeping that focus onto the Wolverine. But now with the last protection, it looks like we'll see Yoinkanda with their own Punisher.
Yeah, so Punisher's going to both have the mirror matchups. Magneto being off the board for both teams is also going to be able to give the Punishers better strengths. However, Peps have the last ban, so they can start targeting some of the things that this composition want to be able to play around. If EMEA and Punisher are taken off of the table, they can't target those down. What they can do, though, is remove the Storm. Yet again, as we have seen, they've tried to get away with one-sided Storm, and it didn't work out the greatest on domination. But now that we're into Midtown, well, that's another matter entirely. There's a lot of really good levels of verticality. There's a lot of really good cover that Leaf can take advantage of. Something to note, though, is that Peps innovated the Defenders free fight spawn holds, and Midtown has seen a whole new evolution of spawn hold now coming on into the Season 2 meta.
We saw it earlier, but the question is, have Yoinkanda also been practicing it? Are they going to try it, or is this just a little bit of pre-armor before they leave the spawn? We will find out as we head on into Midtown, heading to Avengers Tower with Herbie. And will this be heading on into the upper bracket for Team Peps?
Yeah, we're anticipating this to be a free map series, so Yoinkanda are going to have to find some way of turning this around. Cloak and Dagger is definitely going to be something that they have to keep the eye on. Potentially they try and split Peps' attention so that Larry isn't able to stack as many of these Light Force daggers and also catch multiple bodies with all of the utilities, given how forward-facing a lot of those Cloak and Dagger beams are. And it does look like Etsu on that Wolverine is going to be trying to just pivot that attention a little bit further away, as Peps play on the high ground, so no close hold coming on through. Leaf on the Storm just going to keep up consistent pressure coming on to these players of Young Kanda, but also you can see pivoting the camera around and trying to figure out where Etsu on this Wolverine is flanking from.
We obviously can see him through the walls, but the players can't. Trying to get around behind. And we are seeing Yokanda already making some good progress, pushing them back to ambulance, finding a lot of space. We've mentioned it before. So much verticality on this map. Leaf is taking advantage of that and is sieging in from a distance and while damage boosting their team when needed. And speed boosting to make sure they can stay mobile to try and avoid that Wolverine who comes on in, targeted. And it's not going to be enough for the finishing blow, but they will finally lock them down. Etsu just refuses to get KO'd.
Yeah, Etsu refusing to go down, thanked in part by that Wolverine's passive. But we've already got the first ultimate on the field. Invis boundary to counterplay it. Monkmother's final judgment does come out in a glorious triangling prism from Blacks. Almost catches them on the outside of the Invis ultimate. Actually forces Larry into having to invest the Eternal Bond. So both strategist ultimates burned on the side of Peps in one singular fight.
But they did do so to hold the line, and they burned a lot of ultimates from the side of Yoinkanda as well. Monkmother and Sylvie both going down. And with Beetle, Hardest, and Leaf still having those ultimates available, straggling Prison into a Mega Hurricane. We talked about it in game number 1. They have the potential for it now, with only Vertigo having that Eternal Bond as the counter currently.
True, but remember, Wolverine's damage gets amplified off of health pool percentile, and Leaf is going to have a lot of HP inside that Omega form. Hardest goes in with the final judgment. Leaf doesn't even utilize the ultimate, it's just Pocket Punisher coming through right now. Lovely diamond form into hold onto Blacks, just to keep him in position for the Punisher ultimate to melt down the group before Strangling Prison can come out from Yonkanda's end. And Vertigo invested the Eternal Bond in that fight too. DOP comes out with the late Psionic Seduction to just stop Yonkanda's clean disengagement. As Peps understand, they can push for more here.
Last Stand trying to dive onto him, and Mokamura takes out Beetle, and the Omega Hurricane in the building to try and capitalize, to try and stop this counter push and give Beetle time to reform, but gets walled in for just a second. Is able to back away, but loses all of that bonus health as another final judgment is coming out. Struggling Prison, and good night. Yoinkanda are heading to point 1, but Beetle is already on the Strange.
Yeah, that wombo combo. Aura Sealer is going to tap onto this point just to stall it out long enough for the Strange TP to come through. The recontest from Peps. DFP is also swapped onto the Captain America just to have a little bit more tankiness. Survivability, however, will be punched through almost immediately with the focus fire coming on out from Yoinkanda's end as they dispatch that last second recontest. And that last second recontest is going to pay for Peps' distance now, because look at the amount of room that Yoinkanda have to work with. All of B is free real estate, which means all of the setup plays for Etsu on the Wolverine.
Playing up on the high ground, group walls on the ceiling, getting targeted down thanks to the rapid you mentioned. Wolverine finds onto the group and it gets immediately caught out, pulled in with that force physics, trying to focus once again onto Black's. Hardest with the final judgment is melting through everyone, pushing them back, and will keep control. And once again force a reset as Vive. Peps take back control.
Etsu?
Oh, hello.
Etsu's position right now is so far behind Peps. If they don't scout check this Wolverine, worse, if they have to use oh no, they break the turret! Oh, he doesn't manage to find the grab onto the Punisher as Hardest falls out of his CC!
Not able to get the elimination. This does mean that Etsu is spotted, but they are able to back up into their team, looking for the reset. Omega Hurricane straggling Prison once again ready on the other side. Black's just about to have their own straggling Prison. Etsu dropped incredibly low as a Psionic Seduction. It's going to come out, forcing the Omega Hurricane, but yeah, no, I don't really want to deal with that. They just disengage with it.
Yeah, full disengagement. Omega Hurricane traded for an Eternal Bond, Psionic Seduction, and Final Judgment, all coming through from Yoikanda's end. They do have to be careful though, as Blackside is going to have the Strangling Prison. But where's the Wombo? It might just be default damage from that Wolverine. As Psionic Seduction now comes out from DRP. Peps trying to retake back into this, but Beal goes lower and lower as Blacks's will stay standing longer and longer, and Peps are falling apart at the seams.
Aura Stealer is all that's left, gets taken down to prevent the stagger, and we will see Peps forced back to point number 3. Yoinkanda have the momentum right now, forcing them into spawn so they can teleport out.
Leave. He's actually going to go for the Winter Soldier. He's seen the amount of momentum that Yoinkander are getting, also the forward positions that all of these individual players are holding. And he's now going to be onto the Bucky with Bionic Hook to potentially punish if they're split and separated, as well as looking for hooks onto that Groot. Etsu, though, look at the position that the Wolverine is taking. He's looking for that flank angle. He's waiting for someone to walk around that corner and get grabbed.
Trying to find a target, but instead going to get targeted down, picked off by Aura Student. In the meantime, Beetle has swapped off of the Groot, is now back on Captain America, and is in the back line, causing issues, allowing so much room for Peps. They regroup, and they've set up on the cart, holding it at the top of the stairs of the Fist building.
Yeah, Yoinkander now potentially going to have to part with one of their ultimates, and Peps will just be able to back off and play that corner. The hook comes on through. Leaf manages to fish out the Groot. It's going to be Eternal Bond now coming out from Yoinkander's end. Monkmother trying to find the picks through the inverse boundary. Finds hardest on the other side. Beetle with the Freedom Charge has to try and give Peps the sustainability as Leaf is playing the card, stalling it out and getting a Kraken Impact off.
Trying to find the turnaround. Kraken Impact's coming in from Etsu, gets the double, finds Leaf, who, like you said, was playing a bit far back, trying to get a capitalization, but they had no follow-up due to Black's landing that straggling prison. They weren't able to drop it, but they have held onto their ultimate. Etsu, no more worlds to conquer, so they'll just use it for a little bit of verticality.
Yeah, Yoinkander getting to utilize the wombo combo there. Groot scooping everyone in, and Kraken Impacts managing to take onto everyone. Leaf is not going to have that same level of luxury, so Yoinkander playing much more split in anticipation of the Winter Soldier. Oh, what a hook! Trooper's Fist sends the ammo directly into Yoinkander's back line. An Eternal Bond is broken. It's not going to be in time to save the Vanguard. Peps down one, have no choice but to invest ultimates.
They're pushing on in. Sylvie will drop the invisible boundary for the counter. It's the only ultimate they have available, but Vertigo about to have an Eternal Bond of their own. Etsu finds Larry. Hardest is falling, and while the entrance to the spawn is that doorway there, they're creating so much space already. Blacks is walling out. Monkmother through the invisible boundary, melting everyone with Etsu finding the final hits with the Kraken Impact. This is going to be the triple for Yoinkander.
Yeah, Black's out is just having so much more follow-up with this group, with the Strangling Prison. Every single time Yoinkander uses Strangling Prison, it's finding value. It's either forcing ultimates because it's scooping everyone on the side of Peps outside of that invis boundary, or it's getting paired up with either Etsu or Monkmother coming and prove the Kraken Impact or the Final Judgment. When Beetle is going for those Strangling Prisons, we don't see that same level of follow-up coming on out from the side of Peps. And a lot of the time, too, Peps were getting punished with the positions that they were taking, where Etsu was able to tease. And Larry would try and use the Eternal Bond to save the player, but the heal only starts coming through once the dash animation has completed the first time. And even then, a lot of the time, Bionic Hook into Trooper's Fist means that they're so far away, the distance that first dash reaches is not enough to connect when a player gets grabbed out.
I don't want to alarm you, but Blacks is starting on the Penny and Vertigo is starting on the Rocket while they're on defense, and they haven't swapped off yet. Maybe they're armoring, but if so, they're taking a long time to do it.
Oh, no, that's the close hold.
Yes.
Okay, so this
the door,
is...
though.
Yeah, this is interesting because some teams, this was the original close hold on Midtown where everyone would sequester themselves up on this left side of the map rather than the right side. The difference is, though, that all of those walls are breakable. As we're going to be seeing Pep swap onto, is it the full counter composition to this? Yeah, there's the Squirrel Girl. There's the Storm. Triple Duelist comes into the mix, and if Yoinkander decide to play themselves into a small space, well, that's Squirrel Girl having an absolute time of it. As Leaf with the Goddess Boost is going to give everybody damage boost, and poor Yoinkander are just stuck in a corner. But Blacks actually finds the first pick onto Hardest with the mine.
The Nest picks up Hardest. They're holding the line while they're getting targeted and sieged by the Squirrels. Finally, DRP is going to find the opening, pushing on in, looking to try and wrap around for the lockdown with the Squirrel Guard and the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami to clean out the room. That is going to be a team wipe. Everyone else who survives is retreating. Gets the pick up onto Sylvie, who was trying to pull a sneaky one, but that is going to be Peps breaking the whole. But they did burn almost a full minute.
No, okay, there's the strange TP. I was going to say, the free fight map hold does hinge on a strange TP coming into play, as it's going to be black swapping over to the strange, so no Groot on the side of Yoinkanda right now, as onto main roads they're going to portal, not onto payload. So instead of free fights, we're down to 2, as DRP keeps up the spam, keeps up that pressure. Leap of the Omega Hurricane is going to be looking to pair it up with the Strangling Prison, as DRP is just an absolute menace right now, forcing so many of these cooldowns. Yoinkanda sitting on a horde of ultimates, but who's going to get to use that first? It's Beetle with the Strangling Prison, and it's not even a Mega Hurricane, it's just basic Goddess boost from the Storm, and Hardest with the Final Judgment, ripping, tearing, shredding through 2 strategist ultimates.
Even taking out the Cosmic Yard Amplifier, Monkmuna takes out Hardest in the end, but once again it is Yoinkanda getting cleaned up. We called about the potential for a solo Vanguard composition, and Vibe forced into one. Peps will lock it in. They haven't needed to swap yet, as they will cruise on into point number 1.
They're going to have the Squirrel Tsunami as well.
They can't
in
swap
this
yet.
next fight, which is really bad news for Yoinkanda, because normally the first fight that we see the defenders take is inside that small tunnel just there. Beetle's looking to try and force them right back into that space tier. The walls, the seed bombs, all keeping up the pressure. Good force physics does connect onto the group, stopping Beetle's shenanigans as Blacks crests the high ground. Thinks about potentially threading an Eye of Agamotto, and the Hardest on this Punisher is absolutely unstoppable. They're all forced into a small space. DRP is holding the Squirrel Girl ultimate, just waiting for the right opportunity.
They force them down the stairs. The team is completely split. Monkmuna drops low, but will get topped back up. Sylvie gets found on the isolated side, able to get away. But has that Eye of Agamotto. Monkmuna with the Final Judgment. They can try and blow up Pepsi, but they've got to be prepared for the Squirrels.
Have they cleared the strange? No, they haven't! He comes on through, but the Gorilla from Beetle blocks the Eye of Agamotto follow-up, and Beetle Strangling Prison is the thing that connects instead. Hardest overlaps the Punisher Final Judgment. The blind from Larry, the Terror Cape accuracy catches all of the players of Yoinkanda, and it's just over in a flash. B picked up for Peps, and they head into C with almost 5 minutes in the pocket.
Will they finally swap off of the Squirrel Girl? It's kind of working, though, running this solo Vanguard to bring back that second Vanguard if they want to. Currently, though, they do have 17k damage with 20 KOs. At this point, if it's working, do they just want to keep going?
Oh no, Etsu gets picked before Dancer the Butterflies can force the invis boundary. Peps have so much momentum. Blacks has finally offered the strange onto the Groot, but that just means that DRP and Hardest are going to be ripping those Groot walls down far faster than he can put them up. And this is Peps with the high ground angle, just getting to just deny all of the off angles that Yoinkanda want to take. The closer you play, the more value the Squirrel Girl finds. Even gets to scout check Etsu before he can come on for the ultimate again.
Psionic Seduction to try and lock them in. Auracila with the invisible boundary, keeping the team topped up as they push on in. Dance of the Butterflies and Strangling Prison. This is the commitment from Yoinkanda, trying to get onto Hardest, and they will be able to win the 1v1. But in the meantime, DRP is finally taken out. It looks like Yoinkanda, slow but steady, may be able to win a fight. So Mega Hurricane is getting targeted down here, but Leap is committing everything to this.
Sylvie holds on to Invis boundary as well, refuses to pop with the ultimate, understands that a Mega Hurricane is not the thing that you have to worry about, it's Strangling Prison. That and Squirrel Girl Stampede, because DRP is still on the Squirrel Girl and still holding onto the Tsunami. Is the ripple effect, the one drop in the ocean, going to be the Squirrel Girl ultimate that blows points the open? Strangling Prison comes on through, the Grey Walls come on down, Monkmuna with the Final Judgment rips through the defenses of Peps, and a fast fight cements Yoinkanda's hold yet again.
And Sylvie still has that invincible boundary. Yoinkanda are just trying to stagger, and DRP is stuck in the constant loop of, oh, don't worry, I'll swap when I ult. Oh, we're still winning, I guess I'll keep going. Oh no, I have ult again. Just constantly trapped on this Squirrel Girl. But the thing is, if they have more ultimates now. They can try and commit, they can try and dive, and they can try and burst. They're just sieging through these root walls so quickly.
Where's Etsu? He's looking for the backline. Out comes the Dance of the Butterflies, and away goes DRP. Hardest had the Final Judgment too, but he gets taken down mid-ultimate as Peps didn't commit a strategist ultimate to keep himself standing. They decided to hold on to them before we head into this next fight, as they've still got to find a way to break through the fortification that Yoinkanda have around the fist building.
Back to second Vanguard. We're already in DRP, up to 69% for that side introduction, but Snae's already charged up. It's 2-2 currently in form of ultimate. Make it 3 as Yoinkanda charge up quickly. Beetle getting targeted so aggressively here. Zion introduction for the commitment. We're seeing Yoinkanda go on the aggressive because they have so much time to get through. That is a multi-person lockdown with the side introduction straggling Prism for the turnaround attempt, but they can't seem to out-damage the healing.
And this boundary, late from Aura Steel, is going to keep everyone intact on the side of Peps. DRP with Psionic Seduction too means that no one can try and turn around and dispatch the Kraken impacts as Leaf comes on forward, finally finds the picks. But Yoinkanda, we went into this 4.5 minutes on the bank for Peps. Now they've got one more fight and potentially a contest at the finish line with under a minute. Strangling Prison and potentially a combination of Final Judgment off of the back of it. But Yoinkanda still coming up with ultimate advantage, and if Etsu is in mid-ultimate state, he's not getting scooped by the Guru ultimate.
They're going to try and push on in. Here comes Sons of the Butterfly, dropped early. If they can try and stagger early, remove some of these pickups, then they will have a huge advantage as the time goes on, but they don't find a single pickup. Etsu is dropped extremely low, is forced to back away, but Monk Muda will find Beetle. Hardest looking for the turnaround, but it's picked off. Monk Muda wins the 1v1 as they push on in. They've staggered 2 members of Peps, and they're still pushing back.
Yoinkanda now just pushing Peps further and further around the corner. Beetle, no choice. Hand has been forced, has to go for a teleport strange play onto that payload to hit into overtime. Larry is holding onto Eternal Bomb. This Cloak and Dagger has been the saving grace for this team before Strangling Prison from Black scoops everyone up, but they don't find the picks up of the back of it because Larry's got the sustainability. Out it comes onto the main road. Vertical matching his a little bit later. Snae's gonna hit the win condition. Sylvie too, about to hit Invis Badger at the same time as Aura Steel, who finds the first pick. Etsu gets taken down. Yoinkanda still holding onto their Invis Boundary, investing it later after Aura Steel, as they just have to live a little bit longer as they've been able to deny the Kraken impact. And Peps now have to bank on Psionic Seduction, managing to get themselves over the finish line, and it might just be enough. Sylvie is down. Vertigo falls. Etsu coming back from spawn isn't going to be able to tap on in time, and that's going to be Peps taking it finally all the way.
In overtime, a little bit behind Yoinkanda, but they made it in the end. We are heading to our first official overtime of this series. If Yoinkanda can win it, we're heading to a map number 3. If Peps win it, they move on in the upper bracket. It comes down to this.
If you're Yoinkanda right now, you're thinking about how quickly Peps were able to take A and B off of the attempted spawn hold strategy. Yoinkanda have a little bit more time to think about whether or not they want to replicate those strategies, as they are going to be attacking first with Peps defending, and Peps decide that they're going to stay very far away from that spawn hold. It can be really, really strong if you manage to full hold and pull it off, but if you lose that fight and you get stuck on that one Vanguard rotation, the snowball play that can come through from the attacking side is something they just cannot allow with what little time bank both of these teams have.
Looking at these stats here, Hard is 16 final hits, Monk Muda with 16, Etsu with 15. Leaf has 9, but the ones they have got have been so important, finding those Kraken impacts in that final fight. And that multi-man bionic hook was what allowed them to turn that round, landing a multi-person stun, which gave them the opening to push in for that final third cap. It comes down to if Yoinkanda can close them in with 1 minute and 28 for Yoinkanda, 1 minute for Peps.
EOP already on the Squirrel Girl, sees out that it's not going to be a spawn hold, swaps immediately onto the Emma, as it's going to be everyone on side of Yoinkanda. Just hold up on that high ground. Etsu trying to build up Kraken impact as quickly as possible. Hardest on the Punisher turret, already allowing that payload to start moving around the first corner as Leaf tries to dispatch the Punisher turret on his other side, utilizing the Trooper's Fist just barely, managing to make it around the corner. The same cannot be said for Hardest though. The Punisher is down. Yoinkanda's not blood in the water, and like sharks they gather, ripping and tearing, taking away Peps' regroup status.
18 seconds remaining. Peps need to make their way onto this car. They can't afford to get taken out again. Harness trying to whittle people down from below. Weaken them. Has the culling turret if they want for the option as the final judgment is coming in for Monkmortar. Takes out DRP. And it's a chase all the way back to spawn. No one's there for the delay. It's a hold at 57 meters, 30 centimeters.
Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. They're still entirely winnable. But it's going to likely be a close hold coming through. And yeah, there it is. DOP's already on the penny.
With 50% more time, Yoinkanda have everything going in their favor, and Team Pep say it's time for just delays. It doesn't matter what we do, just every single second counts, so just make every step as hard to take as possible. They're looking at possibly a triple Vanguard here being hovered as DRP on the penny, Leaf looking to potentially go for the EMEA.
Okay, I like the triple Vanguard play because what you're doing is guaranteeing Larry is the first one in this entire lobby to hit ultimate. If you hit Eternal Bond, you win. Nothing's going to be able to get a pick through that. Not that early on. The problem is that Yoinkanda on the attack, if you go for this hold in this little building that DRP is currently fortifying right now with all of the penny nests, Yoinkanda have the ability to see this out and swap to a duelist heavy composition that shreds through any sustainability that Cloak and Dagger can offer neutral. Especially if Vertigo is going to go onto the Mantis and you're just going to damage boost every single one of your duelists.
They're looking at the Moon Knight. That could be the perfect duelist for if you can just get the shots into this building. You can just try and bounce those shots onto the penny. That's exactly what's happening here. Arc is dropped. They're rushing on through and immediately the position has been surrendered.
Yeah, Edsu on this Moon Knight is still getting to punish too because you catch them on the disengage, they're still stacked up, they're getting all of the Onk bounces, and Edsu is an absolute monster, about to hit first ultimate, and you can just put it on the point. Peps have no choice, it's so close to the finish line. Someone's got to step up to the plate and contest. Sylvie finds the first pick, Beetle is taken down. Peps will be able to answer it back though with the revive. The BRB from the rocket brings Beetle back into the mix, and DRP just sitting there with the CC, the penny affords, not allowing Yoinkanda a single inch.
Moving up to the high ground to make sure that they have the defense on the flank just in case someone wraps around. Yoinkanda creeping forward. They've got 30 seconds left. They've got to move approximately 20 meters in order to try and lock this in. Beetle is holding the line, trying to open up as Yoinkanda have created a massive concave, completely surrounding the members of Peps.
Larry does have Eternal Bond. Vertigo a little bit behind on it. You have to be careful too that you don't dash into one of those penny mine one-shots as Peps are still trying to fortify themselves. Blacks holding the line, takes the generator down. No mines to have to worry about. Out comes the Eternal Bond to try and live everybody through the final judgment from Monkmortar. Yoinkanda throwing every single ultimate at the wall. It's right here, right now. Every single player presses their buttons to see who's going to be able to live longer, and the answer is Peps. DRP managed to hold that position. Yoinkanda are reduced to the 2. Make that the 1. Snaze holds the line with Psionic Seduction, but it's not to be. And Peps, though, just have to deal with the respawns. Eternal Bond from Yoinkanda. They do have the faster, the closer respawns. Out comes Monkmortar on the Iron Man armor overdrive, being utilized, burning, blitzing through all of the players from Peps. Belief with their own Psionic Seduction. Taunts, silences, stops Yoinkanda from positioning.
And they can't reach in time. Snaze tries to rush in with the Carbon Crush, but they are zoned off the point. The silent introduction of the group walls kept them too far away. The penny damage making the objective just too painful to stand. And Team Peps take the 2-0.
We said that stranger things have happened. We also discussed how just well-adjusted Peps are to those close holds. They are the team that engineered the composition, the strategy in the first place. What better team to be able to pull off a close to hold on Midtown than Team Peps? And they do it again.
DRP with the casual 30k damage on the Vanguard while also playing Squirrel Girl for a large chunk of that game. Harness with the Strange Portal to reinforce. They could have been picked off. They were eliminated very early by Monkmortar in that fight, so they made a sensible decision. No egos, only defense. Coming back in, making this a 4 Vanguard comp at the end just to make sure the bodies were on the point.
Yeah, crazy plays as well from Beetle. Over 100,000 damage blocked.
Oh my
coming
God.
on through from that Vanguard. Then again, they were on group for the majority of the mixes. They were the solo Vanguard when we saw the duelist heavy composition coming on through from the side of Peps, just taking full advantage, snowballing down Yoinkanda when they had so little Vanguards to be able to play with. As Peps, it was rough, definitely, when we headed into C, but the second that they were able to just get that payload over the finish line, they could turn their sights to that sense of comfort. Like DRP here, just being able to send in that Squirrel Girl Tsunami and deny the close hold from Yoinkanda in its entirety was insane, because when Peps break that close hold, they get multiple picks, as opposed to Yoinkanda, they only found the one, and since Rocket is in play, BRB Station brought them back immediately into the mix.
They just always had presence. They when someone went down, you mentioned the Battle Rebirth beacon, brought them back. When someone got picked off again, they swapped to the Strange. They always just prioritized being on the board. Nothing else mattered. When they were targeted and tried to be pushed out of the objective, they ran back in and flanked and repositioned. They even flanked with Penny to just try and make sure that the objective was being held, with the spider spawners on the objective to just make it rough to stand there, and it worked.
Yeah, I mean, that Penny generator, like, you having to go into some really tricky positions to break it, right? Because if you try and pick yourselves through the Penny nest, you potentially run into those minefields, and you will not have a fun time if so. But then again, if you're trying to use a strategist ultimate, inside those Penny nests, you do need to clear the nests before you utilize it. So, like you said, them doing a very good job of just putting those generators in really tough positions, forcing Yoinkanda out of position, keeping the Penny anchoring on the payload too, getting to play inside her nest so that she has that continuous heal tick coming on through as we finally, it's been so long, we finally get to see actual meta Penny Parker strategies, because until this moment, the only time that we would ever see Penny Parker in full professional esports play would be on Holo Tajalia, when Penny Parkers in Attackers Spawn would find the lineups and send those mines and connect onto the defenders as they walked out of Garage.
We saw a little bit in some more amateur play, but these teams, they found a completely different style of play here to just make sure that they can mine up the biotic spider nests, plus that 50 armor that was constantly coming out because they did have the team up with the rocket. It gave them so much extra stickiness as well. This patch has done so much for Penny, and while it's not viable every game, they found the opening and they found the opportunity. And Team Peps, you talked about it, they innovated this kind of spawn hold, and they use it to great effect here.
Yeah, Peps, there's one team you never want to be in a potential full hold situation, and it's Peps, because they will be able to pull through. They're such a good team at just isolating you down, at being able to deny those first picks coming on through from the attacker's side, especially with the Rocket BRB. Like, it really did feel like, especially when we saw the Mantis coming on through from Yoinkanda, that they would have the damage boost, they would have the inspiration onto the Moon Knight, those Onks would bounce, they would absolutely just shred through everybody. But it was denied immediately as everyone from Peps spotted it out and just went, okay, we're going to have to change strategy. Everyone out of the small room, onto main road we go, but we can still full hold.
And we have our interview ready and waiting. We have Leaf from Team Peps coming in. And for starters, welcome, congratulations on what must have been a rough game.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy about our performance. I'm still stressing so much from the match. It was very intense, but I'm very happy we won.
It was incredibly intense, like that full hold that you all had to pull off, and then also the overtime that was coming in, Yoinkanda having so much closer respawns. Talk us through a little bit what was going down, because obviously picks were coming out left and right from both teams. Yoinkanda having the closer respawns are going to be able to come back into the fight so much faster. What were comms like in that moment?
I think for like a few seconds, no one was talking because we started losing the fight, and we were like, oh, it's okay, go for next map. Then Beetle got a huge Groot ult, and everyone started screaming random words. I started to kill people that was all screaming. Artist was calling that he was tipping, and I still have no clue we won this fight. I guess I have to watch that, but yeah, it was pure chaos.
And you were also able to land a multi-man bionic hook in that last push of the second round there. Was the call out for that just trying to target a quick elimination? Because you held on to that Kraken impact for quite a while.
Well, it's all mind game between the Groot and the Bucky. And I know Blacksu a lot, I've played against him a lot. And I know I'm confident enough that I can get some hooks into him. So I always call it for my team that, okay, I'm gonna try to hook, be ready to follow. But I guess I got a bit lucky because every time I got multiple people with one hook. But yeah, we try to play around it, that's why we swapped the Storm to Bucky, try to have like more clutch potential.
We saw you try to run the Storm multiple times, both on Midtown and then on Domination as well. Was there a particular reason other than playing into the retake that the Storm just wasn't working on that Domination round?
I don't really know exactly. I think the fact that they have Wolverine changes a lot of things. And we struggled a bit. I still think that Storm is fine, but maybe because it was an official game, we are all stressed, we are all talking more. Maybe swapping from something that is very like, let's say like disciplined to something like more trying to clutch potential was maybe better for us. That's why I felt like I was gonna swap Storm to Bucky. But I still think Storm is overall a better pick in this composition, but it worked out.
And we have to ask about it, of course. In overtime, a minute and a half left, you guys decide triple Vanguard, Penny, Rocket, Lockdown. How long have you been cooking it? Do you feel it worked as well as you expected? Because it did win.
I think the last time we played something like this was during trials for the team, which is like at least 2 months ago. We never played something like this, ever. We saw some teams playing it, so we had an idea about how we want to do it, but we were very lost. That's why we were moving around trying to find where we should play. But yeah, it was just a last minute try because we were getting all so close that we had to do something.
Another close hold, perfectly pulled off for Peps. You guys must be incredibly happy. Thank you so much for joining us, Leaf. Congratulations on the win. We'll let you get back to the rest of your team and de-escalate from what was definitely a very tense couple of rounds coming on through.
Thank you. Goodbye.
And with that, our day is approaching its ultimate game. We have one series left for you, ladies and gentlemen, and I've been keeping a little peek on the chat, and they agree that this is one to look forward to. Zero Tenacity versus Blood Karyudo is going to be our next map. We've got top-level players from MRI, we've got top-level players from MRC, including an ex-console champion for Season 0, but first, let's look about what we're going to be seeing over the next couple days. With Peps moving on, they'll be playing against Insomnia, whereas Yoinkanda will move down to the lower bracket to play against Dusty.
Yeah, it wasn't quite a 3-0, but with how close, it might as well have been, Teche. It was still one of the best matches so far that we've had in the EMEA region. But like you said, this last game of the day could potentially blow the matches that we've had so far out of the water entirely. This is all to play for, all on the line for both of these two teams.
This is the final round 1 game for all of EMEA, and then we'll be moving on to lower brackets. We'll be moving on to the winners brackets games. We have so many incredible matchups like Brimber and Patapim versus Shmungus, but we will have to wait for that for tomorrow. But first, coming up, we have Blood Karyudo versus Zero Tenacity, and that will be coming up after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Go, my children. Make yourself useful.
by the eye of Agamotto!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time
is time. We are here. We have had our first 3-game series. We've had an overtime, and now we have one of the most highly anticipated matches. We are truly blessed here in the EMEA community for Ignite. We have Zero Tenacity versus Blood Karyudo. I'm still Tetcher. They are still Got Moxie, and I'm gesturing the wrong way. I forgot the camera was reversed. We are getting hyped.
Yeah, don't worry. I do that all the time. Every single time. It's way worse when you do it in comms and you say, I'm ulting left, and then you ult right, and it's like, oh. Especially when you're the strategist who's meant to tell the team which direction you use your first dash for Eternal Bond with. But thankfully, we're not looking at our gameplay. We're looking at much better players' gameplay. We're getting to see so much organization, so much adaptation and innovation, as well as already getting just 2 days. We've had 2 days of the Ignite group stages getting to come on through, and everything has changed in comparison to what we were seeing in the qualifiers. Like, it kind of makes sense. A lot of the teams who made it for the qualifiers didn't want their strategies to be read out by the players who were already in those qualifiers. The teams, obviously, who already knew that they were a part of it, having a little bit more time to adjust to the Season 2, being able to instantly start scrimming on the advanced band system in comparison to some of the teams coming through from the qualifiers where they still had to play on the standards. But we can have a look and see these players that are going to be participating in the last game of the day, starting things off with Zero Tenacity, which is a little bit of a Frankenstein composition you and I were discussing in between the break. We've got presences coming on through from 0%, we've got presences coming on through from Ecstatic, so a lot of very familiar names, Ducky being one of them. And if we do see the Groot continue, that's definitely one to keep your eye on, as he has been a globally ranked Groot in the past.
Newton is also someone who has both subbed and coached and managed and played for so many teams around the industry that they are just a known commodity that they are good. It is just a fact, as they are going to be rolling in here currently with the Spider-Man, but I don't know if we'll see that on the rollouts here. But we have technically seen one Spider-Man, but it did not get as far as they wanted, except for yesterday, where of course Necros was.
Yeah, but that's just Necros.
That's just Necros.
He's always going to be on that Spider-Man potentially, as well as that Panthers. We can have a look and see the team that is going to be Blood and Karyudo. Another couple of compositions coming on through here, where we've got some presences coming on out. We got to see a lot of Gainer in the Invitational, as well as Crazy Kitty and iMonkey also being really standout players from this team. And I'm hoping that we get to see some of the personal player picks coming on out, which is definitely going to be making that picks and ban system very interesting to see how these two teams dance around each other.
But this team is one that a lot of people are looking out for. When I was casting the qualifiers, Leo, who is, of course, going to be playing here for Blood Karyudo, messaged me saying that they have only been a team for about an hour before the sign-ups ended. They joined up, they've been practicing a bit together, but they only really locked it in minutes before they had to start, and then went all the way to the qualifying game, taking a map off of Burbur Patapim in those qualifying games after being a team for that short a time, and then in qualifier number 2, beating Schmungus in a 2-0. This is a team that, while new, has receipts to back up that they deserve to be here and should be feared.
Yeah, I mean, newness sometimes is actually a huge boon, a feather in your cap, because it means that a lot of these other teams haven't had the opportunity to look over your gameplay, analyze your strategies, and then come up with counterplay. So for all of these teams, and there's been a little bit of time between the qualifying stages and the group stages, it is likely that Zero Tenacity, well, I say likely, it's pretty much a full positive that Zero Tenacity and all of these other teams have been looking through those replay codes to see what exactly Blood Karyudo was doing, as we can head into our first picks and ban phases for this last game of the day. And no surprises, as is tradition to form, both of the vanguards, Magneto from Zero Tenacity and Blood Karyudo, going to be claiming the one-sided EMEA.
The Loki gets removed. We're likely going to see Zero Tenacity lock in the Magneto of their own, or they could try and prioritize one of the strategists, but no, they want to make sure their front line is safe. We should also talk about the fact that a lot of the teams, including the Karyudo, have picked up coaches since qualifying for Ignite. As a coach yourself, you know how big of a difference that makes.
Yeah, I mean, the picks and ban phases off of just like coaching. We even actually heard it in the interview stage, right? Where Seidamoto was able to get that Captain America for the picks and bans, even though they were like, yeah, we were probably going to ban it out, and then make sure that the dialogue didn't get to come through afterwards. And then it kind of fell apart under the pressure that we had. And it really does go to show that picks and bans, it's not quite to say that you win or lose in this phase, but it has a humongous level of impact. I would say it's about a 65% weighted advantage if you have a better pick and ban phase in comparison to your opponent.
The Ultron has taken out the hover on the Adam protection. Really throw a wrench into the gears of Zero Tenacity, and they now have to be scared. Is this a forced ban onto the Star-Lord now just to prevent that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just potentially a Star-Lord. Teams have started to play triple res differently in that they don't really play triple res anymore. It's not a Guardians composition. We still see it from time to time. It's still a very strong composition to have in your back pocket, but there's a couple of different things that you can slot in here and there, namely the lack of the Magneto. Like, you can still cover it with an Emma, so I would be unsurprised if we did at some point potentially see that Adam come into play on the side of Blood Carrier, and yeah, there it is. It's going to be Emma Strange as the Vanguard lineup. Adam's still going to be in the mix. We just have to see what Zenny is going to be deciding to go with.
We do have a champion in our midst here. Leo is the MRC Season 0 console champion for EMEA, and now they're bringing out that Adam Warlock. They're a big with the soldier player, but now going to try and buff up that storm, get those revives in, and of course Adam is a hit scan character, can punish enemy storms or human torches and get pretty reasonable burst damage.
Yeah, I mean, Adam was literally the thing that prevented double flyer meta from developing in career in Season 1 when Torch and Storm were in the mix. Everyone just went for the Adam Warlock, and they would put the duelist player on it. Prolifically Happy being probably the most famous, and those double flyers would just get minced down within moments. So if you do want to try and go for a flyer approach, that Adam being hit scan is definitely going to be a problem that Smash is going to have to deal with on the Torch.
Gainer's going to be opening up extremely aggressively, spots the Wolverine running past, but they're going to go in for a different wraparound, scouting, looking for the opening. Is it the high ground? Just trying to find someone isolated. That's going to be the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, onto the backline they try and go. However, Lugia on that Wolverine is going to give them a nice window of opportunity to turn the tables onto Blood Carrier instead, and it's Gainer who gets carried away by the Feral Lunge. Lugia still hasn't burned out that rocket jump pack cookie either, as Newton on the Punisher on off angle, just entirely uncontested, as everyone on the side of Blood Carrier had to just deal with the Wolverine rather than the Punisher instead.
Jeff is here. Jeff Nado on the board as Blood Carrier begin to try and force their way back in. And we do in fact see Nez on that human torch, meaning they're going to have to land some good shots from Crazy Kitty, and Leo might have to try and use that cosmic magic to get a little bit of extra burst damage.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Blood Carrier to play into that retake, because this Punisher is just untouchable right now. He's getting all of this pocket, and Blood Carrier just have no angle to put up pressure onto Newton, who's already 60% to that first final judgment. In the meantime, the longer you take to rotate into that Punisher, the more value Smash is, as, oh, that's an unfortunate misclick. Actually, no, Blood Carrier swap off of the Adam Warlock, so the Soulborn being invested there is not going to be felt, as it's going to be Leolaz now on a Punisher to match.
A little bit of extra point and click to try and take out Smash, to try and burn through that front line. If they can get onto the point, it's going to be great for the hold as well with that culling time. But right now, Smash Nez is mostly uncontested, using the Flaming Meteor for that bonus health to make sure that they get out of danger.
He's got the Supernova too. Ducky 1 is going to have the Meteor, and Blood Carrier lacking the Magneto on the other side to absorb the Torch Ultimate, and out it comes, right into the path of the entire stack of players. If they try and run away, they're just going to take so much pressure coming out on the disengagement from the final judgment, and Zero Tenacity are just not allowing Blood Carrier any opportunity to come into this fight.
They were able to survive the initial last stand from Lugia, but they were forced to back up Newton, melting through. Now the counter from Leo, who gets eaten by the Meteor Ram. Ducky with the triple KO. And this is Zero Tenacity on 99. And overtime ticking down. That is just it. Round number 1 is going over to Zero Tenacity. There's no one portaling.
Yeah, I mean, Zero Tenacity, 1 Vanguard. And they just have so much burst potential. They have so much burst potential, which means that even though Blood Carrido have the one-sided Storm, could potentially utilize the Goddess boost to just out-tempo their opponent, they're not given the opportunity to use it. Every single time they try and maneuver the Storm into a position, they're getting shredded down by a hit scan on the other side of the map. And this Punisher, if you try and turn to the Punisher, you're not looking at the Torch. If you try and turn to the Torch, you're not looking at the Wolverine. Like, you can see, Newton goes down once. Smashnas on a Torch? Not a single time!
They can't target him. They can't go in. They're going for a triple strategist once again. The Storm has been abandoned. It's time for the Star-Lord. There's a Torch in the game. We bring out the Master Aerial Duelist. While the Torch can get huge burst in close ranges, those iframes from the Star-Lord and Crazy Kitty could be the tool they need to try and turn this round.
Yeah, the Star-Lord's wings have been clipped, though, by the lack of Magneto. He did not manage to make it through the ban phase for the side of Blood Carrido, but Zenny with the Mantis can still stack the damage boost and the heal. As we can see, yet again, TP comes out from Gainer looking for an isolated target. Out jumps iMonkey, hasn't been able to find a player to grab onto just yet, but they have found isolation. The problem is the Pyro Prison from Smashnas just makes it so much harder for Blood Carrido to hold that position. Finally, they've been able to commit into a fight, though, in the close quarters, which sets up the ammo to get the value that they've been looking for.
2 people pushed off the map in that fight, and it's going to be Blood Carrido. They do lose Leo, but it's Adam Warlock. They can cocoon them back to the fight if they want to, and they will, to make sure that they have bodies on the point, and they will claim the initial cap. Keeping with this Jeff, by the way, even without the Storm.
Yeah, and this is rework Jeff too. So that primary is going to be healing allies and damaging enemies. So the more the players are stacked, the more value the cap on the Jeff is going to be able to find, as Lugia is looking to find an opening, gets scouted out immediately. Smashna has also denied an angle to utilize the Supernova to instigate the fight. As Zero Tenacity hunting, searching for a way in. It's gonna be Winnie coming on through with the Psionic to force them away from that pressure of cover into the Torch Supernova, just connecting onto so many of these players getting stacked. But Crazy Kitty with the Galactic Legend, tiny sliver of HP, gets the full resource stack from Zenny and immediately goes right back up to 4 to stop Zero Tenacity from picking up any momentum off of their opening.
Not enough for an elimination. Neither team is finding the opening as in comes the Eternal Bond into the final judgment. Newton is melting through. That's going to be a soul rejuvenation from Zenny, who is melting here. Karmic Revival for the turnaround there, which will bring back everyone here.
Karmic Revival, but Zero Tenacity are still holding on to ultimates. Crucially, the last stand, one of the best ultimates to counterplay the Karmic Revival because everyone gets revived, stacked up, and Lugia is claws out, scratching down the entire force of Blood Carrier, who are going to be able to potentially draw out this fight, but given the point flipping, we can see that Crazy Kitty is actually not going to go for the revive and will hold on to the cooldown instead.
And with that, they are forced back to base. They still have Aya Bakamoto and the Psionic Seduction 60% of the way towards that Galactic Legend once again. And 80% of the way through the point compared to Zero Tenacity's 20. This is still completely doable for Blood Carriudo, but they have to find an opening. That culling turret, Mind's Aegis, will prevent it from capitalizing as they try to deal with this very aggressive Canadian who is trying to find the flanks.
Yeah, but Gainer is just going lower and lower and lower. Blood Carriudo are trying to base Zero Tenacity into taking a fight out in the open so they can utilize the higher poke pressure that they have as a composition. But Smashnas on this Torch has been able to build up another Supernova. Monkey's going to try and shut it down with the Psionic Seduction connecting onto the Torch. Smash going lower and lower and lower and finally low enough to get Sam fully packing as Blood Carrier now with that pick should be able to find the flip.
Great reaction from Monkey to hold down Lugia to prevent that burst and to try and prevent that torch from getting too much. Smash a swap to Strange. It is Zero Tenacity going to try and hold on the overtime, but Galactic Legend, Soul Rejuvenation, and the Eye of Agamotto are available. But Newton, if they can just delay for that final judgment, which they will get, now they just need to get in there and pull the trigger.
Leo gets pressured by the Punisher turret off of the angle. Crazy Kitty comes on through with the Galactic Legend. Newton at the same time sends out the final judgment, and it's cleaning house. Blood Karyudo might have had the resurgence from the Mantis, but the heal effects is not enough to stand up to snuff with that Punisher ultimate. And Zero Tenacity will be able to find the fight win, but crucially, Leo is still going to have that Comic Revival. They've got a couple of fights to play around with. They can just take this next fight dry, force Zero Tenacity's hands, and then come back into that final fight, ultimates up.
They're going to creep their way in here, looking at Zero Tenacity. That's going to be the invisible boundary. They have the last stand here. Carling Turret on the high ground, going to get jeweled out here by the Star-Lord as Leo creeping in for the burst with those cosmic clusters, but they're already getting kind of melded there. Last stand, trying to burn on through, and Leo with the extra Soul Bond will keep the team topped up. They're holding here.
Soul Bond has been used before Comic Revival though, so they could potentially get brought back up weakened. Zero Tenacity have to be able to wrangle their forces. They know that these picks are likely not going to stick, as Cap actually comes through with the first onto Oasis. The Cloak and Dagger is dethroned. Zero Tenacity going to be missing so much sustainability now. This is up to Lugia. The Wolverine with the passive steps onto point, tries to hold it down, keep it in play. Smash is also making it problematic for Blood Carrier to hold that position with the Pyro Prison as Leo invests the Comic Revival on the other side of the portal. He can drop through now into the other side, revive everybody on the opposing end of the portal, and bring them right back up to point before Zero Tenacity can keep up the pressure and hunt the low HP players down.
And that looked like a completely different team to the first round. Blood Karyudo mixing up the draft. They forced them off of the torch just due to how aggressive they were able to be. They've evened up the score, and we are now 1-1 on map number 1.
We have Jeff. I'm so happy. We finally have Jeff, and it's not just for speed bubbles out of spawn. And like you said, it is working. Like, Jeff is able to keep up significant amounts of healing. The closer stacked up that you are, the more healing that Jeff is going to be able to provide onto multiple bodies, which in turn means that your Adam is going to be able to hold on to the healing snaps for themselves, as opposed to having to burn through all of them. A resource-based cooldown, if you have to burn that, then potentially you don't have it to save yourself, which means that the Adam would be vulnerable to that pressure coming out from either the Torch or the Punisher. So they're doing a very good job of alleviating that particular stress for Leo to have to deal with.
They're sticking with the same draft because if it ain't broke, why fix it? And Cap has its Jeff right at the back, and again the portal engage every time for Blood Karyudo and the Psionic Seduction. They are coming out swinging.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity going to be trying to retreat over towards point side, but they still get caught. Winnie goes down before this boundary can come on through, and that's going to clear the way for Galactic Legend. Ducky 1 holds on to Meteor M and now utilizing it, but Galactic Legend has been able to find picks in the backline behind Waterfall. Zero Tenacity have been able to pick up the first point percentage, though, enabled off of the back of that Eternal Bond. And Blood Karyudo now going to be down some of those engagement ultimates.
A little bit of a split there forced out of Blood Karyudo. Zero Tenacity able to isolate too many members. And while Crazy Kitty did protect the Jeff, they just were so outnumbered by the end. Culling Turret gets wiped out, and Newton backing up to the more defensive position.
Winnie going down early in that fight has the silver lining of giving Zero Tenacity still a strategist ultimate. If this boundary is going to be coming into the mix, they have to be worried though about Gainer with the Eye of Agamotto. If there's enough damage off of that Maelstrom, it will be able to punch through the healing of that boundary. As Blood Karyudo take the fight all the way to the point, try and force Zero Tenacity into opening up around that brawl, but you can see Smashness on this torch playing expertly around all of the cover. The tree line provides as Lugia finds a huge last stand, pummeling through Blood Karyudo's entire team line, and that's going to be the triple res comp sent packing.
Zero Tenacity are locked in. We're seeing the slight issue with this come from Blood Uno. Everyone's trying to heal each other, so they do stand quite close to each other at times. And just how long it takes for Adam Warlock to charge up that Karmic Revival. He's still only on 87, now 89, 90%. After landing that Cosmic Cluster, but they've been through multiple fights. Now it's 73% already. Soul Rejuvenation dropped extremely early. Mantis is running in, charging Magamoto into the backline, but no one is protecting the backline, and they just ran straight past Smash, who's able to pick up a counter elimination, but it is 3 for 1.
Yeah, Leo is down, so no Adam, no Soul Bomb. Blood Carriendo will be able to pick up the point for the first time at least, and Gainer will be able to remove the Wolverine from play, but you're incredibly concerned now about Smashnaz and the Supernova coming on through from the other side. Ducky One as well is going to have that Meteor M to absorb the Galactic Legend pressure coming on through from Blood Carriendo. We might see a defensive It's Jeff from CAF just to absorb the pressure that Zero Tenacity can expend with the Duelist ultimates.
Sieging in from above to try and create an opening. If they can weaken them, then the engage from Zero Tenacity can come in. They have Meteor M. That's, of course, their only Vanguard. They're going to use the Eternal Bond and the Final Judgment and Supernova, and it works exactly as you'd expect. A complete melt, but no one is near to Leo, who will get the Karmic Revival this time, but can't get close enough to Cav. They found the Revive, and they are starting to drop the damage.
Yeah, that Revive Spaces is pretty telegraphed. There's a bright, glowy beacon on it, and Smashnaz just puts the Supernova directly over the top of it. Blood Carrier just did not have the resources to stabilize once everyone got revived. And that, unfortunately, is no one close enough to touch onto point because they were playing for the full Karmic Revive.
Jeff tried to go for the It's Jeff to pick them up off the point to allow Starlord to just flip into it, but they just did not have the time. That is 1-0 in this best of 3 to Zero Tenacity. Again, an insanely pedigreed team, and for one of the first really successful solo Vanguard compositions we have seen in the EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, this Torch, like the Torch, the Punisher, the Wolverine, all working together. If you look at one, the other two gain so much more value. Your attention is just constantly split, and it's so smart to just take down a triple strategist team because you have triple duelist to be able to keep up with the amount of sustain that's available on the other side, as we're going to be seeing here from all of these replays. Smashnaz was just uncontested a lot of the time on that first round, getting to play around the ceilings, and then the second that Blood Carrier tried to go into those rooms to get an angle onto the Torch, they're suddenly playing around a Wolverine who's got all of the corner control, last stand available to punish the fact that they have to stack up to gain maximum amounts of value from things like the Adam heal LOS, and it was just a really good counterplay.
There were so many times that we did see Gainer get picked up by Lugia. They just turned it around. This was great, this Karmic Revival from underneath the map for a turnaround potential, but Lugia just finding weakened members, getting pickups, and doing huge damage. This, they were able to lock down the Human Torch once, but no one was in position for the follow-up until it was a little bit later. They won that fight, but they can't just keep burning Silent Seduction every single time to take out the Torch.
Yeah, and I mean, Adam with Karmic Revival can be immensely strong on this point, right? Like you talked about, the fact that you can literally cast your ultimate, and then the revive distance meter is not based around where the ultimate is cast, it's based around where the Adam is. So you can actually still walk around, go through those portals, go onto the point, revive your teammates back where that was initially cast. But then when you move to this point, it becomes much harder to find Karmic Revival spots because all of those small buildings on the outskirts of the point themselves, all of those walls are entirely destructible. Very easy to be able to find those angles, as you could see that just that tail end part of the replay from Smashnaz as he dives on through. He sees that golden beacon lighting on up and he knows, oh, okay, that's where everyone's going to be revived. Let me just throw my Supernova directly into that spot, and they're all going to be stuck inside the Fire Tornado.
The pun Fire Sale jumps to mind as they literally just threw in those Pyro Prisons, threw in Supernova, and just sieged it. There was a culling turret set up. They just said that, well, we don't care if you're back, you can't leave the room. That wouldn't be allowed. We have it locked down, and this was Zero Tenacity, like you mentioned, taking advantage of the map differences, using the same strategy, it didn't work as well on point number 2, but on point number 3, it's so open. They were able to play more defensively. They were able to just lock down even the times that Blood Carudo got the point, they lost it almost immediately afterwards because they did not have any way to deal with the aerial assault.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the openness of that point. For a triple res composition, you're stuck sort of like anchoring the point, but who's going to anchor? And then suddenly you're just overwhelmed with angles. Hopefully we're not going to be overwhelmed by a 2-0. I would very much hope that this goes the distance. Whether or not we are going to see that distance, though, we'll have to wait and see. Game number 2 in the last series of the day. We'll be back after this break.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지. 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마.
Welcome back, everybody, to the last game of the day for the Marvel Rivals EMEA Ignite series. It's Zero Tenacity versus Blood Carudo, a game that has been hyped up. We've been hoping that it's going to go the distance of a free mapper series. Looking at how Krakoa panned on out, it did go the full 3 rounds, Tatcha. So I'm still hopeful, but I'm definitely hoping that we see some different compositions coming on through from Blood Carudo's end.
Something does need to change. While we've all been breathing in the copium of hoping that we will get to a game number 3, something does need to change to get us there. You talked about it before, how the map is so important to the style of play that you see. Not having the mag for that Star-Lord comp, the positions where you can revive are so important. The map is going to dictate what kind of strats we will see, but they need to make sure that they are adjusting the right play to the right map.
Yeah, I mean, you can play Star-Lord in a triple res composition without a Magneto, but it is incredibly map dependent because a lot of the time we see for triple res, there's always been a hard line of engagement for that composition, and it's always been Mag Bulwark onto the Star-Lord into spin. And if you don't have the Mag to be able to set that up, the Star-Lord loses a lot of the confidence to go for that spin. As we are, you and I, in the break actually, we were just discussing that we wanted to see the new map come through.
We manifest. Okay, now manifest with me. Game 3. Game 3.
Game 3. Game 3.
We're starting off with the Mag Bands once again, with Blood Udo going to be locking in onto that EMEA right away.
Yes, EMEA, a very strong Vanguard, dispatches a lot of different heroes, makes dive infinitely harder to be able to pull off, and on Arako, you definitely want to get those dive potential picks, especially things like the Wolverine, out of the mix immediately, because the levels of verticality, especially for the defending team to have to deal with in the first fight on that first corner, can be absolutely detrimental if a Wolverine is able to grab you off the ledge.
We're looking at almost an exact mirror here as the Loki and the Lunar Snow will both be taken away. No one wants that 24 seconds of let's not do anything and just kind of stand and dance for a while as we move into the next protection for Zero Tenacity. With the Magnetos taken down, this could be an opportunity to see a bit of a preference onto potentially a Punisher, but they're looking at the Invisible Woman.
Yeah, Invis, very, very strong as a strategist. Also is able to deny things like the Strange, looking for either Agamotto plays with his shift, and taking down the Wolverine, as well as potentially we see, Blood Carrier are actually going to be banning out the Ultron. So no triple strategist Ultron compositions coming on from Zero Tenacity's side now before they translate into a Punisher protection.
Zero Tenacity, you also mentioned another advantage for the Invisible Woman, as it looks like it will be banned out by Zero Tenacity, hyper-targeting these strategists, trying to potentially force them back into this Revive Star-Lord comp once again without the Magneto. It also boosts the power, potentially, if they want to play it, of the Human Torch, which now Zero Tenacity can run a little bit freer, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough in terms of strategist lineup. I mean, Kaf has shown the Jeff. There are better positions for the Jeff Ultimate on point A on Arako in comparison to some of the maps on Krakoa. So potentially we do see that continue. But as we saw from Krakoa's performance, it's Jeff in organized team play a lot harder to pull off and find value than in comparison to maybe your ranked ladder games.
But the healing output was pretty reasonable, did manage to match their opponents in terms of that good healing. It is just where the ultimates came in that they struggled to find the value. We
Not
saw
just that,
before the lock-in here, they are looking at an Iron Man potentially.
Yeah, I mean, if Iron Man comes into the mix, then the Ultron target ban also makes a lot of sense so that you can deny the nanotech team up coming on through. But no, Kaf is actually going to be sticking with the Jeff. Leo is going to be sticking with the Adam. So we are going to have triple strategists coming out from the attacker side. Something to note about this map is that this first fight massively favored towards the attack, as again a strange teleport deposits everyone on top of Newton's turret, and that is going to be an aggressive soul bomb into just immediately eating away all of the defender space.
The aura of not even teleporting behind him, just like, hello, we are here to try and take this win, and blasting through that Punisher culling turret, and Smashnez forced to back away. Wolverine though, Lugia still pretty cracked as they're able to get the double, triple, and they will force this push to come to a screeching halt.
Yeah, this is the problem if you're Blood Carrier. It's not just the strategists that you have access to, it's also the lack of Magneto. It's not going to just hinder your Star-Lord, it's going to absolutely boost Lugia's potential on the Wolverine, because who counters him? You have to just find the pick onto him, but this map is so hard to be able to take the Wolverine down early because the amount of cover that there is to hide around time, something that Gainer just learned firsthand.
Feral Leap into Carbon Crush is just so hard to deal with. They're forced to back away again. Zero Tenacity sieging away on the point with those fibers, with the Pyro Prison to zone everyone away. And while Blood Karyuda are still trying to creep on forwards, it's so slow. They've burnt through so much time already. They're down to 2 minutes and 30. That is going to be a silent seduction. Strange trying to block it, and the Supernova to lock them down. But this time, with the Soul Rejuvenation, Blood Karyuda attacking through, but Newton is going to try and put a stop to that and will succeed with the Final Judgment.
Who needs Meteor M when you've got Final Judgment to take the Starlord down? Mid-galactic legend. Zero Tenacity. Dig their heels into the crown. Okay, yeah, this is just strategies. That's gonna move, by the way, with the objective moving. So yeah, Newton is going to be dethroned from his position atop the actual objective as Blood Karyuda try and take a flank route and get deposited yet again into Lucas. Waiting arms of the last stand comes out from the Wolverine, and Blood Karyuda just have not been able to find a single answer. This is the problem. Jeff can keep up with healing output, but where's the utility? You can't speed bubble out of the way of a Wolverine grab. You just have to eat it.
They're holding onto this ult for so long as well. You're going to struggle because Punisher, if they ult or go into turret, they can block it. The Cloak can avoid it. Ayamagamoto going to come out. They're going to try and capitalize here as in comes the Is Jeff. Will they find some value out of this one?
There's an environmental hazard right there. We've got one. The problem is it's the Invis, which means that she's just going to be able to jump over the ledge unless you go over with her, and that's just something that Blood Karyuda cannot spare. So Winnie will be able to survive stepping into invisibility as Smashness on this torch is still up, pulls another Supernova, and stops the attacking side from walking past this first corner yet again.
45 seconds remaining. Blood Karyuda, they have that Karmic Revival finally charged up, but they need to actually find an angle to use it because they're getting pressured from every single angle right now. And Lugia is just finding targets on cooldown, it seems. Every time Blood Karyuda step up to the center bridge, there's an isolation as Newton takes out Monkey.
And with Monkey gone, that is the one thing potentially stopping the Wolverine. Ducky 1 moves into position with the Psionic Seduction, manages to split the entirety of Blood Karyuda in half, which allows Lugia to just get aggressive and just keeps building up these last stands. He's got another one, by the way, and we're about to go into overtime, which means that Blood Karyuda, that position is going to be forced on the objective.
Crazy Kitty has brought out the Ultron. They're trying the Venom to try and creep on him, but Monkey is melted by the Final Judgment, and this is turning into an absolute target practice for Newton. Gainer is taken down. No one is on the point. They're trying to creep on him, but overtime ticks down, and Blood Karyuda are put to a solid halt at 57 meters, 63 centimeters, and Zero Tenacity are in a great position to take this map and the series.
So we talked earlier about how important the pick and ban phase is. And we said it's around about, 65% weighted in terms of the team that walks away as a contribution for whether or not you're going to be taking the map. In terms of this map for the pick and ban phase, 75%, probably closer to 90%, let's be honest, as Zero Tenacity have been able to engineer a pick and ban phase that removes every single Wolverine counter. Except the Emma, and Iron Monkey is just not getting the opportunity to use Diamond Form into grab against Lugia because there's just continuous pressure on distance from Smashness on this torch and Newton on the Punisher, which forces the Emma into playing with Aegis up. And if you're playing with Aegis in position to just shut down those angles, you can't use your Diamond Form.
There's so little left. Like you said, everything's been banned out. Who can really deal with the Wolverine? You can try the thing to stop him from dashing, but percentage damage plus Punisher, you're just a one huge target. You're going to get melted. There's so little left that you can do, and Blood Karyuda have decided full containment. They've brought out the Penny, they've brought out the Rocket. They're going to try and lock them in spawn.
They're trying to just play the Ultron as well. Leo is going to be on the Ultron. No Iron Man, though. You're going to have a lot of damage instead of sustainability, but Zero Tenacity read it out, and just the way we saw in Midtown, out comes the Spawn Hold counter. Newton on the Moon Knight, Winnie on the Squirrel Girl, Smashnez and Lugia still sticking with the Torch and the Wolverine, as it's just going to be one pick that they need to just blow this fight wide open. Cap on the Rocket does at least have the BRB to bring one of the players on the defenders back if they fall down a little prematurely, but Zero Tenacity, with the amount of distance that they have to cross, can just keep pressuring the Anchor State players, and that's Gainer and Monkey dispatched immediately. One of those Vanguards is not coming back.
The BRB brought one back. It's a 3-3 draft. Finally, Cap is removed. The portal is going to have to wait for the Strange to respawn, as down the stairs and just ever so slightly round the corner is the finish line. Gainer is going to try and rush in the portal. A couple people might be trying to run in to touch in time, but there's such a long distance to go. They will be able to touch, but with 2 minutes and 55 seconds left, is there anything they can do? Goodbye, Penny.
Oh, the Wolverine lunge. And Ducky One getting the kick as well. That's going to be Zero Tenacity surely cementing themselves, taking this 2-0. It's just a matter of dealing with the cleanups. What a difference. Krakoa was so close. Both of those teams at points looking like they had the read on the other. And then we went into this, and it was just night and day difference. Lugia on this Wolverine just going to show why the advanced pick and ban strats are so necessary. You cannot allow a Wolverine to just deny all of his potential counterplays.
There was nothing they could do to deal with it. They even tried going for the triple Vanguard, triple strategist at the end, just for the whole idea of if we don't get KO'd, then the car won't move eventually, right? But when you have Wolverine saying, oh, you're a grouped up team that's trying not to get picked off, well, I guess I'm going to isolate people one by one and pick up just anyone who tries to defend. And there was nothing they could do to it. Newton was uncontested. You talked about it, both Smash and Newton. If you target one, the other one just targets you down, and Wolverine continues to do Wolverine things.
Yeah, this Wolverine was just unleashed. Straight up, this Wolverine was just unleashed. Even here, getting to take the fight so close to the ledge, which means environmental hazard. Oh, suddenly, Feral Leap doesn't need team follow-up. We can just deposit them over the edge ourselves. And we got to see that a little bit too. It's really unfortunate for Blood Carrito, where the objective actually stopped, because in that teleport fight, environmental hazard right next to the ongoing fight. So even though you have a lot of your ultimates coming up into the mix, you don't really get to hold your space and use them, because you're continuously having to worry about, hey, there's an Emma who can get me off the ledge. There's a Wolverine who can get me off the ledge. There's an Invis woman who can get me off the edge. I'm not going to play near that L edge, and it means that they all get shoved into one lane. So the Emma Diamond Form is doing maximum amounts of value, and the Wolverine is getting maximum amounts of value as well too. It was just Zero Tenacity engineering the pick and ban phase, and even though Blood Carrito, with the players who actually showed us the Ultron, the puppet strings were entirely pioneered by Zero Tenacity the entirety of that last map.
You called it so well. It all comes down to that draft, completely controlling from start to finish. I don't have much more to add because you just covered everything so incredibly there, other than the fact that Zero Tenacity will, of course, be moving on in the upper bracket. Blood Carrito will be sent down to the lower bracket, where they will have another chance. Remember, it's double elimination, and there is still 8 spots available, 4 per group, for these teams to try and compete for that big chunk of the prize money and those international spots coming up. And we can see if teams can draft like that, if they can do the research against the other regions as well, and also make the solo Vanguard work before a lot of the regions who have been trying it for arguably longer, then that's the kind of team that we might be looking at to represent EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, we're hearing it from all of the players in their interviews, right? Peps, with their interview, they literally confess, like, this is a composition that we heard about other teams playing. Never tried it outside of just the trials period when we were picking up some of our players. We just decided to run it because it's a full hold composition, and with very little practice, they were able to pioneer it and engineer it to that level. So with a lot of these teams being able to scout out what other rosters are doing, innovate, engineer, improve on those, we're going to be seeing this meta develop and develop and develop as everyone's going to look at the performances in day 1, day 2, day 3, and they're going to go to the drawing board in the coming week.
And we have an interview with Newton themselves, who just put on an absolute clinic, just putting so much pressure onto the members of Blood Carriudo. For starters, congratulations.
Hello, hello. Thank you. Thank you. History really does repeat itself, doesn't it?
Congratulations on the win. I know a lot of people were highly anticipating this matchup, given how strong Blood Carriudo did in their qualifiers, being able to take maps against Berber Patapim. Were you anticipating it to be as one-sided as it ended up being?
Of course. I mean, like, we prepared a lot, and you know, people underestimate us a lot, I feel, compared to what we really what we pull off in scrims. You know, people take scrim results and they think that's the final matter of the issue, and I think we just displayed that you know, it isn't. So you know, we were going in full confidence, and I had no expectations of losing today.
So you guys ran essentially the exact same draft in both games. How long has this particular strategy been cooking for you?
This draft, 24 hours.
What? Wait, what?
So here we are. Yeah, I told you, we go in with confidence. We have no doubts that we're gonna lose. We go in with this draft and we're like, yeah, I mean, like, this looks perfect. Let's just run this.
Was there anything that inspired the strategy? Did you guys like watch any of the Asia region games and see them rolling with the solo Vanguard, or was that something else that inspired it?
So we have Lugia, which is a really good Wolverine player, and we're like, okay, this man has Wolverine open. Let him run it, and let's see what happens. I mean, like, surely it can't go wrong, right? And we're right in the end of the day. So we are over here smiling.
Don't blame you at all. As you move on in the upper bracket, you have what might be a tough matchup for you with All Business. Are you going in with the same level of confidence as you did with this one?
I mean, like, no matter who we face, be it VP, we're gonna go in with confidence and we're gonna give it everything we got, every single fight.
So talk us a little bit through what the team's schedule looks like, because you said that strategy has been cooking up for 24 hours. How many hours was that actually rehearsed in Scrim, or was that literally just like Lugia coming through with the text and everyone just having to play full reactive coming into today?
Lugia was just like, let me 1v9, man. Let me 1v9, I'll do this. And then we're like, you know what? Let him do it. And then we ran it. And you know, you could see Lugia got some very, very good grabs on the tanks. And I think that gave us tremendous space to just win the games without really feeling any pressure.
And now that you're moving on in the bracket, we've already talked about you don't mind who you face up against. Is there anyone internationally you're looking at? Because that was a solid performance, and if you can take it all the way to the international mid-season finals, who would you be looking at?
I think there's not really a threat in the international scene compared to EU. And maybe that's a little hot take. You know, EU teams, I think they are the best of the best, but you know, we'll have to see. No matter what, we still go in with full confidence and just give them everything we have.
And in terms of getting to play Punisher, because obviously Punisher has gone through some significant changes. He's seen a lot of gameplay in a lot of seasons. Where would you say he is currently? Is he a must pick? Are we going to be seeing a lot of teams start banning around him and trying to divert to other duelists? Or is he potentially not the greatest pick, but a brilliant fallback?
I think Punisher is an amazing pick, especially, you know, with the classic ban, mag, save, EMEA in the current meta. There's not really much to stop Punisher, so you can allow him to, like, he really shines with his ults, you know. I think we see that in almost every game there's a Punisher. His ults, they go through and they do so much damage. They kill everything. And I think that's really strong with the bans right now going on.
So I guess as we're heading into the end of EMEA for today, you have more matches coming up. We've already mentioned against All Business. Do you have anything to say for the audience who just saw that performance, and for your opponents as they for you?
I actually have a little bit of a word to the enemy, if that's allowed.
I don't see why not.
Appreciate the enemy team, and I would like to see them go the whole way in the loser bracket. I like the players on that team, and I hope they prosper. Please don't let this loss knock you out. I really believe you can go all the way. I hope to see this guy shine in the upcoming days. And then I just want to thank everyone for watching as well, because we appreciate everyone being interested in the Marvel Rivals esports scene, and I think it's amazing that we get to be here today.
Thank you so much, Newton. That was insanely wholesome.
Yeah, came in so hot and
see the
ended so cool.
camaraderie.
We have to stay humble once in a while, right?
So give us a little bit of a rundown in terms of like who actually takes the sort of IGL role in the team, because obviously Lugia has like idea factories, but do you have a traditional IGL? Do you have an alt tracker? Is it sort of like everyone just contributes in a little bit of the time?
I think what mainly goes on is that we have Vinny and Doki calling like the main movement of the whole roster. Now, if you wanna rotate around, if you wanna flip the map, they're the main callers of that. Everyone else is just screaming, target calling, and keeping the hype up, and it works, man. I'm telling you, it works.
Thank you so much for joining us, Newton. Congratulations on your win. We will let you get back to the rest of your day. So Tetsuya, that's unfortunately it. We were hoping it would be a free mapper, and it was a 2-0 series to end off the day instead.
It very much was. Thank you very much, Newton. We are going to be getting ready to close out for the day with... Don't go too far. You still have the Americas coming up after this. We still have many more games on the channel. And of course, tomorrow and Sunday, we have even more EMEA games coming up with you jumping on tomorrow. I will be back on Sunday. We've got some hype games coming up for you. I assume we'll have a bracket to look at in just a moment, but who are you looking forward to the most?
It's so hard to say, because like now we get to see all of the teams confessing that the strategies that they've been sitting on, some of them have only had them cooking for like 24 hours, or potentially it's the first time that they've run them. So a lot of the teams that I was really looking forward to seeing, now I'm rethinking, because I'm like, okay, well, they were already firm favorites to be able to come on through. I kind of want to see the teams that are trying to challenge the old guard and how they're going to be able to take either defeats from today or defeats from yesterday and process those losses and channel them into just churning out a strength instead.
And we do have a bracket update, so we can have a look at those games, have a look at the teams who have been cooking strategies, some in the slow cooker, some in the microwave, as they are blasting on through. Shmongus versus Patapim. Zero Tenacity versus All Business. An incredible match coming up for you with some big MRC legends. And then the lower bracket, OG Seed versus 0%, and Blood Cariudo looking for redemption versus L9.
Yeah, I think that one could potentially be a free map series for sure. There's a lot of adaptation coming on through, especially the fact that Blood Cariudo is one of the teams that is still running things like the Atom. Although, as we saw, the pick and ban phase definitely needs to be refought around that one, so it's something that Low9 could be able to take advantage of. But Virtus Pro versus Rad, I think that's definitely one to keep your eye onto, especially since Rad's players, it's essentially LG, who've been in the past one of those teams that would place second in things like the Invitational. They would really take it down to the wire against Virtus Pro in the past.
They've come in top positions in MRC. Like you mentioned, they came second in MRI. This is one of the most legendary rosters, and they're going to get one of many runbacks against Virtus Pro this early on in the tournament. And then we have Insomnia versus Peps. Peps showing that they have been cooking away with new strategies, and our lower bracket matches. First Rays, Alcancia, Yoinkanda, all these teams are looking to continue their run and avoid getting eliminated in these early stages of Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Yeah, there's a little bit more pressure for the teams in the lower bracket, as we can have a look and see the full recap of today's results to see the teams that are going to be in those hot seat positions. Dusty, unfortunately, taking a loss against Insomnia. Low9, then, our first free mapper of the entire EMEA region, getting sent packing by All Business in a much closer series than I think a lot of people were anticipating before we got to see Yoinkanda get dispatched by Team Peps with that wonderful full hold over on Midtown before ending off the day with a win on the side of you know when you're literally just casting a team and it just goes poof.
Zero Tenacity. And this is tomorrow's matches. I could not be more jealous for you. Starting off with the legendary Clash of Titans of Schmungus versus Burr Patapim. Moving on to Virtus Pro in the Eternal rematch versus Team 1, aka LG, aka Rad Esports. And then Zero Tenacity. After that dominant performance, all business, they're going to be currently in the lab working out how to deal with this tonight to get prepared for tomorrow, and then closing out with Insomnia versus Team Peps.
Okay, some of these have to be free mappers. Some of these
surely
have to be free mappers with overtime as well. Like Berber Patapim versus Schmungus is going to be such a fun one because Schmungus have so many fun strategies, and then Berber Patapim also have so many options. Like Tanuki can play so many different heroes. We've really seen him evolve, having just sort of been pigeonholed into this is a player who can play the Panther, can play the Magic, can play the Wolverine, and all of a sudden from the beginning of the year he's now been able to evolve into he can play Storm, he can play Star-Lord, he can play the Winter Soldier. Like he has even the Torch as well. So he's really been able to adapt and flex his hero pool. And then you have Schmungus playing a composition that is entirely off meta on a patch that I feel has no strict meta currently. So the Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch is finding so much value, especially because for a lot of these teams, they don't get the opportunity to prepare against it. The only time that you can really run into it is if you either have a gentleman's agreement with the team that you're scrimming and say like, hey, can you play Strange and Scarlet Witch? But even then, it doesn't mean that they're going to play it to the level that Schmungus can achieve. And Craggy has just been finding so much value on the Scarlet Witch.
The advantage of playing a composition that no one is really prepared for, or no one else does, is they have such trouble preparing for it. One of the other matches we should be really excited to see is, once again, all business are going to be having a full night to look at this draft and try and figure it out. We should look at that because that's going to be the first litmus test for how well these teams can adjust to these new styles of drafts coming in. So those are the two games we're looking at because these are the two teams running the most unique drafts. But that's gonna be it, Moxie. I'm so happy to have been casting with you today.
It's been an absolute pleasure to be on the other side of the commentary desk with you, Tetcha. I have enjoyed every single moment. We've had some banger matchups. We've definitely seen the beginning of a new meta starting to develop, but definitely not finalized, as so many of these players are going to have to adapt very, very quickly to the group stages before they head into playoffs.
But that's going to be it for us. Once again, a reminder that we do have the Americas coming up later, so make sure you have those notifications turned on for the channel so you can see when that goes live. And tomorrow it will be Got Moxie back casting it once again. I have been Tetcha. Moxie, take us out.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your evening, and we will see you with the next iteration of Marvel Rivals Ignite in just a little bit. Goodbye, everyone.